Anybody else too? Follow anybody else?
I was gonna say, do you have your details on the server for Discord?
I have my Discord, yeah. It's just,
but do you list your channel and stuff on there, or?
Well, my Discord is Shazzy1749, and I'll give it to you in there.
Now you just told everybody.
I'll give you the link in there. I'll not give it to you.
There you go.
It's only for the select few that she was talking to, okay? The rest of you
It
creepers,
was.
no
The rest of
grabbing
them
it.
don't listen. Shh. She didn't say anything.
It's not like you're live on the internet or anything. Don't worry about it.
Who gives a shit, really?
I
Yeah,
get you.
exactly.
I agree.
Yeah. That's
So
some
what
of
you,
our.
what you been up to, Grid One?
You know, man, just living life, doing cool stuff. You know, not much. I don't know how.
I feel like that's
interesting my
all
life
you do.
is.
Great is cool stuff.
I try, man. You know, I set out every day. I'm like, you know what I'm gonna do today? I'm gonna do cool stuff. That's what I'm gonna do. And then it kind of works out that way.
You
So
just do it.
I've been married for 15 years. You've been married for
man.
longer. What's the cool thing you do with your wife? Can you give me some hints?
The cool thing I do with my wife.
Yeah.
I mean, we actually just go out, you know, like we both we've always had like really busy lives. So just to be able to go out to dinner and just sit and chill out and just not have to be somewhere, not have to go somewhere. You know, that's like a luxury, man. That's like a real I mean, I get that some people, you know, they have it reversed, right? Where they have like a lot of free time and they got nothing to do. And so they want to go do something. But for me, the best night of my life is when I can just sit at home on my fucking couch for longer than 1 hour. If I can sit on my couch for longer than an hour, that's just fucking amazing.
That's how I feel, Grid One, because I never get to sit down. Only when I lay down in bed to go to sleep, then 2-3 hours. That's it.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I've been married 19 years and, you know, the first 5 are like trial by fire. This is like the Scorch trials, like that movie, you know,
honeymoon.
The honeymoon's over, reality sets in, and now it's trial by fire, bitch. You know, only the strong survive.
And then you just say, suck my dick.
Right. I did say that. That's exactly what I said. And
this will fix it.
Yeah, no. Well, I was a good wife because I stayed at home with my 2 kids. I had them 18 months apart and looked after them, didn't go out, did all the housework, had dinner ready. Husband maybe never came home. He went to the pub full, and that was my life. Till my son was 18, and then I said, fuck it, it's my time now, I'm leaving. And that's what happened. But I was still married to him when he died there. We were 35 years together.
Oh, wow.
Because I was with him from 16. And then shit hit the fan, and I was left with all the shit. That's what men do to you. They leave you with all the shit when they go. The debt, the house, everything. And I wasn't even living with him. Like, this is what I couldn't understand, but I had to move back here until I sell it. So my life was screwed up for the past 3 years. 3 years. And I just got it back together. For 10 years it took me to get it back together.
You're saying because you guys were married, you had to take over the...
Yeah, because my name was still on his loan and the mortgage, because he was supposed to take it off. It was only £1,000 to take it off. That's all he had to do. I walked away completely. And then he died there 3 years ago and left me with all the rubbish. His girlfriend and all. I had to put his girlfriend out.
Oh, gosh.
Put her out in the street?
No. I let her stay because it was over COVID. And I let her stay there for 3 months until they got her somewhere. I just had to pay the mortgage and my rent where I lived. It was tough for a bit.
Mm.
Bless your
But
heart.
I'm a woman. I achieved it.
That's rough. I had kind of a different experience. Of course, I didn't get married until I was 35.
Oh, lucky
Yeah.
you.
And my wife was 24.
Lucky.
If I had it all to do again, I wouldn't have got married at 20. No way. I was with him from 16, got married at 20, had Sarah at 21, had Jamie at 23. You know, that was it. Life over.
Yeah.
Till now. And my son is making it worse. So until I sell this, I'll not get a life. I have to wait till I can get rid of him because he won't leave.
Yeah.
He won't leave. He gives me £300 a month, right? That's for everything, food, electric, everything. And he thinks that's enough. Would you be able to live somewhere, pay rent for £300 a month, all your food, your washing, everything?
What's that like in real money? That's what, like
It's like
£300.
300 pounds.
it's
So
like
that's like,
$500, I think.
yeah, like 500.
Yeah.
495, 500.
$500 a month. Yeah.
No,
It says $383 US when I look
All
it
right,
up. but I don't
383. Yeah.
Oh,
There's only
wow.
Even worse. Like
yeah. And
That's crazy.
Man, the pound has lost its value. Holy crap.
oh, our money's terrible. That and the euro, it's about the same. I think
Yeah,
it's like
the euro
15,
really screwed it
15
over, I think.
cents of a difference. It's,
Yeah.
That's
I think you
I-
guys joining the European Union screwed over
I just
your,
gotta point
currency,
out
right?
for you guys, it's 300 and something. Over here, it's $524.
Yeah. That's why it came to my mind, easy man.
yeah, well,
I'm just saying, we
the
have
only
all
way,
the superpower, none of the hate.
the only way I can win in this situation is sell the house, buy something to live in. I'm thinking of going traveling, and then I'll win. I win.
Mm.
I have
Well,
the power.
I would say, like, where I live in Canada, you'd have to pay double, if not triple, what your son's
Yeah.
paying just for
Yeah.
rent, not even any food or anything.
Yeah, all I
wild.
charge him is for the electric. It costs me £90 a week for electric, and then I put £40 every fortnight in for gas.
Oh, wow.
Gosh.
When you count that up, that's $360 a month. He doesn't even give me enough for that, so I only
That's
charge him
expensive.
$300.
I spend more than that on gas for one of my work trucks
Yeah.
every week.
But they
But
make
No,
you
not
money.
every week, but
I
no
got
joke.
4 of
Like,
them.
once a month, my
I gotta go
They
get
make you
one of
money,
them put together and get some guys sheets. So I'll
We're
catch
at-
you guys in a while.
I think
Be good.
Bye,
$6
Cabby.
Donate to the
Well-
Speakeasy program, you fucking losers. Get your money
Whoa.
out. Put it in there.
hell yeah.
I donate on Fridays.
Be well, man.
Oh, Alex is saying maybe I enabled my son, and I'm going, yeah, I did. He was spoilt rotten. And he didn't
Yeah,
even
that-
go out. He didn't even get a girlfriend till he was 17 and a half.
It's $5
He got
a
her
month.
pregnant. They split
Oh.
up. He got another girl. He got her pregnant, and now he's living here. He's never been married or anything. He's just a
I
loner.
would whoop my son's ass. I would take him. I mean,
That's,
we'd go to the woodshed. We go to the woodshed, whoop his ass.
It's a common
Grant,
story with
tell us more.
our
You took your son to the
generation,
woodshed.
He
though,
would-
right?
He would hit me back. he
What
he
the
would hit me
farts?
back. So he would. He pushed me about at the weekend there, and I slapped him. And he was going to get the police because I slapped him.
Oh my gosh.
But I all right. I maybe don't look. Hopefully, I don't look my age. But next year's my big birthday, and he just pushes me about. You know, like it's nothing.
What?
You know, I think
That's wild.
you just
I
have a
think he
really
is
big
a
heart,
little shite,
Shazzy.
like you described, I guess, son. Hey, like, that's
I
the-
think you
like-
just, I think you have a really big heart, Shazzy, and you know, as
I
much
do.
as it would bug you to do, I think it's You
I
know,
haven't got the heart to throw my son
there's
out.
a time to just like get them kicked out of there. You know what I mean?
I know. I do have a big heart.
Yeah. I know. I understand that about you. That's why,
Hey,
I'm
Shazzy.
hearing this and I'm like, I understand how hard that must all be. And even hard for you to be like, okay, you know what, fuck this. I'm just kicking him out. I'm going to force him to leave.
Yeah, no,
you know?
I haven't got the heart to do that. I'm going to sell up so I can get him out. Isn't that stupid?
Yeah, my
But
son's
but I
13. Oh, go ahead.
yeah. I'm actually buying this house. I was working and something happened and I'm actually on ESA. You know, they don't allow me to work, right? And I'm buying my house with my ESA and I don't get any help. You know, my spare money that I get, I spend it on the internet, on games and giving super chats because that's my entertainment. And I like doing that. You know, if I have a good laugh, I'll pay for it.
Well,
And you
that's
get a
kind of
girl.
what
to me in
Andrew
California,
was.
and I'll teach him real quick how life sucks real hard.
Would you? He
Yeah.
sits in his shed or his room and plays that stupid game where they're fighting with guns and they're in this thing. 35, like he needs a life.
What kind of work
You
does
know,
he do?
he made it here. He makes planes for Canada. He is the only one in Northern Ireland can do the job that he does. He actually does the wings. He climbs inside the wings and makes them. So he has a very good job, but he smokes it. You know,
Sounds
I'd
like
say,
he'd go well with Canadians then.
yeah, I would say so. Easy, can I send them over to you?
Slow motion. $100. I'll let Grace on. Super chat me $100. I'll bring her on, bro.
Put
Oh,
your money
yes,
where your
for
mouth
sure.
is, chat. Come
Yeah.
on.
So when you guys are asking Grid One, I was curious, Grid One, what are your thoughts on love as more of an idea / commitment, like it's described in the scriptures, versus love as a feeling? What do you go by for your marriage, if you don't mind me asking? I know it's personal, but I like to
No, I'll
hear
give
the
it to
wisdom of people that have done a successful marriage,
Just
like a
one
long
thing, I
lasting
have to
marriage.
drop. I have to go and pick the son up.
All
I'll
right,
be
be
listening.
safe.
I'll be listening. Yeah, he lost his license, so I have to be taxi in the morning and taxi in the afternoon.
All good.
And I just want to say again, Shazzy, I appreciate it. That takes a lot of courage. You clearing the air and stuff, and it
Yeah,
means a
yeah.
lot to me. So thank you very much for that.
I don't like to leave bad words anywhere, so you're
Yeah,
cool.
me neither.
Thank you.
Stay
Yeah,
strong.
for sure.
Stay strong.
Be well.
Love you. Bye.
Much
Bye.
love too.
Take care, Shazzy.
Yeah.
So what what has been love in my relationship, right? Is that's kind of what you're asking?
Yeah. Are you going off of the feeling or off of like the commitment kind of
Well,
thing?
it's not the feeling. I mean, the idea that love is this happy, warm, silky feeling that you get, that's bullshit. That lasts about 3 months, maybe. And then the hard reality sets in. You know what I actually had this conversation in a chat the other day. Love is looking over at some tired, dirty, beat down, guy that's worked, or even my wife sometimes will be this way. Somebody that's worked all week on something, on a project or something, and put in tons of hours, or worked with the kids, or driven everything, and they're just so tired and they're so beat down, they're angry maybe a little bit, and know that person did that for you, that they willingly did that for you, and appreciating that. And that's really what love is, man. That is looking over at somebody that you normally might not even, like people walk by in the park, people that look, like that, and you you admire and respect and cherish that person for being willing to sacrifice for you. And that's what love is to us. That's my wife, I was trying to kind of get into it while Shazzy was here, but the first 5 years that I was married was just my wife and I, right? And we were able to travel. We were able to have a lot of the experiences that most people have to wait until they're towards the end of their life, when the kids are grown. We didn't have kids for the first 5 years, mainly because we didn't feel like we could afford it. We just didn't feel like that. I lived in an apartment. We lived in a high-rise apartment when we got married, because it was the cheapest way to live. And we were just, we had plans. We made plans. We kind of stuck to them. No plan survives first contact, but we did the best we could. But the reality is that it really was not so much a plan, it's just kind of how it evolved, right? Like we had kids, and then my wife was working at the time, and so she had she took the whole maternity leave, and then she had a 9-to-5 job. Like it wasn't particularly stressful or hard or anything, like a corporate job, and but I was in the shop. Like I one time I worked like 3 days straight. I didn't sleep. I didn't come home. I didn't do anything. And my wife actually had to come to the shop and make me go to sleep on the couch in the office because I was working. I had a deadline. I had to get there, So,
Yeah.
And that's what real love is, man. That's what makes a marriage work. And if you can't do that, if all you're basing the idea of getting married on is you like to bang this chick, or you like the way this dude treats you when you go out at night, you're gonna fucking fail.
That's like lust, kind of, when it comes to that first 3 months you're talking about.
Yes,
It's kind of like lust.
yeah.
And one thing I was gonna add real quick, Grid, do you think that it's like between a husband and a wife, do you think it's like having that mutual discipline to make that commitment to each other? Do you think that's really what love is all about? It's like a discipline thing where you guys are able to be willing to, you guys are about that commitment wholeheartedly. Is that kind of what I'm hearing?
I'd like to say that it is, but the reality is it's an up and down. It's up and down, man. Like some days you're going to be there. Some days you're not. Some days it's going to be, you're going to be all in. You've got full commitment. Other days you're going to be like, God damn it, this sucks. This is so bad. And you want to punch out. And you don't, because you've invested, you've made this commitment, and you just kind of hang in there, I'd love to say that it was every day of your marriage, you wake up and you're like fully committed to it, and you guys are in it to win it and all of that. But if anybody says that, they're fucking lying through their teeth.
Yep, false.
They're fucking lying through their teeth.
Yep.
But my wife and I, of course, my wife is Chinese, right? And so she's not American. She is now. She's a citizen now, and she did that before I got married. It's interesting because everybody thought that my wife was marrying me to get citizenship, but she was already on her way to that long before we met. So, very interesting.
Grid one, we know you're the original passport, bro. We got you.
I am. I wish I was, bro. I wish I was.
I think aren't you?
Yeah.
Didn't you say 18 years?
19 years, man.
19. Yeah, that's dude.
19 years.
You're the OG, dog.
Yeah, 19 years. And so my oldest son is 13 now, almost 40. He'll turn 14 this week.
What?
Yeah,
I got older kids than you. I'm younger than you. God dang it.
Yeah.
I feel like
Well, I had a plan, man. I told you I had a plan.
Yeah, no,
I didn't know I had a plan, but I had a plan. I didn't realize it at the time, but I had a method. I had a methodology through life. I had an idea about what life should look like, and I made my life look like that.
Yeah, you did, brother.
So, but I did shit that people won't do. The problem is with people when they start asking me how I did this or how I did that or why I did this or why I did that, brother, nobody's gonna fucking do what I did. Like the number of people, and that's what I was trying to get. I think I was on Glenn's panel the other night. Somebody, or maybe it was Speakeasy panel last time. Somebody asked me kind of a similar question. I'm like, you can't do the number of people that can do what I did is really small. right?
Yeah,
And like,
exactly.
and you know, so when you start comparing me in my life to my neighbors, it all starts falling the fuck apart.
Mm-hmm.
And so you can't do that. I mean, or you shouldn't do that, right? Nobody should measure themselves against me, for sure. I don't measure myself against anybody.
I don't think anybody should. Yeah, no.
Yeah, it falls apart, right? Now, if you have a circle of friends and you're all kind of the same, and you have the same wife and the same car and the same fucking house and all that, okay, you know, that's a good dick measuring contest. But to measure yourself against somebody like Jack Roush, right? Like you look at Jack Roush, that motherfucker's been active for 50 fucking years, right? Like he is like he's I don't know how many times over he's a millionaire. He has his, you know, he has deals with Ford, he's done deals with Dodge, he's done, you know, that guy's a fucking legend. Might be the original legend. Him and Penske, they're the original legends. And if I measured myself against them, I'm an abject fucking failure. Yeah, I'm an abject fucking failure. But when and so I just don't measure myself against, I really don't measure myself against anybody. I look at myself and I self-evaluate and I just move forward or backwards, depending on what I need to do. But you know, it's like, you know, Shazzy with her kid, right? Like my son at you know, again, he'll be 14 this week. He knows, he will tell you to your face that when he turns 18, he fully expects to owe me rent. Like he's planning on it now. Like he knows. He fucking knows, right? Like he is constantly asking my wife and I what he can do to earn money towards a car for when he's 16. Because we've told him all along, we're not giving you shit.
Right.
Right.
No, I understand that. So the rent thing.
Yeah.
I never thought of that. How's that work? So I
just told him when he was 8 years old, I said, you have to understand when you're 18, you're a grown ass man. You either need to move out or you need to pay rent. One of the two. I don't give a fuck.
Okay. So I've always told my kids, you do A, B, and C.
No, it's just A and B. It's just A and B.
Okay.
Pass, fail. Right. Pass, fail. Hey. You can't move into grandma. You can't, you know, there's none of that shit.
No, none of that. I'm just saying, like, I've always said to my kids, like, you do this or that. There's no in between.
Well, I think you start giving people like 8 different choices. The waters get muddied, and then they go like some of A and some of C and a little bit of D over here, right. You know, and then it doesn't matter because they you know, kids will twist anything. I mean, first of all, kids are smart, and when they're motivated, they're really fucking smart, and so they will, and they know exactly how to play on your emotions and all of that.
I don't have any, so that I'm not worried about.
Right?
That.
Yeah. I obviously I don't have any. So
I love my children, but that's the extent of my emotion. So
right, yeah, and so it's you know, my son's like fully aware. I mean, and now my wife probably would not allow it to come to the fact where he had to pay us rent, right? Like she would intervene at some point, but that doesn't lessen his expectation.
No, exactly. That's what I'm saying, right? Yeah,
and you know, so it, you know, my son, he's had a credit card for the past 3 years that we got him. And we put $10. If he does his chores, he gets $10 a week in there. It's not an allowance.
I don't do money for chores. You just do chores or you don't live here. That's my deal.
Right. Well, we kind of did something like that, but he you know, like he'll mow the grass. Like I told him, I said, look, if I have somebody come out and mow the lawn, it's $25 a week. Mm-hmm. If you do it, I'll pay you 10.
Okay.
You know.
Yeah, I tell my kids every Saturday it's kitchen, laundry room, bathroom. That's it. You got to do that. You don't do that, you don't get nothing. So.
Yeah. But
at the same time, it's I like what you're saying. I'm trying to figure out how to implement that. That's really interesting. I do like it. I do like what you're saying.
Yeah. And so it's with my son, you know, he only gets his money if he actually works. If he actually does the things he's supposed to do.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah.
And he's actually run out before, like, and so I've got it set up so that all but like 15% of his money goes to savings. So he has, and so that teaches him that just because he makes $10 a week doesn't mean he gets $10. Right?
So 85% goes to savings?
Yeah, something like that.
Wow.
It's like I'd have to go look at it exactly, but it's a majority. So he gets basically like $3 and something a week in the spending account.
In the end, right? But not saving. Yeah, I get it. Yeah,
right.
Okay.
That way, when he gets his first paycheck and there's 45% in taxes pulled out, he'll understand.
Yeah, no.
Right. He'll understand what's going on. And so when he's already looking for jobs. I mean, he's it sounds like I've been really tough on my kid, but you have to understand my kid right now, he's like I say, he's 13 right now today.
Okay.
He is 5'11", almost probably 6 foot and 180 pounds. Okay. He's a man.
Yeah.
Right. He's a man. And so he needs to comport himself as a man. Now, he might only be 13, but he has to comport him because he could hurt somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like if he acts like a 13-year-old kid, he could hurt somebody. Right?
Yeah, no,
so he has to comport himself as a man. And I've been teaching him how to be a man since he was 8 years old. Well, actually, earlier than that, but it really started when it was 8. When he was 8 and he could really understand, that's when I've always I'm a weird dude, so I never called him by baby names. It was always Mr. Aiden.
What's a baby name?
Well, like, some little funny name that you call your kid, like you would call, I don't know. I don't do it, so I don't fucking know.
Oh, yeah. No, my son's name is Dodger. I call him Dodger. I call him Dodger Blue. Right. That's it.
Yeah, I always call my son Mr. He says, yes, sir, no, sir. Everywhere he goes, everyone says he's the most polite kid they've ever seen. He's always he's always done that. It's always been, and it's not necessarily that it's particularly formal. It's just the way that you talk to people, right? You don't go around saying, what's up, asshole? I get to do that because I'm an adult, right? But he can't do that.
Barney literally said that earlier. That's hilarious.
Right. Right. I'm an adult, so I get to, and he understands that. And so like he'll go, all but 2 weeks of his summer are planned out. He's going this weekend, Sunday, he leaves for scout camp for a week, for a Boy Scout camp. So he'll be gone for a week at Boy Scout camp. He gets back. He has a few days off. He's going to shoot the state championship in sporting clays and skeet. And then he goes from there. I think he goes to Canada after that. And he's doing the northern tier with the scouts, and which is the furthest in Canada that they go. Like that, it's so remote they have to fly him with helicopters. There's like no way to get there otherwise. There's no way to drive there at all.
Oh, is he going to the territories?
Yeah. Canada is freaking
Attica. And so he's going to be way up north. He's going to be way up north on this like 10-day canoe trip. It's badass. Last year he went sailing in the Keys, Florida Keys, with the scouts. When he gets back from there, he's home for like 3 days, and then he goes to some camp in Huntsville. It's at space camp, but it's not. It's like it's an aeronautic camp there, skills camp. I mean, like he's highly trained to be highly trained, man. And I have a 3-year-old too. So I have my kids are far apart. I have a 13-year-old. I have a 3-year-old.
That's crazy. Yeah, I got 4, and they're not that far apart. So I mean, the youngest one is, but it's I get so it's something like fearful. I get so worried about just letting them, like, the Boy Scouts, right?
Mm-hmm.
They changed the thing, or it's the Scouts of America. So I get worried about that.
Where are you at? Where are you at?
California.
Oh fuck, dude, you're fucked. God, you're fucked. I had a house in Hayward, California.
Okay. Yeah.
In Union City. Well, we rented a house in Union City because my wife got her master's. My wife got her an MBA at Berkeley,
Okay.
and so
it was a great college. I wouldn't say now, but it was.
yeah. I don't know that it was, and I kept telling her, I'm like, this is I don't know about this, but she got through, and that's all mattered. And so she actually, when it got to the point where she had to do internships and all that kind of stuff, we were like, well, we need to be based in California for at least a little bit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so we originally went and rented a house there, and it was cheaper to buy a house than to rent a house.
Oh yeah. Yeah, of course.
And so we bought a house there. We had it about a year and a half before it just ended up sitting empty because all of her internships and everything were over, and then there was some other stuff there's no point in getting into, but so we ended up renting that house for another 2 or 3 years, and then right as COVID happened, we decided to sell the house. Like right as it happened, and then I was like, and the realtor out there was like, you guys made a killing off of this. You should reinvest in a couple other properties out here. And I'm like, no, we're not doing that.
Yeah, no.
I don't want to have anything to do with California.
No.
And yeah, but I live, I'm in Tennessee, which is where I grew up. I'm actually in the town where I grew up, so it worked out pretty good for me. But at the end of the day, it's you got to get out of California, man.
Yeah.
I tell everybody that. I'm like,
100%. That is my goal.
I have a buddy of mine. He's a pilot, and he's a really cool dude. And he does. He's an electric vehicle propulsion specialist. Mostly, he writes the code that allows the speed controllers to talk to various other components. And he's a big time computer guy. And he's been out there for so long. He's just ingrained in it. And I'm telling him, like, dude, you can work remotely, man. Like all the companies that you want to work with, their main offices are not in California anymore. The sun's not
at all. Nothing.
Yeah, they're all gone. And
it's literally nothing. Nothing at all.
There's nothing there.
I mean, I'll tell you, when I was 18, which was 22, 23 years ago, we had a little warehouse. It was like this little skateboard gig thing, and they decided, hey, we're gonna move to Tennessee. And I was stupid enough. They said, hey, you're a manager here, we'd like to take you with us. And I'm like, no, I'm not gonna do this. Now, don't get me wrong, it dissolved quickly, but at the same time, like, I should have just done it, and just life would have been cheaper over there. I mean, don't get me wrong, back in the day when I was doing that, 99 cents to like $1.25 a gallon of gas, $3 for 2 gallons of milk, things like that. But I should have just left, and I didn't. So
yeah, man.
I'll chime in on what Grid One's saying there, man. That's kind of what I've been trying to get at. Is it's like we don't understand how far away we've come over these 100 years and such, right? With extending childhood into adulthood, right? And I think that is the way it's got to be. You got to turn your boys into little men, and your women into understanding you're no longer a kid anymore when you're going into puberty and all that. Doesn't mean that they have to go and get married or anything, but it means now you got to stop all your childish stuff, right? Like leave behind the dolls and leave behind the toy trucks, and start taking on the responsibility,
because it might be worth money. But yeah.
No, leave behind your connections to them. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's really important. I do. I think you're right.
Yeah, because right now, the secular world, they want to push that childhood into adulthood, and so that way you look at the government as daddy government, right?
Yep.
It's like, well, my parents looked after me for all my years, all the way up into 20 plus, right? All right, now it's the government's job to do the rest of my you know, parenting.
Savage, yeah.
Yeah,
I've done
that's why
such
they
a good
want
job
that.
at this. I've done such a good job at this that my son hates for us to help him. If I say,
Yeah.
"Hey, I'm going to help you with this," he's like, "No, you're not. Why would you do that? I got it." And I'm like, "I'm so fucking proud of you right now." This is the best thing ever. I'll be like, we'll help you with that. No, I'm doing it myself. I got it. And
Yeah.
but we've all, I do believe that that's true. I think that, we started when he was like probably 10 or 11 and he was still playing with like toy trucks and Legos and shit. And I was like, it's about time to put that stuff away, right? Like you need to start. It's okay you play, but let's start playing with more closer to adult toys, right?
Yeah.
And then so we kind of weaned it. It wasn't intentional, but now you also have to understand my son has no social media at all.
Either my children, yep, nothing.
He has no. He doesn't play online games the way other kids do. He does play like Roblox or something, and Minecraft, but it's not. But he doesn't do it at. Sorry, I got a bunch. I got like 18,000 things going on now. All of a sudden, everybody realized I'm awake. Like I'm normally, I'm turned off at this point of the day, so nobody bothers me. But the kids these days, man, they have so many outlets. Like they're playing Call of Duty or World of Warcraft at like 12 or 13 online with 20 people, and that becomes their friend group. And my son doesn't do that. He goes in, he plays in like demonstrator mode or whatever the fucking mode is, where it's just him, right? He's not playing in a group. He's not playing live, I guess it is. I don't know. So, and he doesn't want to. He's like, I don't want to go into a group, a bunch of people I don't know. So, that's just him,
No, my kids rock the nerd stuff. I just say, hey, I'm turning off all the vocal, all that stuff. You ain't talking to nobody. You play all the games you want, but
yeah,
you ain't.
I just gotta interrupt for a quick second. So, we had a deal going. If we had gotten another 50, we were gonna keep going. I'm gonna do a 24-hour stream now.
Hey, let's go.
So let me just so that we don't get too behind on super chats. My last one I read was right before this one. So Righteous Muffin for $5. Y'all need to give Easy money or more support for going so long and staying strong with it. Thank you, Righteous Muffin. Wimbles with the £5 super chat. You are all big W's in my eyes. Let's go, Wimbles. You're amazing. I did read this one because the $20 and up does interrupt convos, but keep me entertained a little longer on my birthday.
Again,
thank you, 307, and happy birthday.
Yeah, brother.
Alicia, $5. I'm proud of you. You already know. Thank you, Alicia. 307 again with the $10. Make sure you stretch your legs a little. You don't want you getting a blood clot and stroke out. True. I'll make sure I stretch my legs for sure.
Yeah, right.
Righteous Muffin for 10. Suffer and entertain us. Based. I like it. Creative Witch. I'm gonna get in trouble from Alicia and Jade for this. True. But we all like getting in trouble over here every now and then. It's okay.
Just not Jade, okay?
Doing my part. Bill Hicks for $10. Thank you so much, Bill Hicks. John Cal gave you a super chat here. Grid one. I believe that you're streaming, right? Yeah. Now send him to prison like Wes and be a real man.
Quit it.
That's strange, but okay, cool.
Quit it.
And then Righteous Muffin with another 10 that solidified the 24-hour stream. Everyone here is a hobo. Get your money up.
Does everyone understand that hobo is not the same as a homeless person? Hobos would travel the country. They'd work. They'd live. They did all those things. Homeless people are the ones that sit around doing absolutely nothing. Hobos worked hard all the time. They probably worked harder than most people. So the hobo thing is silly.
That's why you needed your what's it called, a bandle or something? Where you
Knowing
have the
righteous, he
stick
probably
and-
meant to write homo, and he just couldn't write it. That's his famous lines.
Hobos. All I'm saying is that hobos have a bad rap, and it sucks. I know they have the stick with the handkerchief at the end, but really they traveled the country. They did a lot of good for the country. So hobos weren't bad people. And I would gather to say don't
Based
exist anymore.
hobos.
So indirectly, you're calling
Hobos
homeless
for the
people
win.
bad people, eh?
Yeah, they are. I mean, aren't they?
Okay.
I'm
They
sorry.
are.
With all the social services, are we homeless for any reason outside of I don't want to contribute to society? I mean, are we being honest with that?
Oh man, come on, that's like an 8-hour conversation to have.
All right.
bro.
Well, sorry, he brought it up, so I don't know.
Well, I'm just saying, like there's usually mental issues and stuff that they got going on. You know?
I think that's the
mental
only
issues, right?
reason.
Yeah. Okay. Take
That's
some more
the only
Adderall. I don't know. Get over it.
Get over it. Shit. How about we just
Be
reduce
a
the
man,
level?
grow up.
Yeah. How about we reduce the level of
Hey,
kids?
Man.
Glenn
Glenn
with a $20 super chat. Let's go, Glenn.
Oh, it's Glenn. What's up? Glasses?
That's what's up. You ditched us without even saying anything, Glenn.
I know that was weird.
This guy just ran out of nowhere. Thank you, Glenn, for the
See,
$20.
I'm not
Made
trying
up
to
for
debate
it.
anything. I'm just saying.
We had 65% of that goal. You guys are crazy good. You guys are amazing.
Pump it up, dude.
That's what's
Yeah,
up.
W's for the contributors. Thank you.
Hell
You.
yeah.
Now
Um,
it's the Don't Let Easy Sleep Fund. That's what's up.
Never.
Yeah.
Never.
Why would we want that to
I
happen?
freaking love that. That's so good.
One thing I did want to add in just to kind of get back on what we were talking about. I
Yeah,
know
go
when
ahead.
the
I'm gonna run to the washroom quick.
Yeah, all
Everyone,
good.
be good.
The
okay?
restroom.
Be
The
good.
restroom.
No, I said the washroom, okay?
The washroom.
It's the washroom.
It's the
where
Canadian
you wash
equivalent,
your-
all right.
Everything.
You know why Canadians pretend to be so nice? Because Canadians are the reasons we have war crimes.
Go, hang on.
You know what? I
Red?
was just saying earlier. Someone was talking about like Canada's like America's little brother, and I was like, yeah, you're right. Like no matter what, we have the superpower of America. America's not going to let people come attack Canada. That's too close. We have the superpower of America, so we get all the power America has. We have none of the hate they have. Canada's just up here sitting here like.
Canada they get their cake
You
and
want
they
to fuck
get
with
to eat
us?
it
Yeah,
too.
guess what? We got America, bro. Fuck you.
Yeah, like I was
Dude.
saying, it's like the little brother that's on the playground and mouths off because he knows his bigger brother's
Hey, we
right
got the
around the
Mick in the
corner.
room.
Right.
Mick, get on
Goddamn.
here. Hey, Grid, I got to ask you. Have you seen Strange Brew?
No, can't really say
Really?
I have. I don't think I have. No.
Rick Moranis?
That goes back a long time. If I have seen it, it's been like 30 years since I've
Yeah,
seen it.
it's been way longer than that. So, yeah, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, it hasn't. It came out like 30 years ago. Maybe
Yeah.
a bit more, actually. Probably a bit more, actually. I think it was 80s.
I think it was an 80s movie.
Sorry, I
Yo.
just
Ferris
asked everyone else
Bueller's
a
Day
question.
Off.
So.
We can talk about
Mike, have
Ferris
you seen
Bueller's Day Off.
Strange Brew?
I've
got
heard
Glenn.
about it. I've
Thanks.
heard
What's
about
up,
I have not
Glasses?
seen it though. I haven't
What's
seen
going
it.
on?
What's up, Glenn?
We got Glasses and who else
Howdy,
is in here? We got the Mick. The Mick, he's got to sign in.
But basically what I was going to say, we were talking a little bit about video games and stuff, and I think there's totally there's a healthy monitoring aspect of it. One example I was going to bring up, dude, I'm a prime example. I'm probably the youngest guy on the panel right now. Me and my friends, you know, when the game GTA 5, Grand Theft Auto 5 came out, I was in 7th grade, I believe. And dude, it's like all me and my friends were hooked to. You know, we weren't going outside, we weren't meeting up in person, you know, we were online all the time. We were on the Xbox playing that, and at a certain point you know, there's almost this psychological thing that like a kid might not understand is like, why not? You know, when you're in this world, you can get whatever car you want, you can drive, you know, we were like 12, 13 or whatever, you know, but when you can get in this like virtual world every single day, you could talk to your friends without it's just like, it breeds this unhealthy kind of, it's just not healthy for you in the long run, you know? And unfortunately, like, you know, with my home life situation at the time, you know, my dad wasn't in the picture and shit. So I didn't really have that father figure coming in to say, hey, maybe let's go do this. Let's get you outside. Let's get to, you know, working on something. And the longer you did that, pretty soon it was like years had gone by where we're just in this virtual world where like nothing fucking matters, man. We're not building our own character as men. And it really does damage to like your discipline. You know, it really set me back a good bit, you know, just being so fixated on the video games and shit like that. And, you know, I still play video games to this day, but I've been able to find that healthy balance to where, you know, you still got shit to do in the real world. You got fucking things to take care of, man. So, you know, it's, yeah.
Actually, it's weird, dude. I've had this exact, like, I've literally gave this same story and speech on this channel before about how, like, that was my understanding, where I understood, like, you know, why am I going to waste my fucking time leveling up this character in a game that'll mean fucking nothing to nobody ever when I can go level up myself in real life and be a productive fucking person in the society I'm a part of? Like, you know, like, I want to be a real fucking boss, not running around on fucking a video game as a boss, right?
Right.
Yeah, 100%, man. 100%.
And like the friends part too. Yeah, they're your friends. When you turn that off, who's your friends?
Yeah.
You know, that's the thing. That's the same thing. It's not bad things to have friends online, but if that's your only friends, if my only friends were online, then I turn this all off. Who the fuck do I have? Right? Like that'd
If
be
you have siblings, that's good.
Insanity.
Yeah, I mean,
I think that's why procreation is amazing and why the birth rate's so low in every country in the world. But if they were up most of the time for thousands of years, we had kids, their friends, or their family, cousins. It was brothers, sisters, things like that. Now we think the most important thing is just somebody you know. But the only person in 40 years, close to 41, is a 26-year-old friend. And even then, there's some issues there. So I think that family is much more important than we make it out to be today.
I agree.
Yeah, okay.
Or sorry, friendship. Family is very important, but I think we make friendship more important than it should be today. So
well, I mean, I talk about friends a lot, and you know, the fact that I think that men should never have more than I think if you feel like you have more than maybe 3 real friends, you're lying to yourself.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You know,
100%.
Now it's okay. Now you can have a friend group, right? Like you can have people that you are acquainted with, that you help out from time to time, that you know, your boys, whatever you call them. You have guys you go do stuff with, but the guys that are gonna, you know, be there 100%, that you can tell anything to, that aren't going to stab you in the back with it. Honestly, and I'm very candid about this. I have like 2 friends, and an argument could be made that I really only have 1. You know, and I'm okay with that, because everybody else, you know, like I know a lot of people. You know, there's a lot of people that I would help out, I would do stuff for if it came down to it.
Right.
But you know, like, you know, like I used this example before. I have a buddy of mine. He's in. We were really good friends when I was in Colorado. I slept on his couch. You know, he's fed me. You know, all kinds of stuff. And he called me up once, and he said, "Hey, man, I got to go to my uncle's place in Utah. I can't take my dog with me. I don't have time to find anywhere to keep my dog. Nobody can keep my dog. Can you help me out?" And I was in Nashville. I'm in Nashville now. And I was like, "Yeah, man, I'll be there tomorrow morning. I'll come help you out." I was going to get in my truck and drive to Loveland, Colorado, and watch his dog for 3 days. Drop of a hat.
Yeah. Well,
if you don't have, you know, and I have a friend of mine in East Tennessee. if he called me up and he said, "Hey man, I got something delivered in Nashville. It got fucked up. It was supposed to come here, but it's there. Can you help me out?" I would stop what I was doing within reason. I can't stop
Right.
within reason. I would stop but I would make sure that he got taken care of.
Right.
Now he would, that's a little bit different relationship. It's not something where I would, go drive across country and stay there for 3 days and live in a guy's house and take care of his dog or kid or whatever. But I would help that guy out. But if my buddy John called me up today and said, "Hey man, I need you to come watch whatever I need you to do, or I need you to go here and do this for me." Like he actually, I was driving across country and he said, "Hey man, can you help me out? I've got some bumpers that need to go to a Cromer in Chattanooga. Are you going to Tennessee this weekend?" I said, "Yeah." I went out of my way to go to Loveland, Colorado, picked up the stuff, and I was not going to Chattanooga at all, but I drove and dropped the stuff off for him and then continued on my way. It cost me a few hours of my time and a little bit of gas, but that dude's helped me out so much in my life when he didn't have to, that the least I can do is always be there for him. And I think that men have very few male friends like that in life. You think and what I find really funny is there's a lot of guys like, "That's my boy. He's got me." Call him up at 3 a.m. for bail money. See what happens.
Facts.
Yeah, I got one friend that'll do that. Yep.
Yeah. If you have one friend that you can call up at 3 a.m. and they answer the phone every fucking time, you're a lucky man. You're a lucky motherfucker.
It's the only dude I know.
I'd agree with everything you said here, and like I would relate it to this scene right here. We all have this one friend.
Oh, let me guess. It's gonna be whose car we
I
taking?
need your help. I can't tell you what it is. You can never ask me about it later, and we're gonna hurt some people. Whose car are we gonna take?
Right. That's exactly right.
Great.
We all have
movie.
that
Great
one
movie.
friend.
Well, hopefully we all have that one friend.
Hopefully you have it. I mean, a lot of guys really don't though, and you can tell those guys because they
Well,
never.
yeah,
trust
that's
them.
what. Yeah,
You
yeah,
know?
true.
Or they trust everybody and they're always getting fucked over, man. They're always, it's really hard. It's really hard to find even just one guy like that, just one dude.
Truth.
And it's just really hard. And it takes, it takes a lot. And it takes a lot to be that friend too. I mean, can you imagine, most people, they can't even tell their wife they're not gonna be there for dinner. You imagine calling your wife up and say, "Hey, I'm not going to be home for 4 days. I got to go help a buddy." Just imagine that.
Good
imagine
luck.
telling a girlfriend that. Imagine this. Imagine you've been dating a chick for a month, 2 months, 6 months. You call her up. "Hey, I know we got plans all next week. We're going to go out of town, go skiing, whatever. But my buddy needs me. I got to go. I can't talk to you about it because none of your damn business. I'll see you in a week." What would fucking happen?
A lot, just nothing good.
We were kind of going through this earlier in a way. I won't bring up the guy's name, but that's the thing is it's like a lot of people try to be people pleasers and they expect like everybody in the world to be their friend. It's like you're probably never going to be able to even keep up with all those people. You want to find the handful of guys, like you said, maybe 3 people that you can live or die for. And then maybe max like 9 more people on top of that are close friends, but they're never going to be like those ride or die kind of guys. And then outside that, you got acquaintances, right? Like,
yeah,
it's too much. You don't even want that many friends, especially guys. Guys are not good at like keeping like relations with like 100 people. Like women are far better at that than guys.
No,
guys,
they're not. They just pretend to be.
Well,
they're not.
That's because it's usually surface level, right?
Right.
But so I guess in all fairness, women are probably in the same boat where they have probably a handful of girls that they would actually trust and stuff. And
I mean, we do that communication game. It's guys are 10 times better at it than girls. The difference is that we don't lie to one another, so it seems like we're terrible at talking to one another. But girls are willing to say, "Well, you look so pretty," and da 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 da. and
Yeah.
it's never true. So
So
True.
I seen someone talking about this the other day. I don't know. I think it might have been you, Grid One, talking about friends, girls being friends, and like girls have serial best friends. Like they literally like travel best friend to best friend. Like I've I've dated a girl, a relationship I had that was 4 years. She, I swear, in that 4 years must have had like 15 different best friends. It was always this new, like, oh, we've been besties. We went to school together, and this and yeah, just because you went to fucking school together, now you're besties all of a sudden. Like, and then all of a sudden, their fight would be something so fucking stupid, and it's like, yeah, of course you couldn't trust her with something so small. You were her best friend in a week. The fuck, like, you know, but. I find that it happens a lot with women amongst each other. You know, when they're in the same social groups, they kind of just switch who their bestie is.
I will say I do notice among women this to be more of an issue is the crab in the bucket kind of thing, where they'll sabotage each other when they see each other like getting
dudes
above,
do that
like,
too, though, bro.
No,
Dudes do that
I
too.
know.
Think about that one loser that you're all cool with each other all the time, and then a chick comes around, he starts acting like he's some fucking different person all of a sudden, trying to like put everyone down. And it's like, dude, I'll smack you in your like, what the fuck? What are you doing right now, guy? For this chick, you want to act like this, bro? Get the fuck out of here.
I see it a lot less often. Is all with guys.
I've met a
but I'm
fucking
sure
bunch of
that
these type of dudes, bro. I've met a bunch of. They try to act different when women are around because they're trying to, like, you know, get boasty, and it's like, dude, just be real, guy. Women see that too. I don't know if they realize that, but women can see that. Women can tell those dudes are fucking losers when they do that.
But I think that's more like those aren't really and those really aren't your friends. I'm talking, you know, I think what I understand what he's saying is, like, with men, even guys we barely know, if they ask us generically, we're going to be honest with them. If they say, hey man, what do you think about this? A man will literally say, you're fucked in the head, dude. Don't do that. Most it's more likely to happen. If a dude is like, hey man, I got to get I got this job, I'm going to improve myself. This is what's going on. This is what I got. You know, other dudes will be like, hell yeah, brother, get that shit. Go get, you know, and they'll mean it. They will literally mean it. A woman says the same thing. Hey, I'm going to go get a job. It's going to be great. It's going to be it's my new beginning in life. I can't believe I'm finally going to get my money straight. Other women will literally sit there and tell them, that job's shit. You shouldn't go there. Why would you go work for that company? That's a motherfucking, those motherfuckers are just going to fuck you over. And they will talk that woman out of going and getting a better job. They will talk her out of getting a promotion or even applying for a promotion. I've watched that shit happen. When I had my company, I had some women to work for. I didn't have a lot of women work for me. I just didn't need them. But I used to watch the girls that did the front office girls just catty as fuck, bro. Catty as fuck. And I remember one of the girls was going to leave. She was going to get another job, which was fine. You know, look, it wasn't like she had the best job in the world working for me. I'm a hard person to work for. Most people do not need to work for me. That's a bad idea. But I paid her well. She had good hours, all that. But if you want to do something else, it's fine. Every girl in the office was telling her what a mistake it would be. Every single one of them was like, you know, if you go to that company, what happens if they don't like you? What happens if you fail? Oh, you're going to fail, sister. Why would you do that? I had jobs. I don't like that job. I don't like that company. I'm like, it's a great gig for this chick, right? Like, and it's the crab effect. It is exactly the crab in a jar. They will stab each other in the back to keep them from moving forward. Now, they usually do it with men, but they also do it with jobs. They do it with relationships. They do every single time. And women should have no friends. Women should have one, maybe two, like, sister friends.
Yep.
And that's it. Like, everybody else, they should be constantly on guard. They are at war. They are at war. 100% of the time with each other. They are all at war because they all want the same. They'll want the same dudes, or they're mad that they got a better dude, or they're mad they got a worse dude, or they got it. Their dude's mediocre as fuck. Who knows? I don't know. Women are fucking weird, and my wife has like no 100% friends. Like she has some friends at work. She has a couple friends she hangs out with. That's it. She doesn't even like her cousin that much. Like she hangs out with her, but in small doses, right? So, and my wife and I've talked about this a lot because, my wife's a high achiever and every single female friend she has been jealous of her success. Every single one. And it's the cost of doing business, man. If you just want to be a mediocre, if you just want to be mediocre, everybody's going to like you. Everybody likes a person that doesn't give a shit and isn't going anywhere in life. Everybody likes that guy. Or girl.
Yeah, I think.
Well, I mean, I do agree. This does happen a lot, but I've found this, especially lately, like more and more within these modern times. There's men that are doing these exact same things where they're, I just had a group of dudes that were literally like they all fucking turned on me and went like fucking wild, spreading mad shit about me all because I didn't give them attention enough. It was weird. It's weird. Like it's like I'm like, this is men acting like this. It just blows my mind, right? When I see this shit happening, I'm like, what the fuck is going on right now? Like, but like this is what's going on when we have this, world of fucking dudes that are simps and not being fucking corrected for being fucking simps. You're not allowed to fucking shame people for being anything. It's just it's a ridiculous. It's jealousy is something that is will fuck you up if you actually hold on to that, right? Like when I was younger, I used to have that sense in my head, like say someone won the lottery and I'd think like, oh, I wish that was me. And then I taught myself to realize that wasn't going to be mine anyways. Why am I worried about something that I should be happy? Fuck, that's another person that got some money to help themselves and their family and everything. And, and I changed my mindset to this. And now this is how I feel about things, honestly, is I actually celebrate when I see other people moving up. And this is what's made me want to move other people up too. It's we were just talking earlier about Brian on whatever podcast and how much he cakes in on a stream, and I was like, that's good. I'm proud when I see that, man. Good for him. He's done all that work he's put into it. He's fucking he fucking deserves it, man. I hope he gets more, straight up. But there's a lot of people that'll look at that and be like, well, why does he get that? Well, I'm just like him.
Wasn't there a dude just did a stream or some kind of thing trying to roast Brian for that very thing?
That Bevo.
The Bevo thing. Yeah. And talking about how much money Brian makes and how it's all grift and all that shit.
So after listening to you guys, it kind of sounds like perhaps the crab in the bucket phenomenon happens based on perceived hierarchies, right? So because women are being taught to go get the bag now, that's why it's not only just relationships, but also those women that value a high up position. They'll have that crab in the bucket kind of thing with their female friends for that as well. And that's why when I'm thinking about it, when it comes to guys, the only time I usually see guys doing it is with earning more money, getting better employment, or starting a business. That's when I do see that kind of come out. It's they'll start saying all the negatives and stuff. It's they're not happy that you're going out and taking a risk, but they're just no, it's never gonna work. It's gonna fail. You're gonna fail and all that, right?
So I have a different take on that. I think that men like to see other men taking risk if they think they're going to fail. I think they'll literally go, go, because they think, oh yeah, this motherfucker's going to fall on his face. I think that a lot of men, weak men, and Glenn and I were talking about this the other day. Weak men are strong men's worst enemy because they will pretend to be your buddy, to be a strong man. They will give all of the outward signs of being a strong man the whole time they're working against you, the whole time. And you see that a lot. And so one of the things, and I didn't get a chance to because I had to leave the panel the other day. I wasn't able to stay the full time with Glenn, but one of the things that I like when I was racing, right? Like when and I had a couple of different reputations, and one of them was I was a dickhead, which was accurate. The other one was that I wanted to beat you on the track, and I've loaned staff. I cut the windshield out of one of my own cars at Mid Ohio one year. So my competitor who had rolled his car and broken his windshield, I cut the windshield out of my spare car and put it in his car so that he could race against me so I could whoop his ass.
Yeah, I remember you telling that story.
Yeah, there's no way that I was going to just sit there and just take the win with him sitting in the fucking paddock, right? Like, that's bullshit. So I would go out of my way. I've always gone out of my way to make sure that if you and I are competing, I don't win because you couldn't show up. And I removed all the other things. I don't want any excuses. I never want someone to say, well, I would have whooped his ass if can't exist. And I think if more men took that stance, right, said, no matter what, if you and I if Glenn and I have a disagreement, and Glenn says, man, I'd whoop your ass, but I need an airline. I can't afford an airline ticket, so we're just gonna have to call this one. I'd send him a fucking airline ticket. Right.
Hey, Grid, I'm gonna whoop your ass.
Right.
All right,
But
fair
that's
enough.
it,
We all want play tickets.
Right.
Hey.
No, I get exactly what you're saying, though, Grid. I agree with this. You don't want to play a game with cheat codes turned on easy mode. That's boring.
Well, you play life for real, right? Life is for fucking real.
Exactly.
Yep.
So it sounds like more like Grid. You're getting at like the whole iron sharpens iron. You can't soar like an eagle when you're hanging around a bunch of turkeys. That kind of stuff, right? Yeah. So I think that's probably
real
why you
world,
mitigate
right? Like
that.
this isn't a drawing on a wall. This isn't a fancy poster. This is this is what I actually did. This is how I actually lived.
Yeah.
This is real, because it was interesting when because I would send the super chats on whatever, and everybody's like, this guy's not for real. He, is fake. Brian's doing it, whatever. And I'm like, no, I'm exactly what I say I am, and nothing more and nothing less. I'm not altruistic. I'm not a hero. I'm not I'm a fucking dumbass in a lot of ways. I'm pretty smart in others, but I am exactly what I say I am. And I think that men need to be that way. I think that people need to be. Now, women will never be that way. Women can't be that way until they give up everything that makes them a woman. So women will never be that way. Women can never be that real. But men should always be that real. You should always be exactly what you say you are.
So I would say probably the iron sharpens iron for women equivalency would probably be why a lot of men encourage their wives, for instance, to have females that are married or females that hold those values, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because then they're going, instead of like sabotaging these healthy like roles that these women are taking, where it's like, really, he sounds controlling, instead of being like, wow, he does all that for you and you do all that for him. Wow, you guys got it going. Keep going, girl. You're doing it right, right? Like, that's the kind of female friends that you want your wife to have, right?
Right.
I got one for you guys.
I'm going to show you something. Wait, I just want to show you something really quick. This is the only friend. Okay. These are the only kind of friends that women should have. Let me show you. Hold up.
How would the chambermaid understand what it is that the queen is going through, or has to understand? Why am I going to go get advice from somebody who has a failed marriage, who doesn't understand what it's like to be with a man like that? Number two, if I go and tell my friend how horrible Grant was about something, which there's two sides of the story. And then I'm going to go make up with Grant. But now I've told them that Grant is domineering. Grant is controlling. He only thinks about himself. They're stuck with that. So now I've made up with my husband. I go hang out with my best friend, Susie Q. She's like, so how's Grant? Oh, is he doing the domineering thing again? Boom. I'm lit back up. Didn't even have a fight with him, but I'm lit back up. Either I'm trying to now talk to her and convince her that my husband isn't the piece of garbage that I made him out to be earlier. I'm trying to convince her of that, or I'm reignited about the upset and how he does not treat me with respect, and he does treat me like a son. And I'm all, how would the chambermaid understand what it is that the queen is going?
Bro, that 100%, 1000%. Yeah. Yeah, and I've tried to say
Don't
that.
play with the chambermaids, okay?
Bro, I've been trying to tell women that forever, right? Where it's like, no, that's why what happens in your relationship, keep it in the relationship.
Right.
You start, because all they're hearing is the negative crap. But like she said, they're not hearing about the fact that you guys reconciled, that you made it up. And then boom, the second some minor thing comes up, it all just stacks up with negative.
Yeah.
And they're like, wow, you painted this picture of this piece of crap douchebag guy. But they never hear all the like making up for it stuff, right?
But also like vice versa, if I could say real quick.
Yeah,
like,
yeah, guys can be guilty too.
Yeah,
Bro,
like
I've
not that
had,
you guys are trying to
I
argue the
agree with you. I've
opposite,
had dudes
but
try to get me into it. I'm like, bro, shut the fuck up.
That's what I'm
Why
saying.
you
Like, I
talking
wanted to
about
say,
this,
like,
bro?
this.
Don't tell me or anybody else about this, you fucking idiot. Shut up. Like, and they learned real quick. Oh, yeah, I probably shouldn't. Yeah, don't do that.
Like
I'm just gonna call you a fucking idiot
I
next
kinda-
time you get with her.
The second that I started talking shit like on my ex-girlfriend was the day that I broke up with her. Like if I'm talking shit to my friends about her, it's literally because it's already over. Because why am I gonna sit here and keep talking shit? Well, she's done this or that. I mean, you know, it's like, well, then they're gonna look at you like, well, buddy, why are you putting up with that? You know, like, you know,
why would anyone
men
ever
don't do
put their
this.
business in the streets?
Facts.
What?
Why would you do that?
I think that's the healthy part of church too, right? Like you can take that stuff to your priest, your father, whatever it is in your church, and it's healthy because it's not going to spread around everywhere. You know that your spiritual father is going to be looking out for yours and your partner's best interest, whether it be a man or a woman, right?
So I've never said
man or woman, as in like the woman talking to the father about.
No.
Oh, okay,
No.
okay.
I see. This is no. Most of these pastors today are super feminists.
Yeah.
And most of them either have adopted the egalitarian or the complementarian bullshit. So why the fuck would you trust them to give you any advice? If anything, you know what they're gonna tell you?
Spiritual father, bro, not spiritual pastor.
I will tell you
come
what
on.
they'll tell you right now.
Really?
You need to be a better servant leader. That's right.
Ugh.
You need to be a better servant leader. Are you serving your wife good enough?
Stop it.
Are you serving her to your best of your ability? Oh, she ain't going down on you. She ain't giving you none. You know what? It's because you're not a good enough servant leader.
Absolutely.
So
Glenn just freaking nailed it right now.
You know why I know that I did that? Because I would sit in there as the youth pastor when the pastor was giving that speech to all the guys of the church.
Youth pastor.
And then when he tried to give it to me, I was like, oh, no, we're not going down this road.
I even with ex-girlfriends, I won't say a bad word about them. I don't believe that it's anybody's business but mine and hers.
No, of course not. Yeah, no.
And I would and I actually in my brain I hate to say it this way, but when I hear dudes start bitching about their women, I completely shut down and I quit listening to them about anything that they have to say. If you're going to do that, first of all, I can never trust you at that point. Never. If you're willing to put what happens between you and your woman out in the streets, then what chance do I have of you keeping a secret that I tell you? Why would I do that? Fuck that. You've lost all that trust.
Don't you think that's like more circumstantial? It depends on the situation.
Yeah, it could be, but I don't. I just
if your
don't.
guy's like, if you see your buddy of yours like just like out of it, he's like not even there. right?
Oh, now, if you're gonna do like a quiet talk, and hey, I'm having trouble
that's
with
what I'm
her,
talking about. Like you go, yo, bro, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, like, hey, I'm having trouble with the woman. What do I do about it? That kind of. But I'm talking about bitching about your one, like, oh, that stupid broad spent too much money this month, or she's on me because I bought this or whatever. I don't ever want to hear that nonsense. I just,
don't give me that shit like right out the gate. Like if I don't ask about it, don't ask me. Don't give it.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
but that's venting versus seeking counsel, right? If you're just there to complain and whine and you're not wanting any of my advice, shut up. I don't want to hear it. Like,
if you just start venting on me, I'd be like, wait a minute, did I ask for all this shit?
Yeah. If you're going to go into venting, give me a heads up. See if I'm willing to listen to that nonsense. Because
right. You have to be a pretty trusted friend for me to sit there and say something like that.
Did I ask what's going on between you and your girl? No.
right. Glenn, this is my spirit animal. That's exactly
why the fuck are you telling me? I'm not fucking her. Why are you telling me this shit? I don't need to know this shit. This is y'all problem.
Just stop them. And I got one for the panel. Let's move into some happier stuff. Let's. I got one for you. So let's just say that you're doing pretty well in life. Everything's great. Your wife comes to you and says, "Hey, I've got, I was at Hermes today, and I spent a little bit of money." And you said, "Well, how much?" "Well, I spent a lot." "Okay, what'd you get?" "Well, I got a bag, I got a watch, and I got a fucking pillow or a scarf or what the fuck ever it is."
No.
"And I spent like 30 grand. If you can afford it, are you pissed?"
Yes.
She didn't ask you about it.
Yeah.
She didn't ask you about it.
Yes.
Yeah.
The fuck up, Pit.
Yeah. That actually happened to me. That's a real thing.
Afford it. I don't care.
That's a real thing.
See, for me, that just gets a disgust response. It's like really,
it kind of does, right?
Yeah.
A disgust response. I'm starting looking at what her shit that I'm gonna sell for that 30 grand back. You're like, we got over here.
Yeah. So, and this is an interesting thing because this actually kind of happened to me. Of course, I spend a lot of money. I make no bones. I spend a lot of money. My wife, to some degree, because of the career that she has chosen, she has a specific look that her clients expect. I agree with that. I actually don't even have I didn't even have a problem with what she did or how she did it. It was just hilarious to me what happened, how the whole thing happened. She had gone there to buy like one thing, and she was able to buy some other stuff.
They're going to buy one thing.
It really is that way. It's
always a lie.
And so it's the only reason that I was actually really okay with it is because the stuff that she bought, all of it was worth more than what she'd actually paid for it. So I'm like, okay, great. If I don't like it, because I hadn't even seen it yet. If I don't like it, we can sell that shit and make a few bucks, right? But I thought it was really funny, and it was at first I thought maybe it was kind of like payback because I do that a lot. I mean, I just buy shit. I don't ask anybody what I do.
Well, you don't have to because you bring in the money.
Well, we both bring in the money now. I'm retired now. My wife is my wife a high earner. My wife this year, without getting into specific numbers, it'll be north of 3/4.
Damn. Very, very good.
Yeah.
So, no, in all fairness, I also don't respect it when a guy does that. I know a lot of people say, "Oh, he earns his money. He can waste his money on like a 50 grand watch and stuff like that." I don't know. For me, when I see people flaunting crap like that, to me, I just think about like, what a waste of money. Like all the good that could have been done with that. I don't have control over their money. So if they choose to spend their money in that way, so be it in that sense. But to me, you're not impressing me by wearing your big gold chain necklace and all that crap. It's like, who are you peacocking to, man? Like, get out of here. So,
hey, Easy Cat wants to come up.
all right, get out of here, Evan. So we have room.
All right, yeah.
I'm kidding, man. I'm kidding, man.
Not that old broad.
I'm out of here. I gotta go to bed. So
yeah, it was lovely meeting you, Evan, man. Yeah, good talks, man. Enjoyed it a lot, and look forward to the next one, man.
Nobody was willing to pay $250 to get Grace up here and have her apologize. That was great.
I would have helped out with that.
I would have. I said to give 100, and she could have came up, but
she gone.
She couldn't even get 100. Damn, that's cold.
They didn't want her.
That was cold,
fellas.
That's cold. But yeah, it was the whole thing with the Hermes thing is.
Sorry, just one thing too, Jackie Blue. I don't know if you saw me in the chat there, but thank you for the Cash App, much appreciated. I did write it down because it doesn't go the goal thing only counts the super chats. I got to figure out how to add in the Cash Apps and everything there. It was already a headache to even get the goal thing to actually work with the StreamYard and everything. So fuck, I'm just glad I got that part, but I do have it written down here. So thank you.
W for the Cash App. Thank you. Who is this cat person that wanted up or something?
That's my co-host.
They're asking on your in your chat, or
no? She just sent me a message on Discord.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Just send you the link.
Also, since Evan just hopped out, I think I'm going to be popping out of the panel here soon too. So I appreciate you guys having me on. You know, Speakeasy, stay strong, dog. Good stream, bro. Good stream.
Appreciate you, bro.
100%.
Yeah, it's good meeting you, Voltage Mike. I enjoyed our conversations, man, and I hope we get to have some more soon, man.
Yeah, definitely, man. I'll catch y'all on the flip. Have a good one, guys.
Take care, bro. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, one of the mods send Kat the link.
I just sent it to her now. So
get Kat in here, man. I'm all alone down here, man. I feel like I'm all in my feels now, man.
All in your feels. The Hermes thing was really interesting because for me, you know, I don't really care about designer stuff that much. As a matter of fact, I just don't care about it at all. But my wife is, you know, she's girl.
Oh, designer stuff.
All designer stuff.
Yeah.
And you have to be invited to buy their shit, which I thought was funny. So anyway.
Well, that's kind of why I said like
it's kind of the Ferrari thing.
Yeah. Because I know men like to splurge on stupid things too. That's why I tried to say like the men's side, like it's a little tougher because like a lot of people will argue that I know Kat. A lot of people will argue about you know, like, oh well, it's his money, he could spend it how he wants. It's like, doesn't mean I'm not gonna think he's a little bit of a douchebag to waste his money that way, you know. Kind of like with free speech. You're allowed to say what you want, but it doesn't mean you're free from consequences for your words, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Kat, you wanted on here. Let's go. Let's get some subjects going.
Okay, do you want to see what I'm who I'm trolling?
Who are you trolling? Why are you trolling somebody? I don't even troll people.
Look, it's important. We're doing this for the better of humanity. So I have no choice. Can I share my screen?
Yeah, go ahead, share, and I'll pop it up.
Okay, let me see. How do I? Why is it not showing? Oh, here we go. I'm gonna have to restart it. I don't know where she started talking.
Yeah, Jock Blue is a Birkin bag. And she has a Kelly as well, I think.
I don't hear anything though. Do you have the sound on?
Damn it.
Yo, Easy, I was wondering, do you mind sharing that video that you shared earlier with that woman talking about like friends and all that in your Discord maybe? I'd like to get a hold of that clip if you don't mind.
My short?
Yeah, the one about like maids or something like that. Like,
yeah, I'll just put it right here in the back chat for you.
All right, sweet. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I like to collect like golden things like that, man. I think that's on point.
Yeah, that's why when I saw that clip, I made a short out of it because I was like, "Yo, this is gold." All right, let's see this.
All right, tell me if you can hear it.
No.
Nope.
Okay.
Don't take your hands at God like that.
Let me try again. I don't know.
Are you sharing a Chrome tab? You have to use another Chrome tab. Are you on Chrome right now? Like Google Chrome, is that the type of browser? Yeah, so make sure you open another tab in Google Chrome. And then it should say something about the sound there.
Call tech support.
Ay.
Apparently there's like legit like tech StreamYard tech that'll like come straight on your stream and talk to you. I don't know if that was real, but
I need to get Streamlabs tech to working consistently.
That's for the donations and stuff, right?
Yeah. It kind of works like most of the time. I need to like actually that's what I was going to do today. I may jump off the panel here soon before the 24-hour mark, and actually before too long. And I got to work on that. And I got to set up my memberships too. I got to do all the back end stuff. I don't have a staff, so
Oh, I just figured out. So 30 plus 10. So that would put us at wait, what? Huh? Sorry, I fucked up. I'm trying to figure out how to add the cash apps manually to the bar so that it would go up. Here, let's try this video again. What's up, Shiva?
Up as a relative concept. It has no intrinsic value.
They're the only one that makes money and you're just like living off them. Let me be real with you. They might control you with that. Who pays has the power. I've heard that many times and it's unfortunately true. You can make certain decisions. Just be mindful of that. It might seem like fun in the beginning that somebody pays for everything, but you just don't want to look back one day and have that bite you in the ass.
Very appropriate for the conversation. Yeah.
Yeah, this is what these influencers are spreading to these girls now. Just fear mongering. You need to get your own money, be rich, don't get married until you're like 40. You can have kids, don't worry, it's fine. An older man who's established, no, not older actually. They want their own age, but they want to get married when they're 35, 40.
Yeah, when he's actually making money.
The problem is a 35-year-old dude looks at a 35-year-old woman and goes, ew.
Yeah.
Fuck, what do I want that for?
Yeah, you might be able to be get close to her, but you're not going to start a family very easily with a 35-year-old woman, right? Like,
so can I just ask a question? If the women don't work, then what happens to the economy?
It goes way better.
Yeah.
It goes all the way up.
Yeah, man.
Goes to the moon.
I mean, are you actually being serious? You genuinely
look at the graph.
Half of the workforce that the economy improves.
Yes, look at the graphs for wages and such. Since the workforce doubled, the wages basically stayed stagnant. Now
I'm not
the
talking about
economy,
wages.
the GDP went through the roof, but the people.
So what happens to the economy if you remove half the workforce?
Well, like I said, it
actually,
helps
there's a lot that happens to the economy. One, a lot of those guys that are out of work, they're going to be a surplus of jobs that they could get
for one. So two, it would cause the employers to increase their employees' wages to keep their staff. And three, well, women will be learning how to make cakes and cook food a whole lot better, than less eating out, less DoorDash, less Uber Eats.
Oh, so in all fairness, yeah, they'd probably be healthier. Their family would be healthier, and the women can pass on their good knowledge to the next generation as well, right? Like to the next generation.
They'd be happier too, as well, wouldn't they?
I think that there would be some
financial independence.
I think that there's some dramatic things that would happen in the economy. I think that the medical industry would suffer a huge blow with the lack of SSRIs being issued out like candy.
Well, and also because of the lack of nurses.
I'm actually being serious about that. I think that when women are not depressed, then the lack of medication needed is very, very good, very helpful. I think that at the end of the day, there's a lot of different things that the economy would suffer in short term, but those are areas that I'm okay with the economy suffering. In the pharmaceutical industry, I really am. As a matter of fact, I believe that one of the best things we could do is to not regulate, but deregulate the pharmaceutical industry to the point where they cannot just shove designer drugs down everyone's throats 24 hours a day. So
how would deregulation achieve that? Wouldn't it have the
how would deregulation achieve that?
Yeah.
Well, because what a pharmaceutical company really tries to do is they try and come up with something unique that they can patent and then sell. They do very little testing on it. As a matter of fact, and I don't know what country you're in, but in the United States, you're in England.
England.
England's a little different. England's a little different. But in the U.S., in theory, you're supposed to go through these trials for these drugs to be legal.
Yeah,
and
peer review, double blind. Yeah,
right. But they don't. So
do you have any evidence for that claim? Like which companies don't engage in peer review?
Well, I mean, we can look at the COVID-19 vaccine is the best.
Yeah, sure. Have you got a study that shows that they didn't engage in peer review double blind testing?
They just went to court over as a massive court case. You're welcome to read all about it. I
mean, you could just tell me about it. You're here.
Something happened, or what just happened?
Oh. I don't know. Andrew was on and then he wasn't.
Yeah, I thought he was.
He was on and then he wasn't.
He saw the panel and he's like,
and I was just gonna say,
yeah, I'm just kind of
be a little careful when you're talking about.
I know. I don't. That's why I'm just trying to cruise through this point here really quickly. But if you actually read the literature that comes with a lot of the drugs that people are given, especially SSRIs and I'm not going to mention. I won't mention any specific. I was really close to mentioning some very specific drug names. But if you read the
mention drug names, let's do some research. We can look it up.
No,
right now,
but right? I think that's part of the reason why Andrew maybe deliberately left. He gets really concerned about all these TOS stuff, right?
Yeah, this is the thing. Yeah, that's why I'm saying I don't. I don't want
look, I can't mention the drug names because we're skirting the edge of TOS as it is.
That's not against TOS. Sorry, talking about medication is not against YouTube's terms of service. What are you talking about?
In the context is.
No, well, when you're talking about the C. And
I mean, I'm not. I didn't bring that up.
Like Ozempic. Ozempic was originally marketed as an SSRI. Now it's being marketed as a weight loss drug as well. But if you read the label on that, it says they don't even know what the side effects are. They have no idea.
Well, I don't. I mean, you shouldn't read side effects anyway, because of the placebo effect. If you read about side effects. Studies show you are much more likely to experience them.
The doctors should know that if they give you this, it could cause you psychotic breaks or it could cause you other issues, but they don't. They don't know. The doctors are incentivized to prescribe these drugs. Well, there's Andrew. What's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up, man? Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
I was enjoying the convo on what happens to the economy if women leave the workforce tomorrow?
I did want to
interesting.
touch a bit more on that too, but yeah,
I was kind of going down a rabbit hole. I'll stop and back up.
Well, interestingly enough, we actually have an example of this happening, and people don't really realize it, but we do. So the Black Plague went through Europe and killed 1/3 of all Europeans, roughly. So at the time, they had a medieval caste system, essentially, where you had the peasant class. The peasants were working for knights. Knights were essentially landholders, and they were responsible to an earl or a viscount or something like this. It was an entire tiered system, right? Well, peasants, there were so many of them and so little land that they were basically kind of all crammed in. But what ended up happening when 1/3 of the population died off is there was a massive financial reform in Europe, and wages went through the roof, and suddenly peasants could negotiate and barter better wages. And they started to become very wealthy because of this. And it's because the workforce contracted so much overnight that these financial reformations had to go through. In fact, kings began making laws saying that, hey, peasants aren't even allowed to ask for higher wages. The wages have to be set, otherwise it's going to ruin our nobility. But the peasants had the power of the purse because there was only so many laborers to go around, and the way these nobles made money off their lands was that their lands were farmed, right? And so we already know what happens when we contract, the majority of the workforce away. Then suddenly, what's that?
Well, it's not just like they stopped working; they died, right?
Well,
if
you die, you stop working, right?
Yeah, but I'm not guessing that the people on the panel are advocating the mass murder of women.
Yeah, who cares?
It doesn't disqualify.
Yeah, we're talking in a theoretical sense. If you are to let's just assume that it's 1/3 of the workforce is gone tomorrow and it's all women. Okay. So let's just say the rapture came and it only raptured women and they just disappeared from the workforce, whether they were dead or they were raptured or they left willingly or whatever. We have an example of how that would probably play out in real time.
So that's kind of what I was getting at with, you asked about the economy, Shiva, what would happen to it. I wasn't saying necessarily like just the flat numbers of the GDP, but more so of a more like stable economy, with having the people actually having disposable income so that they could actually start spending on more frivolous things, right? Instead of having a penny pinch.
Yeah, well, what's interesting about it is we have an expansive gross domestic product, so it raises yearly. So we're constantly trying to up the workforce so that we can have a more expansive GDP year over year over year over year. The thing that's interesting is you could probably retract a ton of labor and still have an expanding GDP. For instance, we know that during the lockdowns that happened. The GDP still expanded, but a lot of the workforce was contracted because it's inflated. It's highly inflated. So you don't really need it. You don't really need this many people in the workforce. It's not really necessary. And we would still have an expansive GDP. It would still expand year over year.
I wonder if there's any studies on showing like removing kids from the workforce, right? Because they've made like the age requirement higher and higher for like kids to be working certain jobs, right? Like kids used to be coal miners and all that type of stuff, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they were never a central part of the American industrialist economy, but they were a central part of the European economy for a long time. I don't know that you would have any formal studies that you could look at for it because the abolition of child labor has gone on for 140 years, roughly. So,
well,
yeah,
except in countries that make our electronics.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, I get it, but I'm just talking about Western nations. Yeah, so I don't think you're going to do a comprehensive study on Thailand to get accurate numbers.
That's an interesting argument that you put forward about the plague, Andrew, but I think it's a false equivalency. Like, I think if we were to try and draw an equivalency between medieval Europe and contemporary Western society, I think quite probably it would just like the argument would fall down. You know,
well,
because
why? Labor's just units, right? It's just X units of labor. So all we're talking about is contracting X units of labor. So if we contract X units of labor, what happens?
Yeah, but you also have people, right? People have desires and wishes, don't they? So what, are you just going to trample all over those? I mean, I thought your country was the country of freedom, individual personality.
But okay. So, but this is an aside argument. You can say this is bad because you know, people won't feel good about it. Fine, that's fine. But it really doesn't get to the heart of the argument, which is what happens if you contract the labor
do you
force.
have any more modern contemporary examples that aren't like 1,000 years old or have many hundreds of years old?
Yeah, we can look at the American economy post-feminist social revolution, and we can see what happened after World War II and pre-World War II when we massively expanded the economy with the military-industrial complex, and we forced women into factory work. What happened is essentially over the next 70 years, inflation went through the roof because you had such an overage of workers. Money became less valuable, and wages became less valuable.
That's not because hang on. No. That's not because of female workforce. That's because of, is that not because of the gold standard? So most
it's
countries have
it's not. No. We weren't using.
Hang on, Andrew. Let me finish. Let me make my
argument. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Most countries have divorced themselves from the gold standard and now operate a form of fiat currency banking known as fractional reserve. Right?
Yeah, I'm aware.
Right. Okay.
You're talking about a central banking concept, yes.
Right. Yeah. So, like, is that not going to be the thing that's driving up inflation rather than having women in the workforce?
Nope. In fact, we can look to Rome so that we can see. Not Rome. And let me explain the argument. Yeah, are you going to let me explain the argument or not?
Yeah. But just clarifying, ancient Rome.
Okay, but you do realize that they used the gold standard, right?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So do you know what a cut coin is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's when you nip the edge of a coin, thereby reducing its actual material value.
Yeah, well, you're not reducing its value. That's the thing. What you're doing is you're adding weight with a smaller and smaller amount of gold because you need to expand your money supply because you don't have enough fucking gold.
Right.
So all they did to destroy their economy was the same thing. They just inflated the gold. It doesn't matter what standard you use. Inflation's inflation. The more of a thing which is in circulation, the less it's worth. The less of a thing in circulation, the more it's worth.
Which goes to the labor force as well, right? The more labor force they have. Yeah.
Right. That's supply side, right? Supply side economics, not demand side. Everybody's always looking at demand side, but or I'm sorry, they're always looking at supply side, not demand side. So the demand is for there to be more money. People want loans. They want loans so that they can open businesses. They want the money supply constantly to be expanding because they want access to money so that they can be entrepreneurs or, operate charitable organizations or whatever it is. So what banks do is they go, okay, well, you have to have some kind of collateral for us to expand your money supply. So we'll loan up to you, 10 times whatever your amount is to you because you're good for it. But that's going to require the money supply necessarily to expand. So unless you're going to get rid of loans and things like this, which are a driving force for entrepreneurs, you're really not going to be able to get rid of the demand side of Keynesian economics because people want cheap money.
I'm not saying that we should get rid of it. I'm just suggesting that the reason why we have inflation isn't because of an increased workforce, but because of our monetary systems.
Well, no, okay. I'm sorry. Hang on. This actually makes no sense, and I'll explain why. It has to correlate with an increased workforce. If you have two laborers, you start with one, you're paying him $20 an hour, and now you have two, and you're paying them both $20 an hour. right? You need to have an adequate amount of money supply to pay both of them that money, correct?
Yeah, you need to have, much more than that coming in.
So,
Sure.
so necessarily, the more you add to the workforce, the more you have to expand the money supply. You don't have a choice. If you expand the money supply, you're going to create more money. If you create more money, it's going to devalue the money because the more of something's in circulation, the less valuable it is.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like creating more money is kind of a bad idea. Look at 1930s Germany. Look at the value of. I mean, I don't know what's happened to your currency since COVID, but ours is.
Well, we have the world reserve currency. Like, we don't give a fuck. It doesn't matter to us what happens with inflation. We don't care.
So your prices don't go up with inflation.
No, the prices will go up for us with inflation. That's true. But the thing that's interesting is that we can expand our money supply endlessly and essentially just pay people more money with the expansion of the money supply because we have the world reserve currency. It's not like anybody can do anything about it. You know what I mean? There's nothing anybody can do. They're never going to call our notes, so we don't give a fuck. We can go. The U.S. government can print as much money as it wants, and there's nothing anybody can do about it because we're the world reserve currency.
Well,
He's
right.
He's right. Well, unless it switches to a different country or
Yeah. Which country would it switch to?
I know they've made some like conspiratorial arguments for like China and stuff.
The thing is the United States. The United States. The reason we're such a powerhouse is because we maintain all the shipping lanes. It's that simple. Our Navy is all powerful globally, and we maintain shipping lanes for trade. That's it. Because of that, we have the power over the petrodollar. And since we have the power over the petrodollar, we have the world reserve currency, and there's no fucking thing anybody can do about it ever.
Yeah, I mean, it's why the British Empire got so big, right? It's because we dominated the seas.
That's right. The British Empire, the only rival that they had was the East India Trading Company. That was it.
Which was actually a British company. I mean,
It was a British company, and it had the authority of the crown to do essentially whatever the fuck it needed to do to maintain shipping lanes. They also ruthlessly hunted down pirates. All of the great pirates in history that you'll see who became famous were because of their scrubs with the British Navy. So the thing is like, that's what they did. And that's what we do. We run all the global supply lines. And since we run all the global supply lines on the ocean, which is where you need them all for international trade, we control the petrodollar. If we control the petrodollar, we control the world's reserve currency. There's nothing anybody can fucking do about it ever.
Yeah.
Well, ever. No, of course there is. Things change all the time.
Well,
no,
I mean,
okay. How about
Romans?
Yeah,
It's gonna take a while for anybody to catch up.
Yeah, you're right. A meteorite could fall and hit all of our naval ships. It could happen. You're correct, but it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen anytime soon, bro.
No, probably not. No, but you never know.
Yeah,
right?
probably
China
not.
might have a military technological explosion.
China has no navy. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Even if our navy was destroyed tomorrow, it still wouldn't matter because China doesn't have the navy to enforce the shipping lanes. It's that simple. It's that simple. The United States, a massive exporter of food. The rest of the world doesn't want fucking televisions. They don't want gold. They don't want jewelry. That's shit we want. The rest of the world wants food, and that's why we export it. We export food because that's what the world wants from us. So we export food, we export security, so we get the world reserve currency. That's how it goes.
And we import food over here, which is why we're only ever 4 days away from chaos.
Japan.
Yeah.
Yeah. Island nations are basically screwed that way. Yeah.
Shit.
So, yeah. So like what Andrew was saying with like doubling the workforce, but like keeping the wages the same increases inflation, right? Where the value goes down for every dollar, right?
Yeah. We can see this in real time, We can see this in real time with the everyone insisting that teenagers who should live at home and not make a living wage, we are insisting that those jobs pay a living wage, which is increasing our workforce yet again, and therefore inflation is rising and wages are going down across the board. So we see it in real time, and you can't deny this. I mean, that the idea.
Well, the reason we can't keep up with inflation is because of the expansiveness of loans. So
Well, yeah,
like
that should
everybody,
have never been allowed. Like,
shouldn't it have been?
Well, the
Shouldn't it?
usury system of it, you know what I mean? Where
Can you buy a house without a loan, bro?
No, but also
No.
back before we doubled the workforce, you could save up money for sure, man.
Nope.
Houses used
Before
to be
we
like
doubled the workforce,
36,000.
Nope, you're wrong. It was way less. Before we doubled the workforce, you might be able to find a house for $3,500. That's true, but you're also making 75 cents an hour. So just try to keep things in perspective. That the value of a dollar, just 100 years ago, I think was 10 or 15 times what it is today. The buying power of that dollar. So yeah, things were a lot cheaper, but you weren't getting paid shit either. I mean, you would work all day on a construction site and leave with $2 in your pocket, and that was a good wage. So the thing is even then people needed to have loans for properties and houses and things like that. You necessarily have to expand the money supply for that. So people are like, man, we want homes. We want homes so that we can have little babies and a wife and kids and blah, 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 and a yard and a dog named Shep. They're going to go to the bank and they're going to ask for a housing loan. That's what they're going to do. And so if you have millions of people doing that, right, the bank is supporting all of those loans, then that means that the Fed's going to have to expand the money supply in order to give those loans out.
No, that's not how loans work. Banks don't.
It is how loans work.
No. Banks don't actually lend you money. They extend you a line of credit. It's different.
No, bro, they buy it. They have to buy the house. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's real money.
Real money.
So if I want to sell my house tomorrow,
think fractional reserve banking works?
Bro,
hold on.
But that's
listen. Houses, let me tell you.
Listen. Yeah, here. If I want to sell my house tomorrow and you want to buy it, and you go to the bank to get a loan, and suddenly my account raises by, I don't know, $350,000, who just paid me?
Not the bank. The bank don't have the funds to cover the loan.
Then who just put all the money? Then where did the money come from, bro?
Such a crash. Why do you think there was such a mortgage crash with the subprime?
Because they were giving out loans that were defaulted on, so they went bankrupt. That's what happens when you loan people money who don't pay you back.
That's exactly. I mean, I have actually bought.
So no. Hang on. Let us finish real quick.
Maybe I'm wrong, but let me just explain my understanding of fractional reserve banking. And if I'm wrong, maybe you can correct me, right? Because I'm happy to accept I'm wrong, right? So my understanding is this. Let's assume you have somebody who has a hypothetical $100, right?
Yeah.
So they come to the bank and they say, right, I'd like to deposit this $100 with you.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
So, and the bank goes, yeah, great, we can look after that, and they take the money, right? So the way that my understanding of fractional reserve banking is that the banks only need to reserve a fraction of what's on their books.
Yes, that's correct.
Reloan out.
That's all right. But here's where you're missing it, right? So you're missing the key ingredient is that the bank itself, like let's say, I don't know, you have like First National Credit, that's your bank, okay? And they're an FDIC insured bank. They're part of the system. That is true. They can look at their assets and they can say, okay, we have 10% of this loan value. Therefore, we can give out this loan. But who do they order the money from to get the loan? They order it from the Federal Reserve.
What money? Do you think that the bank?
Bro, I'm trying to explain it to you so that you understand.
Okay.
The Federal Reserve, it's printing money all day long, right? That's what it does. It prints money day and night, all day. That's its whole job. It's just to print fucking money, correct?
I mean, is it?
Yes, that's what it does. That's all it does is print money. It's a massive money printing operation, huge money printing operation. Well, where does it go? It goes to banks who order the money, and the banks are trying to secure that money by saying, we have 10% of what you're going to loan us, so we're good for it. So the reason that the whole Freddie Fannie thing happened is because these banks were ordering money from the Federal Reserve, having this 10% security, like you're talking about with fractional reserve, but they were making bad bets on clients. who would pay those loans back. So those banks went bankrupt because they couldn't pay the Federal Reserve Bank back.
Well, and also because they were acting fraudulently, like those banks were actually committing fraud on a massive scale.
Yeah, but regardless of whether it was fraudulent or not, they couldn't pay back the loans to the Fed, who they borrowed the money from. So you have to understand that, yes, you're correct about one part of the process, which is that a bank only needs to have 10% of a secured asset to give you a loan, but that's because they borrow themselves to give you that money. That's why if I sold my house tomorrow to you and you got a loan from your bank, even though they only have 10%, how did the money appear in my account, in my bank?
Do you have a, I'm happy to take what you say at face value, but I'd like to do a bit more reading.
How else could it work, bro?
Well,
the money has to come from somewhere.
Well,
I mean,
I'm not sure. I'm not sure that it does, but do you have a link to a kind of something that I can read? Because I like
to how the Fed works. You can just you can
specifically regarding how the government funds the fractional reserve banking system in the way that you outlined.
Yeah, so I'll walk you through it again. But yes, there's tons of information. Hang on, I'll outline it again so that you know.
No. I don't want you to outline it. I want you.
I don't care what you want. I'm going to outline it again so you know, and then you can look it up. Here's how it works. Yeah, so here's how it works. The bank, which is loaning you money, only has to have 10%, or in some cases 15% or 20% of the actual value. They then order money from the Federal Reserve Bank. They order the money from that bank.
Do you have a source for that claim?
Yes, I do. Here, I'll show you.
Brilliant, excellent.
That sounds similar to how they treat people going for buying a house, down payment. And all that.
That's exactly the process.
Yeah.
No, Cat, source. Well, hang on. I just want to address something in the chat. No, Cat, source, because the burden of proof is on the party that is advancing the claim. It's not on the party that is questioning the claim, right? Like if you make an assertion, it's on you to back up what you're saying, right? I mean, it's not on me to prove you wrong. It's on you to prove you right? Like if I make a claim and someone asks for a source, I'll go and get a source, right? Like, it's not a big deal.
And it depends how often you're doing it in the conversation. Like people can be a pain in the butt where it's like every single point you ask for a source, that's kind of, just obstructing the flow of the conversation. But if it's like a key point, which it sounds like it is for you, then
I mean, if there's something that I'm missing,
there's your source, bro.
It's in the
private chat.
Yeah.
So, thanks. Just my personal experience is I have actually bought houses in cash, and I went to the bank. They gave me a check. I went to the title company. I gave them that check. That was the end of it. That money was debited from my account. That's how that works. So people do that. And the bank had to honor that check. It's not like they made that money up out of anywhere. When I get a loan.
They can't. They order it. They order the money. They have to. You can't get money in your account if there's no money to go into your account.
Right.
The reason all these banks went bankrupt is because all these people defaulted on their loans. Well, if the bank was just making up fictitious money, why would they care?
Right. And if I sell that house tomorrow, whoever buys it from me is going to have to pay me cash for it. That money doesn't just get electronically transferred from
nowhere to somewhere. Right. Yeah. There's an account. There's an accounting of it. It's so the central bank theme is that the central bank itself is like a giant squid, and it has tendrils which go out to all these other different banks. And those are the front banks. So you go into the front bank and you're ordering money, and your commitment, how the front bank makes money is off of interest. So they go, okay, we're going to have to pay X amount back to the Fed, and then here's the interest portion that we get to keep. They're just negotiating a loan. That's why if one loan institution denies you for a loan, most likely all of them will. Most likely all of them will, because the risk factor is the same across the board. What is the risk of you not paying the loan back? That's the problem. That's why credit scores are so important.
It could work differently in the UK, but that's how it works here. If somebody
No,
comes
it works
and
the
buys
same way in the UK. Works the same way in the UK.
I was gonna say, like, I'd imagine it working the same way as Canada and the UK.
It works the same way. It works the same way everywhere.
So
doesn't matter where it is.
Canada's a little bit different than the States. You guys have private banks. We have like 4 to 5 banks. That's it.
Yeah, sure, but it's going to work the exact same way.
Yeah.
Whether your bank is public or your bank is private, it doesn't matter. So that's Keynesian economics 101, which works, by the way. It's a good working system when it works. The problem is that the central bank, especially under Greenspan was a master of doing this. Greenspan wanted to artificially contract and expand the money supply so that he could control inflation. So anytime the Fed contracts money, inflation goes down. Anytime they throw the lever the other way and expand inflation, the value of money, it's the opposite. Anytime they expand inflation, the value of money goes down. Anytime they contract the money supply, the value of the money goes up. Greenspan would do this all the time. They called it the Federal Reserve levers, in fact, the levers. So he would contract it constantly, try to keep inflation under control.
So this document you sent me, the how the Fed works. I just put opened up a search bar and put in fractional reserve, and the term doesn't appear in the document. Where should I be reading? Because it's 130 odd pages.
Fractional reserve banking is a zeitgeist term. It's not an actual monetary term. It would just be 10%. It would just be 10%. And just look for assets. Just look at asset. Look for that.
Right. Okay.
Now, I'll say this about Shiba. I've debated with him before, and he's not a scummy guy. Like, he's being genuine whenever.
Yeah, I'm not saying he is.
No,
I'm not saying he is.
I wasn't saying you were. I'm just letting you know, like, he's.
I mean, it is important to bear in mind that I'm an idiot spouting nonsense on the internet.
Mm-hmm. That's fair. But yeah, that is the process. The process itself. The reason that all those banks went under is because of that. Because the federal government, using U.S. Treasury bonds, said they're going to back those fucking loans up, those bad loans. That's why. But they would only back those bad loans up if they were giving out bad loans. That was the key.
So, Andrew, you kind of like fought me a little bit on this, but you would say that basically for 30 years, since the 80s, the household income hasn't gone up. So,
no, it has. The household income has gone up because you have more people in the workforce. So you have 2 people working. So overall household income probably has increased. Wages themselves have not increased.
I thought it was 80,000. Well, I'm going off of Canadian numbers, but I thought it was 80,000 per household in the 80s, and they're still producing 80,000 per household now. And
no, I don't think so. Not even. No way. No fucking way. I don't believe it for a second.
I'll check it out, man.
Yeah, that would be insane. There's no way on average in the 80s people were making $80,000 per household income. It's not even feasible.
Yeah, I don't think you have that right.
You know, probably I would guess upper middle class then was somewhere around 44,000.
I would say that's about right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was about
44,000.
Which, if you do the conversion, for Canada, it was about 55,000.
Yeah, so about 55,000. Well, no. I'm saying 44,000 Canadian.
Yeah.
Probably right in there.
Yeah.
Not 44,000 US converted to Canadian dollars. 44,000 Canadian dollars.
Yeah. For the average family income, it was in the 50s. In the 80s.
Yeah. So
just
not
based
even
on
close.
a quick search, bro. Like that's all.
Yeah.
I'm not like digging in deep to it.
Yeah. There's no way. Yeah. It's not even possible because of inflation. So even if it were to say that household income hasn't raised, they would still have to take inflation into account. So you would still have to be looking at an 80 or 90,000 household income to match a 40 or 45,000 household income in the 80s. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
that's how I knew it. That's how I knew it wasn't possible.
Yeah, so like in the
do a quick
80s,
look
in the
right now.
80s it was 55,000, and in 2020 it was 96,000, right? So
Yeah.
like that's a huge
Yeah.
difference.
So
Yeah,
almost
massive,
double.
massive difference.
Almost double, but like say for instance, house costs have like increased by like 4 times, right? So
Well, yeah,
way
yeah,
more than that actually. Where I live, it's like 10 times.
yeah, but housing costs in the 80s also increased past the point of wages as well. So you got to take that into
Yes,
account.
yeah. But it was still more reasonable back then. Like you could get like 10 acres for 300K.
Well, there's less people, bro. And again,
True.
if you have more people, it creates more what?
We have had. I know, man.
Yeah, more people equals more demand equals
And
less
which
wages.
means more cost for the like more people wanting houses, more cost for the houses, right? So, and we have done insane amounts of immigration in Canada and increased our population far beyond what we can handle.
Yeah, well, it's all inflation. I mean, the thing is that Canada is also fine too because they run basically off the U.S. dollar. U.S. dollar has a reserve. That's why Trudeau doesn't give a shit about spending. He doesn't care.
Don't back up Trudeau, man.
But
Even
he's
indirectly,
saying what I
don't
was
do
saying
it.
earlier. We just know that America's got our back, so we up here
Yeah.
like, yeah, what up?
Well, Trudeau has a blank check. Trudeau has a blank check. He has a blank check. He doesn't give a fuck.
Mm-hmm. He's an idiot.
Can't stand the guy.
Nobody can stand him. But, you know, you're fucking Trudeau is the primary reason why there should be no females allowed to vote in Canada.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
He can't stand himself. Every time he walks by a mirror, he frowns.
So, Andrew, you
No,
gotta
but
think
you know
less of
what's
me for
funny?
this.
Andrew's got a huge point because not only like I remember 3 of my older cousins, all women, said that they voted for him strictly because he was cute.
Yes,
That's
I've
right.
heard that
I know
nonsense
another
right
group
now.
of women that said the same thing. Literally said they voted for him because he was cute. Like what?
Yeah, but see, so
I
like
heard
this
that.
commenter, Athrodia says no interest rates were about 20% when Reagan took office, but they decreased to about 5% during his presidency for most of the 80s. Yes, but that's going to contract the money supply. So that's one of the Fed's levers, right? That's a Greenspan lever. So if you want to contract the money supply, you raise interest rates because then less people take loans. So you're not expanding the money supply. That's how that's controlled, is through interest rates. If the Fed lowers interest rates, it's going to expand money because more people will be able to get loans. If it raises interest rates, the opposite happens. But ultimately, if you continue to increase the amount of immigrants who come in, you're going to need necessarily an expansive money supply. So, I mean, that's what ends up happening every time.
Yeah, that's true. I think we're gonna. I think it's gonna dip back down to 5% here pretty soon.
I don't know. I think that they want to expand the money supply again. So we're going through. I think we're going to end up in another short-term boom cycle, and then we'll have a massive bust again.
It's been trending down for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, they actually raised it. I mean, when Trump was in office, he kept it really low because he wanted the money supply to be expanded for his for his basic corporate social programs, which was the reduction of corporate tax in order to expand that money to job creation, which worked. It actually worked.
Did work.
Yeah, it was a good idea. And it wasn't a good idea because the monetary policy was good necessarily. It was a good idea because companies became very optimistic. And so they were willing to take more risk. And when people are optimistic, they spend more money. There's a huge psychological element to economics. And the happier people are, the more likely they are to spend money. And the more secure they feel, the more likely they are to spend money.
Yeah,
that's why nobody ever comes out in a State of the Union address and says the State of the Union is weak.
It's an interesting thing. It's an interesting thing that the way that Trump did it was basically through lowering the interest rate, spurring growth. Democrats try and control the economy through like quantitative easing or quantitative easing and other mechanisms that generically just don't work.
Well, quantitative easing works well. That's part of Keynesian economics. I mean, what you're trying to do, it's no different than if you have a lot of debt, if you've run up, let's say $500,000 in debt, if you do an infusion of cash to begin to lower that debt over time, right? That does work rather than having to pay it all at once and becoming bankrupt. I mean, companies have to do this all the time. So, right. Quantitative easing itself works, right? It's just, it's never been done on these scales. You know what I mean? We've never had a bank print out $1 trillion on the kind of payback note. Oh, we'll get it back to you later so that we can ease some of our debt burden now.
Right.
And the hope is that the GDP will continue to expand and the money will become less and less valuable. So you're actually paying less money back. Because remember, if you're investing, there's no time to invest like when there's inflation, right? That's the best time ever. So if you have a bunch of houses, you buy them for $100,000 and then the economy inflates, massively, you sell them off for $400K, right?
Right.
That's good for investors.
Yeah, I have a property I bought in 2020 early 20 or late 2020, and I paid $221 for it. About a month ago, it was at $735 and could have sold it for, and today it's at like $610, something like that, because of the tip. But my wife is really mad with me that I haven't sold
it. Yeah. No shock there.
Yeah, the only thing I would say slightly against that is like you want to kind of invest either way, right? It's just in bonds is when inflation's high and mutual funds and stuff when inflation's low, right?
Yeah, it depends on the investment, but I'm just saying that
I hear
most investors tend to like inflation cycles. They do very well during inflation cycles,
especially if you're in, like you said, real estate and all that.
Yeah,
right?
They don't do very well when you're in a stable cycle. Like if we had a more stable economy, Bitcoin wouldn't be doing nearly as well as it does. But Bitcoin's trying to hedge your bet against inflation, right? By saying there's only a limited amount of these, and they're only ever going to be as valuable as they are because there's not going to be any more. That's the whole point.
Yeah, if anything, the value should theoretically only ever go up.
Elon Musk to say something on Twitter, make it go up for a bit.
Yeah. But anyway, it was an interesting convo. I appreciate having it. I got a live stream I got to do here soon, but I just wanted to pop in and talk about the workforce. So,
well, I appreciate you coming on,
Andrew. I'm going to do some reading and then I'm going to come back to you. All right. Because I think you're wrong, but I don't.
I'm not wrong.
Well, hang on. It's just an intuition, right? And it could be that I'm wrong. Like often my intuitions are wrong. But I'm going to do some reading and I'm going to come back to you. All right.
Yeah. Do some reading. Come back to me. You're wrong.
If I'm wrong,
come back and say he's right.
Hang on. If I'm wrong, what I'll do is I'll come back and I'll say, you know what, Andrew, you're right. I was wrong.
Yeah. Just remember that you don't change the goalpost, and you actually remember why I told you the way it worked. I gave you a step-by-step for how it worked.
I'm going to go by actual, financial sources.
Yeah, no, I get that. But I'm just saying what'll make me right is when you go by the financial sources and you realize that banks order money from the Federal Reserve. That's what they do.
Oh, well, hang on. I haven't disputed that. I'm not saying that.
Yes, you did dispute that because.
Wait.
This is what fucking I knew that this every time. Okay, go ahead.
Jesus Christ.
I vouched for you, Shiva.
I'm saying what I'm questioning is the assertion that and maybe I've misunderstood what what you were saying, right? But it seemed like you were asserting that the bank essentially covers the Federal Reserve covers the commercial bank's liabilities in terms of it being able to loan out money.
No, the federal government backs the liability. The Federal Reserve prints the money.
Right.
But the bank is ordering money. And then the federal government says it's okay because we have treasury bonds. So you can go ahead and print that money. The federal government covers the losses, not the bank.
Well, I'm not saying the bank covers the losses. I've said that the government covers the bank's liabilities.
Yeah, the central bank's liabilities. The central.
Right.
So again, so let's go through the process again. I'm going to go through the process again. So
Right.
here, so you have your local credit union. You go to your credit union for a loan. Okay, you want to buy a house. The house is owned free and clear by, I don't know, Tom Jones. Okay.
Right.
And Tom Jones wants $350,000 for it. And you get a loan from the bank and $350,000 appears in Tom Jones' account. Who paid Tom Jones?
Where's the bank get that money from?
Yeah, that's my question to you.
Well,
Who paid Tom Jones?
I'm asserting that the money doesn't actually exist. That they can extend lines of credit, which is not the same thing as issuing a loan.
Then how does the guy have $350,000 he can spend tomorrow in his account?
I mean, I answered that earlier.
The line of credit was transferred, right?
What credit? Are you saying that banks just have an endless line of credit and they can just give you credit which transfers into money?
Up to the fraction of the assets they hold, yeah.
No, they can't do that, bro. What I'm saying to you is that either if the bank itself is not transferring money over, then they have to get the money from somewhere to transfer over. Where are they getting it from? If it's not from their depository, where is it coming? Yes, they do. They're not giving the other bank a line of credit to draw on. That would be insane. That wouldn't even be a workable system.
So isn't it the case that if a bank has, let's say the reserve is like, I don't know, a hypothetical 10%, right?
Mm-hmm.
So isn't it the case that if a bank has $100, they under the fractional reserve system, they can loan out another $900?
Yeah, but where do they get it? Yeah, but where do they get it if they don't have it?
Exactly. They don't have it. They're extending lines of credit.
No, you're not listening to what I'm asking. If you go to a bank and you give a bank $10, the bank only has two customers. It has the guy it loans money to, and then it has you, the depositor. So the depositor goes in and gives them $10.
Yeah.
And then a guy comes in and gets a loan for $100. Okay.
Yeah.
Where's the $90 coming from? You're the only depositor.
Seems like a scam, doesn't it?
Answer my fucking question, bro.
It's fractional reserve. They don't need to have the money.
It's not okay.
They're not.
So I just want to make sure.
Money.
So
they're
here's
extending a line of credit.
So here's the system from your perspective. With the two people, the $100. The $100 loan, they still physically hand him $100, but you've only deposited 10. So you're saying that the physical $100 that they just handed the guy is a line of credit. Do you see how stupid I think you are?
No.
No, you don't.
Like that $100, like what is that $100? What is it?
It's a $100 bill. They only have 10, but they only have $10 in deposits. So where did they get the $90 to give the guy, bro?
But what does it represent?
The dollar itself, what does it represent?
Yeah.
It's a representation of physical value.
Right.
Yeah, that's what it is.
So when you say a bank gives you $100, what are they doing?
If they hand you a $100 bill, they're handing you a physical $100 bill, right?
Which is, yeah.
Okay, so I just want you to be clear here.
Yeah.
They have $10 in their vault, but they've handed you a $100 bill. How is that possible?
How much assets do they have?
They have the $10. They only
Right,
have
and
the
when they
$10 from their original
when they
depositor,
hand you
bro.
the $100, when they hand you the $100, they have $10. They give you 100. What are their assets and what are their liabilities?
They have $10 in deposits. That's it. That's
And what
all of their
about-
assets.
What about their liabilities? Because they've
Their
loaned out
their
$100.
liabilities are now $100 in loans.
Where have they? And are you saying that when they issue a loan, they are getting that money from the government?
Yeah, I'm asking you where the other $90 comes from.
I told you I'll do some reading. I'll get back to you. I'm trying to get your position. Are
Yeah,
you claiming
it comes
that
from
when
them
they
ordering. Yes, they're
when
ordering the
commercial
money.
bank-
Yes, that's correct. They order the money from the Federal Reserve. That's correct. Yes.
From the Federal Reserve. Right,
Yes.
okay, great.
Yeah, that's what they do. Yes, that's
So what's
correct.
a
And the
credit
Federal
card?
Reserve is printing off money so that when they order it, they can have it. They actually deliver to them bags full of money every day in armored trucks.
Pallets.
Can you believe it? Pallets of it. Yeah, pallets after pallet of it.
If I sell my property today for $700,000, I own it, so there's no mortgage, nobody to pay off, no electronic transfer. I can go to the bank, and in theory, it'll take a month, but they'll give me $700,000 in cash. Where does that money come from?
That's how you use Shiba.
All right. I mean, maybe. Well, I mean, I don't know. Would be my.
It's not going to be a line
answer.
of credit. I can guarantee I'm not taking a line of credit. I want cash money.
Right. Where's it come
But
from?
a line of the line of credit wouldn't have been extended to you. It would have been extended to the person who purchased the property.
What if they paid in cash?
Well, then the question's irrelevant. It's moot, right? Because you paid in cash.
Well, they could pay a cashier's check from one bank to the other, but it's still cash. They didn't take a loan.
Right. So it's still moot. Like if they have the funds.
Right.
The
So where does the line of credit part of your argument come in?
Because look, now it could be that I'm entirely wrong about this, right? But my understanding is that if a bank has, say, assets of $100, yeah, they can loan out. Hang on, let me finish. They can loan out $900, but what they're not actually doing is they don't incur a loss. They're not down the $900 when they lend you the $900.
But they are.
Because of fractional reserve, because they are only required to have a fraction of what they loan out. And
yeah,
then
that's true. They are only required to have a fraction of what they're loaning out. That's true.
For the entire debt.
And then the person comes back and they pay back $900, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then
with
they
interest,
can then loan out 9 times that amount.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
my understanding is that what they're doing is extending lines of credit.
Lines of credit from who?
From them, presumably.
No, from
the
Reserve,
them,
bro.
From the Reserve, bro. From the Federal Reserve.
What happens if all of those debts are defaulted upon?
Then the bank goes bust. That's what happened already.
Bankruptcy unless the government wants to buy them out. And
unless the government gives them hundreds of billions of dollars in order to stay solvent, which they did.
Yeah. Because they didn't want a bunch of banks going bankrupt.
Yeah, they go bankrupt.
And banks
so,
will,
I mean,
banks
so like,
seize that
look, let me.
and sell it.
Yeah, so look, here's your problem. Here's the problem that you have is when you say there's an electronic transfer. Okay, that's true. There could be an electronic transfer of money, but that physical money is still going to be represented somewhere. You understand? It has to be represented somewhere. Right?
Yeah.
Doesn't it? Okay, so where is it being represented?
So what do you mean? Where is it being represented?
Well, okay. So your bank goes, okay, electronically we have, I don't know, $1 million worth of deposits, but we've loaned out $50 million.
Okay, yeah.
No, in deposits, not assets, just deposits. It may be a liability. It depends on how you want to look at it. But anyway, they have, let's just say, deposits. They have $1 million worth of deposits, but they've loaned out $50 million. Okay. They've loaned that out. How did the money end up electronically transferring to these other people's accounts if they don't actually physically have the money even electronically?
They extended a line of credit.
They extended a line of credit.
Yeah.
And so who's honoring that line of credit?
So I'm looking at a website. It's called Investopedia. Maybe that's not a good website actually, but like what, it kind of makes no sense. Like how much? No, I think it's, the issue is that, as I said, I'm an Englishman spouting nonsense on the idiot on the internet. I'm an English idiot.
Of course,
spouting
the
nonsense.
Irishman agrees.
And I
with you.
don't really understand banking, and my knowledge of banking is very fucking sketchy.
Everybody's knowledge of banking is very scant unless they're a banker.
Yeah. I mean, it almost seems like law. They've made it intentionally obtuse so that people can't understand it.
Yes, they don't want you to understand. That's correct.
Shiva,
That's what a bank does. Yes.
I don't want to be disingenuous here. My wife works in investment banking for the largest investment bank in the world.
Right.
So I don't want to be disingenuous here, and I'm not really trying to treat you like an idiot. I really am not. But
no, I'm an idiot.
But when what you're talking about, what you're saying is that a bank has $10 or they get $100, they only have to maintain 10 of that to secure their deposits. That's pretty accurate. I think it's a little bit different number than that, but that's fairly accurate. The difference
Depends
is
on the bank. Depends on the bank.
Yeah, it does. But banks actually don't make very many loans anymore. Mortgage companies make loans, and they take on that debt, and they will borrow money in large chunks from investors or private banks that are not secured by the government, but are actually money from investors who have, as you say, lines of credit. So you are not completely wrong, but not an actual bank. An actual bank has to have hard assets or cash on hand to have their deposits, right? Or to have their
only the fraction.
Operate. You're only $200 away from your goal.
Yeah. 220.
Yes.
Well, what do you think? Grid, I'll match you. If you want to send in 100, I'll send in 100. We'll get him over the goal.
Yeah, I'll get him over there.
Where
do I send money?
We'll get his dumb, retarded ass over the fucking goal.
Yeah, there you
guys
go.
are crazy.
But at the end of the day, the banks, when a bank loans you something, it only loans money for an asset, hard asset. And so if you go out and you get now you can get a signature loan for a small amount, but for any real money, you're going to have to, you're going to have to put up land, or, like if I wanted to go start another business today and I wanted $1 million, I just put up a couple of properties that I own outright, and the bank would give me a fraction of that cost. Sorry?
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. I didn't know I was unmuted. My bad. I was just thinking, where did he go? He just popped out. He's like, let's
Dude, he's leaving it to the Federal Reserve to give you the money. So don't worry
man,
about
that's
it,
so
man.
fun when they leave, man. That's not cool.
I think he said he had to do a stream, though. He did say.
Oh, Andrew? Yeah, Andrew has to go.
Everyone's going to cover Andrew. Don't worry about it.
Okay,
there you go.
Because I don't know what I'm talking about, I'm turning to AI. Right, and I put a question into AI. Hang on. So I put the question I posed to AI was this: when a bank issues a mortgage, do they issue a loan or extend a line of credit? Right, and this was the AI's response: when a bank issues a mortgage, they are actually extending a line of credit, not issuing a loan. Here's why: 1. Line of credit. A mortgage is a type of secured line of credit where the borrower, the homeowner, uses their property as collateral to secure the loan. The bank extends a credit limit to the borrower, which is the maximum amount they can borrow against the property. 2. Credit limit. The credit limit is typically set as the value of the property minus the down payment, also known as the equity. For example, if the property is worth $200,000 and the borrower puts down 20%, $40,000, the credit limit would be $160,000. 3. Drawdown. The borrower can then draw down on this line of credit by borrowing funds up to the credit limit. In this case, the borrower could borrow up to $160,000 to purchase or refinance their property. 4. Repayment terms. The borrower must repay the unborrowed funds along with interest and any fees over a set period of time, for example, 15
Yeah,
or
that's
30.
how a loan works. Yeah.
Right,
I mean,
hang
that's how a
on.
loan
Hang on.
works.
I'm not finished. So when a bank issues a mortgage, they are essentially extending a line of credit to the borrower, allowing them to access funds up to a certain credit limit. The borrower must then repay the borrowed funds according to the agreed upon terms. In contrast, a loan is typically an unsecured agreement where the borrower receives a lump sum of money and is expected to repay it in installments over time. In this case, the borrower doesn't have access to an ongoing credit limit like they do with a mortgage.
Yeah, but you're missing
Hold on,
where the
Dano. I like that. The new AI. Shiva, you should record your voice for an AI so that I can use it for my TTS.
it is pretty good, man. It is pretty good.
I would love to have that for my TTS.
He
That'd
does
be great.
have a good narrating voice. That is true.
What
That
you're
is
focusing
true. I agree.
on all the stuff you just read, Shiva, what you're focusing on is bank and client, but you're still not looking at where that bank is getting the money to give that client.
Oh, I mean, I'm happy to ask the AI.
I'm sure they'll say from the Federal Reserve when it comes to America at the very least, right?
Okay. My understanding is that the bank isn't required to have funds to cover its liabilities because they're only required to have a fraction in reserve, normally around 10 to 15%.
Well,
right?
but they're loaning against a hard asset. The problem you're missing is that property, if you default on the loan, okay, let's say that I have a mortgage on the house I live in. If for some stupid reason I decided to walk away from it and defaulted on the loan, well, first of all, they would sue me, and then they would take the house and they would sell it at auction, and anything that the bank didn't get, say the house sold for $200,000 and I owed $300,000, I would be then responsible for that. You're right in that when a bank loans you money, that is a loan. It's right there in the name. It's a loan, which would be a line of credit. However, when I go to the bank and I buy something, or if I buy something in cash without a loan, there's no line of credit there. I think that's the part that you're confusing.
A loan is a loan, right? So according to this, and I'll do some more research because it's just an AI fucking response, right? It could be wrong,
sure.
Right?
I think that's pretty accurate the way a loan works.
A loan is an unsecured agreement, whereas like something like a mortgage is a secured agreement. Yeah.
Yeah. Secured loan, unsecured loan. Yeah.
And also the
loan is
when you get a loan, you get a lump sum deposit of cash. Whereas when you get a mortgage, what you get is the ability to borrow up to a certain amount.
But the seller of that, the whoever sold that property, they get the cash.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm not disputing that at all whatsoever. That's not in contention.
Right. Yeah. No, the bank doesn't give you some mortgage companies will give you a physical check to take to whatever closing that you have, but usually that's all.
In terms of their assets and liabilities, they're not actually handing you a lump sum. They're just giving you the ability to borrow. Right? So it's kind of like no different to a credit card, really. It's just on a larger scale, I think. I mean, the agreements will be different, obviously, but it seems like in principle, a mortgage is actually
Speakeasy. If Andrew's, I'm sorry, Shiva. A Speakeasy. If Andrew's donation doesn't pop up, I'll take care of it. Don't worry about it.
I'm sure it will because it said. I mean, I do appreciate that, but he said it deducted for him, so I'm sure
that's fine.
I mean, I can see it.
I'll cover it if it doesn't pop up.
So correct me if I'm wrong. It sounds like Grid One knows about this. But as for a loan, you have to have the cash,
big crowds in the chat for Grid One and Andrew. Put a bunch of crowns. Spam that shit. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just
no.
And also, Teriak, the current Verbal Combat champion. Make sure you share his channel in the chat.
Ellen DeGeneres. It's Ellen DeGeneres.
Ellen Degenerate. Oh my god.
That actually could be my street name.
That's his stripper name.
You need to do that stupid little dance thing with the music at the start of entering here if you're gonna go by that name, man.
That's his stripper name. Y'all know it is. It's a stripper name.
Matt there. I'm gonna do some hip hop, you know, like the boys got without the cardboard. Do you know what I mean? Do some loop the
Terrier.
Oh
Terrier.
yeah.
Could you shimmy into the camera frame so we can see how?
Oh, please don't. Please don't. Oh,
look at this skin though. Like, I mean, look at those follicles, boys. Look at those follicles. That is
all I see is
the plan.
The camera completely whited out.
That's what I'm saying. Like, this is a combination of beautiful
If you
genetics
had
and a
dreads, you'd be like those twins in the Matrix. You know what I'm saying? What are they called again? I forget what they had, but they can go into the ghost form and shit.
I thought you guys say just splash some glitter on them and you can be in the next, vampire
Twilight.
movie for girls. Yeah, exactly. Right.
I'm saying chicks love it, boys. That's what I'm saying. They love it. I get more ass than a toilet seat.
Yeah.
So for a loan, you would obviously need the cash on hand, but for a mortgage, then you have the physical asset being what is covering that, right?
That's securing, but a loan is unsecured.
Yeah, well,
yeah.
They still have to have the cash to give you for the loan. Though,
no. What I mean by that is when you get a mortgage, it's a type of it's a secured line of credit.
Yeah,
i.e.,
collateral.
Like,
yeah.
Whereas with a loan, it's just like if I come to you and say, "Can I borrow $10?" then you just give me $10, right? It's not like.
Yeah, which is why you have to have a proven track record to get a larger loan because they're going a lot on faith, right? They don't have any collateral.
I think they're playing semantics with the line of credit thing because I've never heard of every mortgage I've ever had, and I've had a few. It's never said line of credit. It's a loan application. It is a loan. It is a loan. I've never seen the word line of credit used in association with mortgage. That could just be somebody playing semantics for reasons. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, that'll be economists playing semantics for reasons.
Yeah, I don't know. But all I'm telling you is that, and I've never heard that term used. And even, even when we talk about like, for example, if what my wife does mostly is she helps businesses get bought and sold. And so if you're talking about a $3 billion deal, generically, everything's called a loan or an investment. I don't remember ever hearing the word line of credit used, even though that's probably actually that's way more applicable in that instance. But anyway, interesting though. It's an interesting conversation. I like it. A cat doesn't like to talk finance. Her eyes have already rolled back in her head like 3 times. She's like, "Oh, you guys shut up."
Do you want to hear an interesting little factoid about the word mortgage?
Sure.
It literally means death pledge.
That's true. I think that's true.
It is true. Yeah.
I remember reading that somewhere a long time ago.
Yeah.
I'm old, so anything I read was probably a long time ago.
Another fun fact is the church was against a lot of this stuff because they considered it usury. So it was originally fought against when they were initially trying to do a lot of this stuff.
Yeah,
that's my issue. Is like I get what Andrew was saying, where it's like, nah, man, it's good. Like, how are you gonna buy houses? It's like, yeah, but
it's tough.
Exactly.
It's tough right now, for people. And I get what Andrew was saying. I see this all the time, and I talk to people all the time about this. Is that, I bought my first house. I lived in a high-rise apartment. It was like $600 a month, the cheapest place I could find. That was nice, right? Like it was decent. And my wife and I lived there until we could afford to buy a house. But the only reason that what was holding us back wasn't that we couldn't qualify for the loan or anything like that. It was just that at the time, it just didn't make sense if you just couldn't pay it off soon, right? Like we thought at that time, we thought the housing was like really expensive as it was. So I bought I actually, my wife and I bought the first house that we bought together was it was a model home that had been custom ordered that didn't sell. The guy, was an Air Force guy. He got transferred somewhere else. So they're having trouble selling it. It had a lot of upgrades in it. And they just kept reducing the price until I think it was $250, $255, something like that. And they had a deal that if you used their financing, they would give you $50,000 off. So we did their finance. This was $205 is what we paid for the house. And and we put $50,000 down. So we came away with a very small mortgage, which is what everybody should attempt, is that you have to save first, take on as little debt as you can possibly take on. And now Arthrodaya in the chat, in my chat anyway, she's you may see her pop up once in a while. So she actually went to medical school. She's been on my show before. She went to medical school. She's an anesthesiologist, and she paid off all of her loans. Then she saved enough money. I think she said she had $100,000 to put down on a house, but she couldn't imagine taking on $400,000 in debt after she had just paid off $300,000 in student loan debt. So she actually saved another 2 years and lived like a pauper and bought a house in cash. So people still do it, but it requires commitment that on a level that most people in today's society just cannot get to.
Yeah.
We're mentally trained basically from birth. I don't know if it's this way in the UK, so I don't want to speak for our two island boys here. I don't want to talk for those guys, but here in the US and to some degree Canada, we're trained from birth to want everything right fucking now.
No, Canada's very much the same, bro. It's terrible up here for that. Yeah.
I think that's just societies. That's just
that's people in general. I agree. Yeah.
Nobody wants to work and save. Everybody wants, and I see this all, and I see it in every aspect of life.
Like gratification.
It's 100%, and so like guys will want like a brand, like, and I do a lot of fishing, so a guy will want a boat, right? And like when I bought a boat, the first boat I bought for myself was like $500. I mean, I kid you not, I paid $500 for it. It was a 15-foot boat just to prove to my wife that I would actually use it. And then I bought a nicer boat, and I had I had a check. I was going to go buy a brand new boat. My wife and I talked about it. It's this, it's $65,000 to go buy a boat. I had the cashier's check on my nightstand to get up the next morning, go to Bass Pro to buy the boat. And I was watching YouTube videos all day and all night the day before about rigging the boat and all, because you're just into it, right? You're just like, oh man, this boat's cool. And I ran across this YouTube channel where these guys are professional guides, and they're actually out in California, and they're on boats every day. And they're like, we don't buy new boats. We buy old boats that with good hulls that are trusted, that we know work. And then we completely rip everything out of them and put all new stuff in. And that way we're $20,000 into a boat instead of $100,000 in a boat.
Man.
And we use it every day. We have to trust this boat every single day. We can't go in for warranty work. We can't do this stuff. We can't be without the boat for a month to have somebody, a service center have it. And that resonated with me like a lot. Like it wouldn't matter if my boat sat in the shop for a month, but at the same time, why would you want to put up with that nonsense? Yeah. Cat bailed, too much boat.
Yeah.
And so I literally the next morning I got up and I looked at that check and I'm like, I'm not going to do that. So I got on Facebook Marketplace actually, and I found a boat and I went and bought it for like $3,000. And it's been a great boat. I still have it. I have another one too, but I still have that one. And it was just like, people these days, man, they just want the best and they want it right now. And they don't want to earn. They don't want to save. They don't want to start small. And we had this discussion, I think, on my channel the other day about starter homes. People don't want to do that anymore. People want to walk into a 3-2 McMansion and, there was a joke when I was in Colorado about how many of those homes were like they were $800,000 homes with no furniture in them because they couldn't afford furniture.
But like, if you look at like the situation is now, the average mortgage is increasing in years. You know what I'm saying? But like, there is that aspect where it's like the average salary is stagnated, but the average mortgage has been increasing constantly kind of shit. So what we need to be able to do is like give a solution to a guy, potentially a family, that involves that you're able to get a home, be able to get it in a reasonable kind of like thing. Because it's like, what, like some mortgages are lasting fucking 30, 40 years now. That's ridiculous. You know what I mean? Because like when my folks were getting their gaff, like the average mortgage was like 5 to 7 years.
Well,
you know what I mean?
There's also little tricks that, like, I really wish a lot of the financial stuff was taught in the public education system, but there's
if
also
only.
Yeah.
If only.
There's also little tricks like a lot of people, they'll get stuff like their mortgage for a long period, right? Like say 30, 35 years, right? To lower the payments that they have to do. And then they'll go and they'll splurge the difference. Meanwhile, you should be taking a portion of that, paying against the principal of the mortgage, and then the other portion and paying into your investments, right? And then because you're already used to paying this amount. So just because now you only have to pay this much doesn't mean you shouldn't invest the difference and pay against the principal with the difference, right?
But like
that's not taught like at all. And like you said, like people just want to be like, ooh, I got extra money I can go spend now.
Yeah.
Like, for example, like I was asking, I was talking to Kat about this in the 2 streams ago. How many guys who are 20 know how to budget? Who actually have an actual budget in their Excel sheet or Google Docs or whatever, where they're actually maintaining and keeping track of what they're spending and all that. Not very many. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that's
there
a
is
real
that
thing.
whole aspect. You know what I mean? But like I said, it is kind of like I said, it's a tough world out there. Don't get me wrong in terms of the fellas of that thing, but you need to become financially literate in terms of being able to look at your bill, not get afraid. Like this whole kind of like I seen it was like a meme where it's like, oh, like I don't even bother looking at my bank account because I have like the bank account fear or whatever the fuck it was called. Like people need to get over that shit and like actually start tracking their shit. And what people notice is a lot of people are just eating like half their paycheck on splurging on snacks and on all that kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? Like
that's me, bro. I feel like you talking about me personally. Bro.
I'm just saying.
Disclaimer: I am not giving
you're not the only one.
financial advice.
Yeah,
right?
not giving financial advice, but like I said, it's not just you though. It's like it's a thing that I've noticed across all my mates and all that kind of stuff. It's like they'd spend like 6-7 grand. Like this is all on like takeaways and all that kind of shit. And it's like I said, like there's a reason. Like I just popped out of the shower as well, by the way. Like there's a reason why my skin is this good, and it's got to do with my diet because it's like a well regulated diet at least. Kat disagrees. Like she thinks that it's a crazy one, but at least I'm supplementing, I'm keeping track of it, all that kind of shit. You know what I mean? Make sure.
All right. Enough of that. Enough of that.
So
wait.
Yeah, people are
it up in here.
I do agree what he's saying at the one part when he says though the eating out. That tends to be a problem with people's spending, right? Because people tend like to want it faster. You don't want to wait. So like a lot of people aren't cooking anymore. They're ordering food out now. And like this, like people think it's cheaper than buying healthy food, but it's not. It's not the truth.
People are still buying frozen meals, unconventional man, and ready-made meals, and they're popping them in the oven or microwave. Yeah, look at Joe Cool. Joe Cool is our token like guy that does everything financially wrong.
He is every
now
man.
fast food. That's why he has to do his streaming from his car, and the rest of us are inside a coffee house.
So cool.
He just joined.
Damn, bro.
If I couldn't see him smiling, laughing, and being all with it, I wouldn't make the comments.
Shit.
No, that was fucking.
Bro. No, like I was even talking about myself with the like buying food out. Like I'm not too long ago, I was getting bad with it where I was buying food out too much, and then I was like, "Damn, that's a lot of money you're spending on outside food when you do that, bro." You know, like just cook at home. I like cooking, anyways, right? Like I gotta eat steak like every day. I love steak. It's just
my body money and want to go on vacations and stuff like that instead of having like an emergency fund for anything that comes up.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah, sorry, Kat. Man. Disclaimer: I was in the financial industry for 9 years, so I should just shut up because I'll just keep going on and on. Like, yeah. The thing is that like basic things like the rule of 72, right? Like, your rate of return, you put that into 72. That's how many years it'll take for your investment to double. Like that kind of concept to teach to people, where it's like, no, you don't need to be rich to make a ton of money. You just need to start young.
Can I ask you?
Gay. All right, I'll mute myself.
It's an interesting thing because I think that there's a lot of people out there that never think about how much they're going to need to retire, and this actually hit home with me when I was really young because my grandparents on my mom's side, they retired once at 50 or 55, and then they went back to work and worked until they were mandatory retirement at 65 because they just wanted to, right? They weren't ready to retire, but they should. But they have very bad planning because neither one of them planned to live another 40 years, and their retirements ran out. My grandfather died at 80 something. My grandmother died at 104.
Oh my goodness!
And so, if you don't, you have, and so what I've done in my retirement, of course, I retired at 45, so I don't know that I'm the best example, but what I did is I just took all my expenses that I normally spend in a month, and that's what I need in retirement to come in without me lifting a finger. If I have to lift a finger, if I have to do anything beyond check my, get on my laptop and look, then it's not really retirement income. It's not really what I need. And so there's a number that is, and I have that coming in. Now my wife has not stopped working yet. I would love for her to do that. She just won't. Because she really enjoys her job and it makes her happy. So being a good husband, I let her do what makes her happy as long as it doesn't inconvenience me too much. So that's what it is. Kat, of course, doesn't need to worry about retirement. She spends all of her husband's money, and she is a cancer upon her husband's society. That's it. He'll never get rid of her. So Kat has no room to talk here. That's why she doesn't like this conversation. She has no input. But
she doesn't need to do the financial planning.
She doesn't need to. She doesn't have to do any math.
Wonder. We're about to know if Kat's a fraud or not, guys. We're about to know if Kat's a fraud or not. You guys ready?
No wonder.
Kat, what is your favorite fish?
Favorite dish? Sorry, I overtalked.
Fish?
Yeah, what's your favorite fish?
Like for an aquarium or to eat?
For an aquarium.
Both.
Okay. I like it's called a groby.
Okay.
Are they good to eat? Are they?
Okay. No, those aren't to eat.
I have a Grammy, but I don't really like him anymore because he eats everybody else.
If you said, I just wanted to make sure you weren't going to say beta or goldfish, because if you said any of those two, then I was going to know that aquarium behind you is fake.
No. These are my shrimps. They're super, super tiny. I can't even barely take a picture of them. And I have one Grammy in this one and a Pleco, because every time I put somebody in there, he eats them.
Nice. I don't know what any of those are, by the way.
Have you heard of someone called Stephen J. Gould?
A what?
Stephen J. Gould, I think his name is Gould.
No.
He studied fish for a long time, and the conclusion that he came to was that biologically speaking, there's no such thing as a fish.
Wait, what?
How are we categorize them?
So, like, he's saying, I think he's saying that basically it's like calling all the things that live in the sea in the fish is like calling everything that flies bird.
Human.
Yeah, that's how Hebrew used to work, man. And that's how they would get away with Lent. Is they're like, hey, if it goes in the water, it's a fish. We can eat that. Yeah, and bats used to be called birds and stuff like that. Yeah, like anything that flies is a bird. Anything in the water is a fish. So if a beaver goes in the water, you're now a fish. I better kill you while you're in the water, and then it counts for Lent.
Smart.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know where you're talking about, where that specific one comes from, where it's like fish don't really exist.
No, yeah, he's talking.
Would it be
like,
a reptile then? Like, what do you?
Yeah, it's hard
No,
to change the
I think what
conversation
he's
now. I need to know too.
what he's saying is that, like, when you look at fish, biologically, they're quite disparate. Like, so they like you might get two fish and they'll have no biological connection to each other whatsoever.
Yeah, kind of like an eel and a rock bass or something like that.
Yeah, right. So he's saying, like, it doesn't make any sense to just categorize all these different species of animals under one heading.
Yeah, it
like,
seems very fishy.
it does.
How's it go again? Will oil be hooked?
Yeah, well, oil be fucked. Actually, they name horse all that shit. Those weird names. I mean, like huge erection.
So, Joe, race war?
Yeah, I'm always down for a race war. I need my blunt blew away or something. I can't find my blunt wrapper, bro.
Oh man.
Yeah,
Can I just say it's
how
wrong?
high when the one guy's check beside you. There might be a guy that's got a blunt wrap.
Can I just say that
right out here, I guarantee.
You know what
very
I'm
wrong
saying? Method
seeing
Man
Joe
is
Cool.
sitting in the car next to you. He's got a blunt wrap.
It's very wrong.
found a
Seeing
bug.
It's very wrong seeing Joe Cool sitting in a car without his red pimp light on. What's going on, Joe?
I know, different car. I don't know what to tell you, man. Yeah,
Unconventional man came up
Your
here.
car, or is it a stolen
I
car?
felt like he was going to come up here with a storm. He was going to have a argument for us, but he came up here and did he fall asleep?
No. What happened? I actually wanted to speak about Bitcoin, but with Andrew, but he got off.
Fail.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has to do his own show.
I personally heard that Bitcoin's going to the moon. I don't know how.
That's Doge. That's Dogecoin.
I don't know how reliable that advice is, but apparently it's from like someone who's like well adept at the whole crypto scene. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, Doge to the moon, man.
I always say you zoom out,
man.
man.
Yeah.
Personally, I think XRP is not a bad bet, but we'll have to see how the bull run goes.
I don't know about all that.
Give me the meme coins, man.
Like at this stage, you're better off just fucking it on a bunch of fucking meme coins because it's a goofy fucking market.
Roulette wheel, perhaps.
I think people are putting a lot of faith into the cryptocurrency nonsense. Like,
Yeah, and those people should investigate chaos maths. Because like any complex system will have noise in it, and when you introduce noise into a complex system, like economics, 1 year it'll all be going rosy, and then the next year fucking bust, and no one really knows why. Right?
I mean,
yeah, I think I get what you were kind of trying to get with Andrew, where it's like money's become kind of fake in a way. Where it's
it is fake.
It's all based on promises
fake.
instead of based on the gold standard now.
When I
mean,
look
it's
at
fiat
banknotes in the UK are literally an IOU.
Yeah,
like it says on the banknotes over here, I promise to pay the bearer upon demand the sum of. Like,
yeah,
I don't know what it says over there on your banknotes, whether it says something similar.
Personally, I want to hear what Kat has to say. Like, Kat, what's your crypto portfolio like?
Kat doesn't have a portfolio.
Are you kidding?
Why? Because she's a woman.
She's a trapper
That's
keeper.
sexist, Grid.
Doesn't have a
we do
portfolio.
have like cool like polar bears on our money. I don't know if you can.
That's
even
one
see
thing.
that.
Coin collection and shit like that. That you can
Hey,
make a
they've got-
mint off.
This guy sent me a
You can
coin
make a
from
mint
Chad.
out of collecting coins.
We should have Poulet up here because he's the coin guy.
I see what you did there.
My buddy sent me this coin from Chad. This is a collector coin from Chad. Where's it at? There it is. See, it's a collector coin. It's a revolver. What is it? Yeah, 2 ounces of fine silver. This is a coin from Chad.
Huh.
So, yeah, a guy sent me that. Where is Mr. Boulet? He knows all about that stuff.
Chad,
He's a coin
like
guy.
the country,
He's the
Chad.
coin guy, is he?
Yeah, the country Chad, not a Chad. The country, the Republic of Chad. See, it comes.
So
out.
if you want to become a Chad, you just move there and become.
You gotta
a
just
citizen.
learn the coin.
Maybe you do. They have cool coins.
Hey man, you got little revolvers as your coins, man.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems a bit impractical to keep in your pocket.
Well, more than one of them, but it's 2 ounces of silver, though.
I'm imagining that was some sort of like heritage style coin, like it was like a special thing made.
It does say collectible. It comes in a box. It comes in this box right here.
It's pretty cool though, man.
Yeah, guy sent it to me. Republique de Chad. Base value 10,000 francs CFA.
And tell me, Grid, is that a revolver in your hand, or you're just happy to see me?
Well, I'm never happy to. I'm just kidding. Nobody can see you for the glare.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you
Turn the
gotta,
lights down already.
You got to play to your advantages. Do you know what I mean? Some people play to their tan.
They'll never see him coming because of the shine off his forehead.
I will not apologize for my whiteness. Okay, I am proud of my whiteness.
I think that the whole reason that
if he came to Canada in the winter, he could run around naked. No one would see him.
Exactly.
That's right. If he goes missing in the Swiss Alps, they'll never find him.
That is the thing. I can't go mountain climbing in snowy terrain, but hey, you can't have it all. You know what I mean?
Can't have it all. That's right.
True.
Cat, regale us with some cat wisdom.
Oh shit!
Give me a topic that's not nerdy.
That's not nerdy.
Is there such a topic? Is there any topic that's not nerdy? That's a great topic.
What's the best monster in Dungeons and Dragons?
Oh Lord!
Tarrasque.
Nerdiest topic you
Wow,
can
dragons, baby.
No, Tarrasque.
No, fuck that, man. Illithids. What you're talking about?
Illithids are pretty cool, man. Illithids are something like that you'd see out of.
Before we get off this topic, too, this quarter right here. This is a quarter, okay? It's 25 cents, but it's actually worth $10.
You know what that is, Cat? That's called money.
That looks like some sort.
I know
of,
that
like,
you rarely ever
wildcat
actually
or
have to
something.
see any because your husband earns it all, but that's money.
What country is that?
Great.
But yeah, this is just gonna keep going up
I
and down.
Oh, that's Canadian.
I don't understand this.
I've never
Surely
seen
you
that
would be-
before, man.
If you're in favor of removing women,
they're not too like popular. What's that, sorry?
if you're in favor of removing women from the workforce, surely you'd be lauding Kat spending her husband's money.
Oh, I think it's very fun. Kat's my co-host. She's quite
They just
entertaining.
jab at each other.
Yeah, Kat is quite entertaining. I actually think that I think Kat lives what most women should live. I think most women should live their life very much like Kat does. I think Kat has been exceedingly based in her entire life, and more women should strive to be like her. Not all women, but most.
Which woman should not?
Well, there are high performers like my wife. My wife will never be happy sitting still. Like, she's a high performer. She's my wife is kind of a unicorn, which is fine. Because I'm most women, a woman like you would never be married to a man like me because I am far too ridiculous. So you need boring. She found boring.
What?
And-
Whoa! What?
Oh, come on now. Come on now.
You need boring.
You trapped your husband. You literally trapped him. He
Yeah.
can't be an exciting dude. You literally stalked him and trapped him.
Why would I trap a boring dude?
What they do. That's what these bitches do, man.
Yeah.
They're like the guys that like to
stalked
wait
him.
and then have a
For
trap.
you guys that don't know, you think I'm making this up. Cat stalked her prey and trapped him without using sex, which is a win.
Skills.
Which is a win. She
Mind control.
trapped his ass.
You got one of the blow darts out. Was like
It was
Right.
calculated. It was calculated. It was 100% legit stalk and kill.
Gotcha, bitch.
That's right. Gotcha, bitch. And she involved his mother.
or was it more of like a drop-down cage thing? Or How did you trap him?
Yeah, it kind of was actually. I was...
Cat, how old are you?
Old enough, upper 40s, mid to upper 40s,
What?
let's say.
72.
Yeah.
Cat's been married
100.
20 years, guys. So anybody simping for Cat, you're simping for a senior citizen.
No, I mean,
compliments her to build her up and then tears her down. I like it.
Not to simp, but I would have never guessed the age. That's insane.
Shit.
Yeah, you can tell, like, if I don't smile, I look old. When I smile, I look okay, which is the key to life.
Just pretend you're a feminist for a little bit, and then we'll be able to see, you know.
I don't even think Cat used like food or cooking ability or any of that. She just seriously just trapped the dude. He just didn't know what was coming.
Mm-hmm.
Just didn't have it. Didn't understand. He was his unsuspecting med student. Didn't understand life. She trapped his ass.
Can we get a moment silent for Cat's husband, please?
He's not there, of course. He's he's out.
He's no longer with us. He's no longer with us. Moment silence, please.
He's out working, making the money.
That's story, guys.
He's fine.
Cool.
He blinked twice. The last time you had him on camera, he blinked twice. So I think that's a sign of distress.
We gotta save him.
All right, sorry guys, a little rude. My man wanted to smoke with me.
That's all right, Joe.
Okay,
We're used to you being rude.
I
That's
know
fine.
you gotta be right.
You good, bruh?
Good.
Yeah, that's right.
You got a sense of humor, man. You're good in my books.
Nah, I didn't like to be upset about, right? Motherfuckers on the internet. You know, you can be as nice as you want or as evil
Mr.
as you
Boulay
want.
has
It don't
wandered
affect
on.
me.
Mr. Boulay, I was just showing everybody the coin from Chad. That you sent me. That was awesome. I have it right here on my desk at all times. So yeah,
That's what's
Mr.
up.
Boulay was asking Kat, had a question for Kat. Where was it? It was thoughts on a wife having their own bank account not shared with the husband just in case you can't access your joint account in an emergency. Of course, tell your husband that you have it.
I mean, I don't, it's a personal thing that couples should talk about, and it doesn't really matter because it's all each other's anyway, so who cares?
Mm-hmm.
Like, if anything happens to my account, he gets, like, if anything happens to me, it goes to him. If anything happens to him, it goes to me. So who cares if they're separate? There's no such thing as separate when you're married. You can
So what about the
pretend-
secret shit though? That was the interesting part of the question. Do you keep it secret? Is that a thing?
No, I don't. But like, if somebody like let's say for example, you had a daughter and you were gonna die, and you just wanted to be sure. Worst comes to worst, you know, if the guy died or left her or whatever, she had a little something, whatever, and you gave her a bank account, and you're like, don't tell him about this. This is just for yours in an emergency, you know, whatever. Like,
you're probably fucking up doing that shit, and you're building it on bad footing. You know, it's just I don't expect it to be successful if it's not founded on truth and all of that shit.
well, I mean, of course, like I didn't do that, but I'm just saying, like, I can understand, the reasoning some, like a dad or someone might be scared. But again, the fear is the problem that we have in this world, because everybody's scared to get married, scared of getting hurt. Everybody has attachment issues. Everybody has abandonment issues. Everybody's trying to protect themselves. And that's why everybody's so miserable.
Yeah, baby, I dig it.
The only good argument I can think of, the only good argument I could think of for separate bank accounts is if you want to have like a splurge account, as in where you don't have to feel bad about any money you spend in that account. So like maybe like a small portion of the money for each person to have for splurging, or for buying each other gifts, and you don't want the other person to see like, hey, I bought you a gift, or maybe you set up like a reservation at somewhere, or like an event for your partner, and you don't want them to have the surprise spoiled. That's the only reason I could even think of it.
That's brilliant, though. Everybody should do that. Now that you brought it up, that's brilliant.
Oh,
Yeah, but you can keep.
I have all my
secret
assets
even if
in
you
my.
ask her for cash, or she asks you for cash. She can still keep things secret. I still think it's sus that there's a separate account. You know what I mean?
So
Okay,
I
well,
don't.
here's this. My dad gives me cash, and I put it in a little drawer in front of my husband. He knows that I have like money. My mom.
I'm telling him.
brings
I'm
it
telling him.
and
I
he
don't
knows.
believe you told him. I'm telling him.
Yeah. And then if I want to buy something, I just get that money, and I'm like, you can't say anything.
See, that sounds like, what I just described, right?
Yeah, but for this,
Yeah.
for the same thing, when my dad couldn't bring money, let's say, I'd be like, put an extra blah blah on my account for fun money.
Yeah.
And he would just do it, and then I
Couple
would
extra zeros.
Huh?
Couple extra zeros.
Yeah, just like move it over.
Well,
So all my assets are in trust for my son. And I actually need to change that for both of my sons. But so if something happened, which it won't, but if something did, everything I have, there's no arguing about it. There's no what is it? I'm drawing a blank. Probate. There's no probate court. There's none of that. There's no lawyers involved. Nobody gets to take any money from my kids. And so I did that, and I did that intentionally. Also, my wife actually needs to set her trust up as well, because she has some money and we have some holdings in her name that needs to be taken care of as well. But I think that everyone needs to kind of think like that. You always need to think about what you're leaving behind, because things happen. And moreover, I mean, my wife and I have one account. That's it. My wife and I have separate credit cards, so we don't see what each other spend, but necessarily. But so I don't ask her what she spends her money on. She doesn't ask me. And we just pay the credit cards off. That's the safest, easiest way for me to do it. And we pay the credit cards off every month, so that nothing builds up. But not separate checking accounts. Everything's visible. We know how much everybody's taking out, all that kind of stuff. So that's just how I do it. Now,
yeah, it's transparency. It's good that way, Like I get you on.
There's some transparency, but I don't. She got when we used the same credit card and she could see everything I spent money on. I don't care what she spends money on, but she would ask me, "What is this? What is this? What is this?" Now it was all fine, but it was just hey, what is this? Because she didn't understand, right? She doesn't understand it. She doesn't know what it is, and it's not like she had any objection to it. It's just, she just wanted to know, and I'm like, you know what? This is old. I don't like it. This is going to eventually. There's going to be an argument, right?
Yeah.
Eventually, there's going to be a problem, and so at that point, I was like, well, you can't see what I'm spending money on.
Oh, smart too.
So, and she likes it much better. She doesn't ask. So, but also she knows I'm not going out spending it on hookers and blow. So,
Now there is always the issue that sometimes you have one person in the relationship that is not good with money, right? And
yeah,
sometimes that's the man, sometimes that's the woman, but they can totally destroy everything that you've saved hard for, right? So one person will be a good saver, smart with their money, and then all of a sudden their partner comes in and it's like, what the hell? You just took out all that money, you bought a brand new car and all this nonsense. You didn't ask me first.
That's my girl. As soon as we get ahead, without even telling her, she'll go spend a bunch of money because she feel like we have room now. I'm the opposite. Yeah.
Buying crap on lease, man, like freaking couch.
Clover Tack. I'll see it. I'll see you tomorrow. We're doing a thing tomorrow, so I'll see you tomorrow. So I like this. I like this whole line of how this what we're talking about here. And sorry, my son's interrupting me. He wants me to turn the Wi-Fi on. I turned his Wi-Fi off because he did not go to bed on time last night because he was I forgot to turn his Wi-Fi off at 9 o'clock, and so he stayed up all night, watching YouTube videos and stuff. So
yep.
he's suffering today.
Yeah.
Good shit.
Just trying to support your buddy Easy's channel, man. You got to let him watch.
I don't think he was doing that, man. If he had been, I would have been all right with it. If he had been on here, I'd been all right with it. But no, he's probably watching Minecraft or something. I really do like I like what Kat has said. So as far as like just for example, I brought this up earlier, right? Like my wife got into buying Hermes products about 2 years ago, and with Hermes, you have to work your way up. Like you have to buy this much, you have to buy this much, and it's like Ferrari, right? Like you have to be a customer to be, and you have to be invited to buy certain things. Like you can't just go in and buy a Birkin bag. You have to own other pieces before they will let you buy it.
Yeah.
And so she did all of that, and now we're talking about this is a lot of money. This is a lot of fucking money.
It's ridiculous money.
It is, and I just didn't, now look. Here's the thing. It's fine. It was well within budget. It's not a big deal. And I didn't ask. Now she would show me. She'd send me pictures. Oh, hey, I bought this. I'm like, okay, cool. I didn't ask. I didn't want to know. Because that's it's within, as long as it's within the budget that we set. Why do I care? Why do I care what she spends that money on? It's better than it's just like I bought a bunch of airplane parts. I mean, a lot of airplane parts. I bought a lot of guns. A lot. Like a lot. And ammo.
I say that my car gets swarmed. I'm saying,
Yeah.
But he has them behind him as well, right? So
yeah, I bought a lot. I bought a lot of guns. I bought a lot of ammo. I bought a lot of stuff like and it was, and she didn't ask, right? Like if I buy something, then she just does. She doesn't ask about it because I don't ask about what she's spending that money on as within limits, right? Like now, if she had gone out and done something really crazy, then that's a whole other conversation, but she wouldn't do that, right? Not without talking to me about it first. I don't go buy houses without telling her, hey, we're going to go buy this house. Cause that's over the, and it's different for every couple, right? But you have to have that. Go ahead, Kat. I'm sorry. I'm monopolizing the floor.
No, I just wanted to say that, like, what do you think people should do before they get married to find out, like, what are all the factors you need to consider, good with money, this, that, the other one? Because I remember when whenever I brought a guy home, my dad would run credit reports, background checks, check everything.
I told you guys, Kat
talked with them about money and stuff.
So the stalker runs in the family.
At least the dad is.
So the stalker
runs in the family, he says. Yeah. Shit.
But I mean, I don't think that's a bad thing.
I get what you're saying, though, Kai. And this is smart, right? I've always, I think one thing that people don't do when they trying to get into a serious relationship is you have to know about each other's debts if you're gonna get into a serious relationship and move in together and all. You couldn't move in you don't want to move in and then find out, whoever you're moving in with is fucking, 50 grand in the hole and they're about to get everything fucking repossessed from them and have to claim bankruptcy and all this shit. And you're like, oh, well, thanks. Yeah, it would have been nice to know this part of you, So I think knowing people's debts is something you need to know if you're getting into a serious relationship, right?
Yeah, I think that's accurate. I think that it's even beyond the debt, right? How do you spend money, right? And actually, that's a really good point. So when I had a real problem dating before I met my wife because no woman would tolerate the way I spent money because they didn't understand it. I go out and I go to the racetrack, and I'm buying, I'm working, so I'm getting paid to be there. But you could see some really interesting things on my credit card, right? And I had a lot of girls that I dated that were like, "This is nuts. Why would you do that?" And I'm like, "Well, I can't. It doesn't matter because you're not gonna hang around long enough anyway." But
they didn't understand how you spent money.
They don't. Yeah, and what was the real thing is that I would date these girls and I would go to the I'd have to go to the track for the weekend because I'm working. They don't understand that I'm working. Like they think I'm going out there and I'm going to the strip club and I'm out there with the boys. And we're just hanging out being a bunch of jackasses. And that was not the truth. What was actually the truth is I'm out there working my balls off in the hot sun, sweating. You know, this is real work. I would get back to the hotel room late, go to bed, get up the next day, do the same thing. And they never understood that. So one of the things I did differently with my wife, after we went out one time and we saw each other a couple of times after that through the week. But the following weekend, I had to go to the track and I took her with me. And so she saw firsthand that I'm not going out to we're not going out to the strip club. We're not going out for steak every night. We're not blowing money. Like, yeah, there's some weird charges on my credit card because I have a hotel room for the weekend that I get reimbursed for. I might have fuel that I have to buy or whatever, for the client that I get reimbursed for. But she get to see all of that stuff firsthand and then and understand what it was that was actually happening. So after that, she didn't really have any questions and she didn't care that I did that. And she didn't want to go because she understood that it was going to suck. Like, this is not a good time. And so that really, that was like a really interesting thing that I did. And I think that most people should do that. You should have early on in the relationship, you should have that heart to heart. If not a conversation, just take them with you. Say, hey, this is what I'm actually doing. Right. Like when I say I'm going fishing, I'm not going out and getting drunk with my buddies. I'm actually going fishing and we're on a boat all day in the hot sun. And so that's why I buy $200 worth of Gatorade, because I'm going to be out here drinking Gatorade all day because I'm in the hot sun. So it's, I just think that openness in relationships is very important in the very beginning. Like Kat said, her dad ran credit reports and background checks after the first or second date to make sure that, she wasn't getting involved with a criminal.
It comes down to what you're actually spending money on. You know what I mean? Like, it's because, like I said, it's having that open conversation, but like, you can be spending a lot per month, but you can be spending it on, for example, booze and strippers and all that kind of shit, which is your base is like burning your money. Or you could be investing in, let's say, buying gold or buying stocks or whatever, or put into a trust like you did for your sons as well. So it's all about, like, it's not necessarily how much you're spending, it's what you're spending on, kind of thing. And like I said there, it's like you need to be righteous in that conversation with you don't need to explain your whole kind of like business strategy and all this stuff, but just like let her know that it's like this stuff's not going into wasteful stuff, like we said, like the strip club and all that kind of shit. You know what I mean? Like bottle service and all that.
How do you determine her spending habits? She watched you do that. Y'all get together. She didn't do that type of shit before. As soon as y'all get together, now this is possible. It's okay for me to spend a couple $100 and this and that. She don't really understand how you're doing it. How do you know before you get into that? Certainly before you marry this girl, what her spending habits are going to be like. That's the shit that's going to cause a problem.
Well, I think you have to start out and have a lot of conversations, right? You got to really, and like very honest conversations. I think that a lot of people don't want to have those conversations because they're afraid it's going to fuck up the relationship.
I dig it.
So,
yeah,
like
100%. 100%.
Babe, I need you to stop spending money on makeup. You think I look ugly with makeup on? Like, that's basically what, like, it kind of goes down. But like I said, it's about having that kind of like perseverance to just, like I said, like Grid said, like bite down and have that kind of different conversation where it's like you need to explain where a lot of women spending is, like, let's say on makeup, nails, all this kind of frivolous stuff, that it's just like going to the strip club. It doesn't get you anywhere. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Whereas if you, let's say, buy gold or buy property, that retains value and makes you money in the long run. So your money's making money. And like that's the difference in terms of the two bots. But in terms of like what you're saying there, Joe Cool, in terms of like what's a good indicator for me personally, and this is kind of in euro, it's like realistically, like if you were to say a date a week, that's in terms of the money thing. So it's about, like, let's say 500 quid a month is, let's say, a baseline where you could be like, okay, you could justify it that way. But it's about trying to kind of like think in terms of that, where it's like, okay, 5 date nights, that's whatever amount of dollars per month in America, and then you go on from there, kind of thing. Like I said, it's, as the man, you need to be like the fucking financial guy of your household. You know what I mean? Because it's we could go back to the Bible, we go back to many examples where it's you want to make sure that you have the final say over the money, at least. Do you know what I mean? And again, like the stuff with Cat as well, that's more so petty cash, I think. Like that's kind of like that kind of level of where if you're talking about like 5-6 figures, now all of a sudden we're kind of like, is that like
It's all relative, man. It's all relative.
Drawer if you have 5 or 6 figures in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like basically all these, as well as all the other things that you want to go through with your relationships, is all about expectations, right? I expect you to have this worldview involving this role expectation, whether or not you want to live in the city or countryside, whether you believe in spending money on frivolous things, what is a frivolous thing to you. You go through like all these, what you expect in your partner, and then you're not going to be caught off guard, right? It's like you knew what you were signing up for. You expected this of me. Am I not fulfilling that expectation? Yeah. Well, then you have nothing to complain about.
What it's interesting, I think this is interesting, right? Because everybody has a different load point, right? Like when I was building my business and I would spend just any money at all, it was a big deal because we didn't have that much, right? We didn't have that much spare. Now, on paper, I owned a lot, but I was very cash poor. Now, once I retired and I sold everything off and everything else, that's when really I realized a lot of gain, right? I mean, I had some money, but I didn't have as much. And the economics of what I did, if I hadn't pushed that if my wife didn't understand that going in, we never would have made it. Because, you know, when you, and I'm just going to, you know, this is a no bullshit kind of deal here. Like the reason that I retired is it was going to cost me like somewhere around $2.8 to $3 million to continue forward in my career and or to keep my to do what I was doing. And I sat down and so we could have done that, and was like, no, we're not going to. But you know, the economics of racing in particular are really interesting and not for the faint of heart. I had business partner. Every time I attempted to have a business partner, they would bail because they couldn't take it. They couldn't take that level of risk. They couldn't take that level of assumption of risk, right? And I could. I thrived on it. It was good. It was good for me. But my wife had to know that going in. Otherwise, that really, and you know, because I firmly believe that the number one reason that couples split up early in a relationship is money. They just argue about money all the time, and that leads to complete breakdown of the relationship. And go ahead, Kat. You don't have to raise your hand. You know, you have this thing. It's called a voice. You go.
No.
I want to talk now.
No, it is disrespectful to speak unless acknowledged.
Okay.
Anyways, so what my dad did was, why is his head so big?
He's got the white
being goofy. Just keep going. He's just messing with you because
he's been awake too long.
He has actually.
Yeah, but anyway, so my dad, when I brought my husband over before we were married and stuff, he talked to him about money. He told him, you know, like, this is how much she costs.
This is how much she costs. This is the monthly spend on your. That's your dad's
letting them know the expectations, right? What to expect, right?
Yeah, and he said things like she's not going to be taking care of her car. You know, you're going to have to take that to the mechanic. You're going to have to be checking the oil for her. You're going to have to be doing. There's several things you have to do. She can't do that. Don't expect her to do it.
Don't expect her to.
Yeah, so you know, he agreed to that, and my dad's like, okay, you know, she's not the type of girl that needs Chanel this or name brands or whatever.
Very good. That's their
but
security.
But she, you know, spends
she's
money
gonna
on
need a new car every 3 years because she's
that.
gonna destroy it.
Yeah, every 5 years.
She's gonna need shrimp food and fish food.
Yeah, and I have certain hobbies that I'm into.
That's funny.
And you know, like whatever, he knew up front, and then you know, he made the choice. It's a different thing when you pretend to be something you're not up front. Just to get married.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
You can't last, bro.
But that's what I was trying to get at too, right? Is it's like you mentioned about finances being one of the number one things. It's like well, are you expecting to go on like nonstop eating out, nonstop vacations, owning all these fancy things, a gigantic house, all this stuff? Or do you want just a simple life? Like what when you envision your dream future, what is that? Is there kids involved? How many kids? Are they homeschooled? Are you working? Am I working? Are we both working? You know, these things need to be worked out, right? And a lot of people, they don't like to have these conversations. They just want to be in their fields, and it's like
That's true.
everything's going so well. I don't want to mess it up and stuff.
I love
a couple of years ago. I started talking to this girl. We went on a couple of dates, and I asked her one time while we were hanging out, what do you see yourself in the next 5 years? What's your plan? Where do you want to be at in the next 5 years? She goes, I don't know. And I was like, you have no clue? And she goes, yeah, I don't even. This stresses me out. This question, even thinking about this. I was like, okay. Never hung out with her.
That's
again.
an impulse person. You run.
That's an impulse purchase.
Yeah.
Ghost 1978. I love this. What's the trade-in value, Kat?
Of what? You don't trade.
You don't trade.
You keep.
You just said, listen,
We understood
I
what the
cost this
upfront.
much.
We understood the upfront cost. We understood
That's
the
all
finance.
it is.
We understood the
It doesn't
financing.
come with no perks.
Yeah.
No,
Like
no
that-
warranty, no
That's
trade-in
smart.
value.
That's
That's
the
funny.
thing though. Like with women in general, though, it's not necessarily down to a figure value. Because if you can explain to a woman your potential, you can explain the situation, how you're earning money, how you expect to earn money in the future as well. You'd be surprised about the amount of women that will actually commit to potential and not have the actual like money.
Yeah,
upfront
as
kind of
long
thing,
as you
know?
have a game plan and you can sell the dream and all that jazz. Yeah, like girls are willing to put up with a lot of stuff that you'll do. Yeah, as long as they
that's why-
see you implementing what you said you're gonna be doing, right? Yeah.
And like that's the thing as well, where a lot of the red pill community it's like the Wes Watson, where it's like you have to be a millionaire, otherwise don't even think about women.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
there is the polar opposite of that, of being able to survive off, let's say, government welfare checks and all that kind of shit. Because knowing how to be able to survive off the system is in itself a skill. You know what I mean? And being able to have that skill, like that's basically being wealthy before you even have the finances. So when you do get capital and you do get those breaks, because they eventually do come in life. Because yeah, life's shitty, but there are the good moments too. That's when you have that kind of mentality of being going, I get, let's say, this win the lottery or whatever the fuck. I'm not going to fucking spend on splurge and all this shit. I'm going to be able to invest it and make the money work for me and all that shit. Do you know what I mean? But like I said, it's one of those things where it's like it's a mentality over the actual raw amount. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Hey, Speakeasy, did Andrew's donation show up?
It hasn't popped up on YouTube yet, but like he did get a receipt saying that
Okay.
the $100. So
Well, let me know if it for some reason just doesn't work. I mean, sometimes YouTube can be weird. So
yeah,
I'll
that's
take
the
it.
thing,
I'll
right?
cover it.
Sometimes YouTube's I've had it where one time this happened with somebody and it came after, and then it went through fully, and then there was another time where it just got sent back to the person and it never came. So I don't know.
Yeah.
We just have to wait and see, I guess.
Yeah, I don't.
It's
I
not
don't
a
want you to
big
be.
deal.
I don't even know what we were doing the marathon goal for. I don't know what the goal's for, but I want you to hit it, man. So, you know, I'll help you out.
Appreciate you.
Yeah.
I appreciate you.
I'm gonna have to jump off here in just a couple of minutes, guys. I got things I got to get done today. I wasn't even planning on being on this long. It's been awesome, guys. I really appreciate it.
Hey, anytime.
Yeah. It's just started raining outside too, so that's awesome. But guys, you know, this has been great. I really appreciate the conversation, and we've had some good ones, some really good topics.
Agreed.
I think it's gonna be really cool. Tomorrow, Clover Tack and I are we're gonna talk guns on his channel. Kat will not be there. You won't have to see her eyes rolling back.
I
or
was
anything
gonna
like
say.
that. You won't have to see her just like completely turn off. Now the thing is, though, is it's really great when that does happen, because what'll happen is I will solo screen her so that she's not really paying attention, and then she realizes it, and sometimes she'll almost fall out of her chair, and that is entertainment you just can't script. And you know, it's great. It's really great. But Kat's great, and you should hopefully she'll hang out with you guys some more and talk about things that don't have anything to do with money. What does he don't talk about? Finances, weapons, combat,
vehicles.
She's got a vehicles. She doesn't talk about vehicles. You know, it's a list. She's got a list. Like, you know, you got to read the fine print. Like with all women, you got to read the fine print.
Sure.
But you guys have a great rest of your day. Obviously, you guys, I've seen my channel spammed a few times in the chat. So go find me. I'm really close to that 2,000 sub mark. I think I'm within 100 subs. So that's really pretty fucking impressive, and I'm really happy about that. So if you guys, if you haven't dropped me a sub, go do so. I'd really appreciate it, and do the like thing. I'm gonna have memberships up later this week, I think. So looking forward to that. And you guys, yeah, man, we're doing all the things with all the things. So anyway, Speakeasy, always glad to be on one of your panels, man. It's great. It's always fun. So
always glad to have you, bro.
All right, man.
Yeah, man.
Have a great rest of your day. I'm gonna bounce out. You guys have a great time.
You as well.
Good one. Be well, man.
Be easy, bro.
All right, here. Maybe Kat will like this kind of description here. All right. So one way I look at it for when you're meeting people, right? You got your castle, you're willing to explore outside your castle, and you kind of meet, and then you spend some time in a meadow, but then you know that meadow, that, you know, like the little glaive, you know, inside the forest, there's flowers, there's sunshine, there's all this beautiful stuff, but you know that you're gonna have to cross that bridge. You're gonna have to go into the wilderness eventually. No? You don't understand the metaphor? That face is the weirdest face I've ever seen in response to this metaphor. Usually a lot of girls like that style of metaphor. You have your walls, right, that you put up? No? Alright, fine. I got enough. Screw you. This is why I don't go to fluff conversations. I'm all about the nitty-gritty crap. You had your chance. That's it. Back to fiscal responsibility.
I do gotta upgrade my list. on my Nightbot.
Try to rush through these beautiful imageries too, so maybe that's why.
I thought the metaphor failed at least in a bit. Fuck it, since we're still talking about it.
There, see, Joe Cool had his chance to get back at me, so you know he was saving it.
I was gonna let it go. I think that it was the metaphor to show that you got to see the ugly and accompanies the good. You explained the good, the castle and the meadows, and then you didn't talk about how ugly the ugly side would. I think that would have strengthened your metaphor.
Well, you don't know, right? Until you cross that bridge.
That was dope. You should have stressed that then.
Yeah.
That's dope. The unknown factor over there, that's better than anything else. The unknown.
Yeah, it's the unknown.
fear.
But do you trust me to take the adventure into the unknown with you, right?
Trust
Do I
comes into
trust
play.
you for that adventure? Do I really want you
How
on the
bad do I
path with
want
me
you?
into that
Yes, are
unknown,
you that
right?
one?
Yeah.
Yeah, trust then. That's what we should look for when you're choosing a mate.
Yeah,
You know, if
exactly.
they do or show untrustworthy shit, let it be a huge red flag.
And you're setting up the expectations, right? There's gonna be unknowns. There's gonna be, you know, some dragons that pop out of the bushes along the path. And you know,
Yes,
do you
this the
trust
one
me to
I
handle
want.
those dragons with you? If
Yeah.
you do, then let's go on this adventure together, right?
Yes. Yes. I dig it. There's a lot of that shit.
Yeah.
And now
See,
the metaphor is beautiful. Now the metaphor is suddenly great.
Hey man, I like those metaphors, man.
You can talk.
Okay, so
sorry.
Oh right, we have to give her permission.
Yeah, the hand
I
raised.
forgot.
no, I was just thinking, before I got married, my dad was like, you know, is this the one that you want to be with if you have money and if you don't have money? The one that, like, if the, you know, government fails, if there's martial law,
Yeah, God,
if
your
everything
dad
goes
is
to
wise,
hell.
bro.
This one,
Those are those dragons coming in.
yeah, and like, you know, people don't talk about that. They just go, well, find you an, like some girls preach online, find an old man who's about to die and then inherit his money. What happens when the government seizes all of his
Yes.
assets? What
Yes.
happens when then you're
Yeah.
on the street with your kids
Right.
and this old decrepit person?
Right.
That's true.
Oh man,
I don't see how any of that doesn't fit my metaphor, Cat. You should have been right on board with that.
Yeah, right.
I mean, it's fine. It's fine. It's just there's a faster way to say it.
Oh, okay. See,
That's what it
I
was.
think imagery, you know, like sells it more, you know?
I appreciate imagery. It makes my life and my daily experience sense. Fuck that. I'm also on that short shit too.
Man's
Yes.
painting a picture, Ka. You know what I mean? He's like an artist. You know,
It's an
perfection
art.
takes
I
time.
told you I'm a creative, man. Like
I love art.
I love that imagery. Like you don't. So when you go to the quick one, then you get the people going, well, what about? Well, what about? What about? but the painting, it explains the whole picture, man. You get the what about? It's like, I did warn you about that dragon. I don't need to talk about financial collapse or martial law. Those are the dragons.
I wonder if this is what.
Bitches don't understand financial advice, you know what I'm saying? So you gotta
You need to
use
tell
like
them.
metaphors and shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
metaphors.
And like
You
the
need
whole
to-
kind of like pastoral aspect, the fact that you have the king and the queen is the king's bitch and all that kind of
Oh my
shit.
gosh,
You know what I'm
stop
saying?
with that.
And then you can roll in the meadows with any bitch and then make her a queen. But like,
Okay,
you know what I'm saying? It
You
just
could have
rolls up the tongue.
scoundrels come and, you know, pillage your lands and all your finances are gone then.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. It's like we need more kings in the world because I think I don't know who said it. It might have been earlier in the panel or it might have been some video I was watching. Like we have access to more information than any king throughout all of history. So like this whole kind of
Oh,
aspect
yeah.
of like being able to build yourself up, build up your kingdom. That's the way you need to start thinking. You know
Well,
what I'm saying?
Terry, what you're saying is I need to take over and become king. I got you.
Hey, so that's for your family, do you know what I mean? At least, because like, bear in mind, like the whole kind of like system of like tribes and all that kind of shit. It was like based off the whole kind of families and like it was obviously like one ruling family, but there was also kind of built in terms of the sitting tree, like those families as well. So it's like a tribe that is filled with fathers is better than a tribe that's filled with simps. You know what I mean? Because like usually in those tribes, it's like full of simps and then maybe one or two pimps. That's it.
That's what you
know what I
meant
mean?
when you say more kings. I was going to ask you. I think you just explained it. Yeah.
Yeah, more fathers basically is what we need because like
Yeah,
often
lords
when
and stuff is what you
I
got,
knew you
right?
meant
Yeah.
that too. I was
Yeah.
just fucking around.
Yeah,
But,
you
like,
don't want one guy with a harem and all that nonsense, right? Like,
you know what I mean? Because that's what I'm saying in terms of like
Yeah,
what
I'm-
Andrew Tate. That's
Yeah,
what a
I'm
lot
gonna
of people
go
think. You know?
Genghis Khan and just
Easy, I think that
all the women for me.
your shit when you just said do so that means I should step up and be king. I think that still comes into play. Are these kings you talking
No,
about?
I know,
But
and me and
that's
him have
brilliant.
talked
Hold on,
about
I'm
it
gonna show how
before,
it
but
connects. Well, or here's how I see it connecting with the man versus the woman. Are all these kings? We're talking about men. We need more kings. Does that include queens? Are women queens, meaning they're beneath the guy? The guy is always going to be leader. Therefore,
yeah, unless you want your civilization to go to crap. Yeah.
Like that's what I'm saying. Like you need to be well equipped, and that is kind of like the financial, being able to budget out, being able to track and know exactly what you're spending on whatever amount. And like I said, this is not a thing of like being able to penny pinch, although that is a skill in and of itself.
Yeah.
Being able to come at it where it's like you know how to budget. If you know how to budget, then you can run your life like a business. In terms of
and
I'm
this
not
old
spending on
lady,
this, I'm not spending on that.
I'm gonna help this old lady down some stairs.
Yeah, no worries. But like I said, it's being able to kind of like keep a track of like what you're doing because, like I said, there's so many people who will easily spend 5-6 grand on junk food or just like
oh yeah,
that shit. In general.
I just have to say, what a good Samaritan Joe Cool is going to help some old lady out.
Yeah, man.
Well,
Do
he's
that.
on stream.
I agree with
What a
that.
good guy.
I think what helps Terry too is that when you notice that your partner has like bad spending habits, it's like, okay, How often do you want to be doing this? Okay. And then you show them how it adds up over time. And then, you know, since Kat didn't like my metaphor, here you're getting all the financial advice now, girl. So then you show, what if you took that money and you invested in a mutual fund, right? And you show them the doubling periods, and you show them, is that like cheeseburger that you're getting every day, right? Is that worth
Does
like,
Farney not realize all this is
$800,000?
going in one ear and out the other?
That's why I'm looking at the Irishman when I'm sorry. You can't see because I'm just looking always in the exact same spot to you guys. But to me, right now.
I guess Teriyaki, he was talking to you and he said, I got the financial advice for you, girl.
What? Oh.
Well, like I said, it's Ellen DeGeneres. It's the Ellen DeGeneres
Over to
hairstyle.
Kat for that comment. All
Terry,
right. I was talking to Ellen DeGenerate. All right.
You know what I'm saying? But like it is one of those things. Like I said, it's kind of like if you're able to explain to women the whole kind of like breaking down the finances, but like Kat will probably explain, it's in one ear out the other. Like, but the other
sitting
thing,
on a panel with us after she said like 20 times she doesn't want to talk about finances. Yeah, it's gonna go in one ear out the other. But you guys keep bringing it back to the same topic. I don't know what you're doing. This is like
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Let me cook. Let me cook. Realistically,
but you're not cooking with her. Like she's not listening. Didn't you get that part?
Yeah, don't worry. I'm going to bring it back around. Like, don't worry. I got it. I got you, right? Because like realistically, one aspect of this is like the amount of like women that are coming out of college, the amount of college debt that they're going to have. You know what I'm saying? So like, Kat, you didn't go to college, did you? Or did you?
Yes.
Well, like, what was your like college debt situation when you were getting married?
I had zero debt.
Yeah, that's a accounts an average. Like most people would. Like, what's the average debt? The college debt in America? You know,
Maybe like 80,000, 90,000.
Yeah, so it's like that's another thing that you need to take into consideration when you're kind of like the future with the woman, and like to get that information out of a woman like that you're trying to date. That's one of those awkward questions that we said. It's very difficult to have that conversation of how much are you in debt, because a lot of people try to hide their own debts. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you know, can you really put a dollar value on like gender theory or you know some valuable skill like that?
Fuck no, man. Like I said, that like how that shit was able to pass in college, I don't understand. Like the social sciences are an embarrassment to science. They're not even a proper science. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I mean, like Kat, what's your opinion on gender studies or woman studies or whatever the fuck?
It's absolutely asinine. You're not going to get a job. And if you do, it's a useless job we didn't need.
But it's good to know how to nag your husband into like wanting to end themselves so you'll get the inheritance faster, right?
No.
Because that's the key way to get your inheritance faster, right? Not your strategy. You said you want that man in case society falls, but you said a lot of these women are looking for older men. Well,
older men or just rich men. They think they're going to find a rich man out the gate. It's insane.
Yeah, so you don't have to wait for them to, you know, go.
I'm just gonna point out also, Farney, I did just hear that sarcasm you mentioned earlier.
I told you I fall into it too.
It's so troublesome. You did it.
I know, man. Oh,
Funny
trust
enough.
me. That's why I try to pick on people that are around me with sarcasm, because it rubs off on me, and then I fall into old habits of sarcasm. It's a tough. Dude, it's tough, man. It's like swear. It's like profanity, man. You just like you fall into it. It comes naturally, right? But
I do it.
Oh yeah. But you weren't the one saying that there's an issue with it, right?
Yeah, you were.
So exactly, man. Well, I'm well aware. And every time I do stuff like fall into that, I have this.
I have the Terminator glasses on, bro. So I had to go Terminator. Okay. Teriak's Terminator 1990. I'm Terminator 2050. Okay. In the future. That's why I got the merged.
Well, we're on spectacles. How about that? What do you think of people that wear prescription glasses without the lenses in them?
It cannot be such a thing.
Oh, it
No,
is. Watch some women on like the panels of whatever podcasts and other stuff like that. Oh yeah. Go ahead, Kat. You look like you want to say something.
Who does this and why?
It doesn't Farah
See
do
with
it?
me, see.
Destiny's Child, you know, Farah, I think her name, that's her name, Farah.
Yeah.
It's
Oh, it
because
drives me insane.
bitches will do anything to seem smart other than read a fucking book. That's what I mean. I think I just
like
killed Joe.
To me, wearing prescription glasses without needing them is like riding around in a wheelchair because you want to like be fashionable. It's like, what are you doing? Get out of that wheelchair. You just want to tilt the wheelchair, right? And kick them on the floor. Yeah, that's what I want to do with the glasses. Just rip it off their face. Say, hey, you don't need to wear these. What are you doing? Enough. Bad.
Speakeasy, talk to us about these glasses. What are the designer? What's the label here? The brand. Oh, he's going back. He's getting something
Don't
else.
let the moment pass. The dude say bitches will do anything to look smart other than read a book. Oh!
It's true though. It's true. Kat, you know it's true.
I've never seen the glasses without frames and stuff, but
Without lenses.
without
frames
sorry,
would be
without-
wild.
Yes,
That would be
glasses
pretty
without-
cool.
you
They're
said
just floating there.
Bitch running around with a fucking monocle. What are we talking about here, boys?
That's the next level twisted. If they're looking for prescription glasses, then taking out the lens, they're trying to trick you on some next level shit. You say prescription, that's really weird. I've heard of people getting high-end glasses, and I don't know. I guess the only reason you take the lens out would be to fool motherfuckers. I don't understand.
I hate
I'm
it.
confused.
I know what kind of person I'm getting when I see people wearing like glass.
I still don't know
frames
why they
with-
would do. Oh, I'm sorry. I still understand why they would
it's
take
totally
those
what
out.
Teriak said. It just looks smart. They think it looks like they read the books and they're not uneducated. And yeah, they do it just to like. It's a debate tactic
dumb-
that some of
dumb
these
as a
people
doornail.
do as well. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I cannot stand it. It's like it gets me ticking. You know, like.
Man, I was with a chick doing a 4-year course in the most prestigious college in Ireland, right? I got to do it like fucking sociology and all the shit. And this bitch in her final years was saying, "Can you take me through the data? Because we didn't actually have any class on statistics." I was like, "Bitch, are you crazy? How can you fucking be a sociologist, which is the study of groups of data? You know what I mean? And not do one statistics course." That's what I'm saying. Like they're signing up for courses just because of merit and shit like that. Do you know what I mean? Like gender studies, this is the new shit and all that bollocks. You know what I mean? The only useful thing is like shit like fucking technology, STEM, mathematics, all that shit. But even with mathematics, the best thing you can get a job is what? Teaching? Fuck that shit. You know what I mean? And like I said, in terms of technology as well, you're probably better off taking an online course to teach it, because then at least you get the door. And then once you're in the companies have better fucking learning centers than the actual colleges. Like I said, it's college is a fucking scam at this stage. Like I said, bitches coming out with 80, 90 grand debt. That's another thing. You need to have these honest, righteous conversations. You know what I'm saying?
Well, and they claim that they're smart for getting the degree, but it's like, do you not think that they want to like pass you so that you'll pay for the next like term, so that you pay for the next one, so you pay for the next one, right?
Well, like,
it's
that's what I'm
all
saying.
like money.
You need to be like, right, I'm going to pay X amount on this college course, and I'm going to get a job that's going to pay X amount. But like, all these bitches just go, no, I just want to be cultured. The fuck does that mean?
That's exactly what they're thinking. And
Because it's clout. It's just like the glasses. Just buy them the frames and say, here, save your money on a college degree. Just put these on. You look smarter already, girl. There you go.
Shortcut.
That's the only way that I could maybe stand behind it. If I could say, here you go, have these frames, just save your money, don't pay for gender studies nonsense. All right. That's fine with me. If the girls want to go that way, fine. Why not?
That's what they're doing by putting on those glasses. In some ways, they're bypassing a degree and taking a shortcut.
Yeah.
Sure.
That's why I say it's like the makeup and all this kind of shit. It just feeds into that whole like, I want to look
like
a
a
certain
whole
way
stash,
without
like-
actually looking at it. Yeah, Easy has like literally fucking 20 sunglasses, I think. These are the Elton Johns. Oh no,
They'd be
the John
stylish.
Lennon's. John Lennon's.
They look good. They look good.
I didn't even notice. I'm looking everywhere else. I didn't even notice till you said that.
I got another pair, but guess what? These are all prescription. I can't see worth a damn.
Makes sense.
There's another style for you.
You
That
ever
one's
consider
got
LASIK?
like what?
Or like
That's
general
still
eye surgery, like laser eye surgery.
Look at these ones. They shine like crazy because they got no
Those are nice.
anti-glare.
You know, I can see that. Those are nice.
So yeah, why I don't do LASIK is because I've been
yeah, those are nice.
You know, I've been told that, you know, it can go bad after a certain amount of time, like 8 or 10 years. You basically have to get it done again. You gotta get touch-ups, you know. You can get the halo effect around your eyes, you know. Kind of remind me of what's his name, Morpheus, for some bizarre reason there.
Yeah, he's got the general kind of look going. You know what I'm saying? Then like the whole kind of side eye.
I told you, it was the ones I told you.
Yeah. Listen here, Neo. There's a world outside of this world.
Right.
Got to get the dirt off your shoulder as well, man. You got to get the dirt off your shoulder.
This is nice, man, though. Color on those. I don't know if it's reflecting the rest of the color in the room, but
I jacked off the whole damn work because they said it was going to rain. I'm starting to feel like an idiot
Mysterious.
right about now. And I guess I was saying, do I blame myself for being an asshole, or should I trust the weather, man? It's been raining for like about 4 days here. I don't know.
Oh, cat's literally dipped out of there.
I'm taking a picture of my computer. My friend's trying to help me figure out what thingy I need.
Oh, don't give them ammo, yo. Don't give them ammo.
Wasn't that what your husband agreed to do when your dad talked to him? Was look after your computer problems and stuff?
No. That was the car.
Oh.
Who does the computer fall under? Because according to dude, you're not smart enough to know how they operate. There must be a man out there somewhere.
Can you handle my daughter's IT problems? No. Oh, okay. You better be able to afford an IT person, or be okay with her having friends that are into that then.
There you go.
Yeah. Sounds fair. Sounds fair. I do think that parents should be more involved in, you know, matchmaking and all that jazz, and verifying whether or not a partner is a good suit for their daughter and such. Yeah.
But I think Kat was saying something about arranged marriages. Like that might even be better than what we got at the moment. But I'm hesitant of that shit because, like, you know what I mean?
I like arranged marriages. I think they're pretty based.
How so?
Let's do it. Let's have arrangement. You're first.
Because they're focused on what's practical, not on these feelings nonsense. So they're caring about, like, are you going to be able to fiscally and you know, leadership wise, you know, guide my daughter and take care of her.
Yeah, but you can't physically fuck the bitch. You know what I'm saying?
That comes with time, you know. You can make the bond, and it'll be good in time. Just
why are we going Indian? Where are we going here?
I am part East Indian. I didn't mention that. I know you don't see it in my skin color, but my dad's from India, dude.
Man, like I said, it's that skin tone.
Which is probably why I like the arranged marriage thing, but like,
no, I want to hear your argument for it though. What is it?
Well, like I said, it takes
Might
away
as well
all the
talk
stupid
about it now.
feelings, right? You're not going to get
an hour
booty.
left till I hit 24. Oh, an hour and 20 minutes till I hit 24 hours.
Your parents aren't going to get booty blind by your potential wife, right? So they're going to be like,
huh?
Look, Barney, man, like, I know you like the way she looks, but I can tell you, I've spent 15 minutes with her, and you do not want to spend 15 years to life with her. No, so you are not marrying this woman. She is not good for you. No, she needs a special kind of man. You are not that man. So, yeah. So that's one aspect, right? Is that you get all in your feelings when you're matching yourself. When you get the parents involved, then the feelings are separated,
Okay, so separate the feeling.
Yeah, it's all practical, man.
So the arranged marriage is good because it separates the feelings from marriage.
Yeah, and it goes based on whether or not you make sense as a partnership. Because marriage has nothing to do with feelings in the long run. It has to do with whether you're going to be able to live through the commitment, right? Feelings can come as a result of you fulfilling your roles, but it shouldn't be the primary thing of getting together. It should be based on are your worldviews, your morals, your family life. All these things are what matter. Feelings are a result of fulfilling your role. If you see your partner like living up to the expectations that you agreed upon at the beginning of the contract, you're going to be pretty happy.
What is love?
True happiness. What is love? Love is
Baby, don't hurt me.
is a commitment, Don't hurt me no more.
That's what I'm saying. It's almost like you're trying to Thanos it. Like you're just trying to take all the emotion out and just do pure logic. Like,
I wanted to hear his answer though, for real. What is love to you?
Because, well, like I said, I said it's like a creed, It's a commitment thing. It's all the things described in Corinthians, Love is patient, love is kind, love is a lover of truth, a hater of evil, this kind of thing,
Kind of subjective.
It's not subjective. It's all factual. Like it's based on objective reality.
So again, I just want to hear that again.
Love is long suffering.
I tuned out for a second. What is love again? Because I must have heard.
It's not a feeling. Let me put it that way.
No. I didn't ask you what it's not. I asked you what it is.
I said it's a commitment thing. So
love is a commitment.
Yeah. So it's a commitment, creed, set of morals, that kind of thing. It's a worldview, right? It's not a feeling. It's based on your worldview. My worldview is that of a Christian, and love under Christian parameter is agape love that I'm referring to, which is described in 1 Corinthians. I just looked it up. Love is patient, kind, does not envy, boast, is not arrogant or rude, and does not insist on its own way.
Those are actions. Yeah, those are actions. Yeah, wait, that's the way you treat people you love. What is love?
That is love. By doing that, you are showing love.
Right. Why?
Why?
Yeah.
Because you're wanting to form a relationship with the person. So if you're going to form a relationship with the person, you should have love being part of that relationship.
And love is just a combination of actions.
Yeah.
So what is hate? Is that the opposite combination of actions?
Hate is desiring, probably, I would imagine, the opposite of everything there, right? You want them to, you want to be arrogant to them. You want to be rude to them.
Okay.
Hate is different. Hate is like you're wanting them to die.
Wait, so you want to be these things to them? See, you're changing now. What is love itself, Farney? You're saying,
well, this is one definition of love. There's like 4 different definitions of love in the Bible alone. I'm just saying love is a commitment thing. In its essence, it is a commitment, right? So you're committed to being these things. You're committed to doing these things. How come Cat's nodding, but you're looking at me like I'm crazy? Like, go ahead, Cat. Like,
No sleep.
oh, no sleep. Oh, okay. So maybe his lack of sleep is why he's not getting what I'm putting down. Like, or am I just sounding like crazy? Where's chat? I need the peel to ad populum here. Like, am I sounding crazy here?
No, like it's kind of like it's a very difficult question. Don't get me wrong. Like, what is love? And like to do the main baby, don't hurt me no more. But it's for me, it's that kind of like feeling or that kind of emotion you get where it's like it'll like override logic. It's like I said, like if the king dies, game's over. But love will make you try to put your life at risk for this bitch. Do you know what I'm saying? So,
What
like I said, yeah, go ahead.
Well, all I'm saying is what I describe that love is falling in love. That is not an action. That is something that happens to you. You're not an actor in that situation, but you're like a reactor in that situation.
So you're going, okay, let me just give this to you because let me do it this way. Maybe this will help you out. You say love is the definition in the Bible, the one you went by is love is patient and kind. Love does not envy or boast. It is not arrogant or rude. It does not insist on its own way. It's not irritable or resentful. It does not rejoice at wrongdoing, but it rejoices with the truth. Am I correct? This is the definition you were going by.
Oh yeah, agape love is what it's called.
Okay. Can you be patient with someone that you've just met?
Yeah.
Can you be kind with someone that you've just met?
Mhm.
Can you not envy someone that you just met?
Mhm.
Can you not boast someone that you just met?
Yeah, you don't have to
Can
like.
so you can not be these things. You can be this way to all of this. You can do this to someone that you've just met, right?
Right.
So
And if
you can love people you just met.
Yeah. You're supposed to love your enemies, for example. You're going off of the love definition that you've grown up with this feeling love. You know what I mean? Where it's a feeling kind of thing. So, for instance, if I show you love, this is what I'm saying. When I show you
can't show
love,
me
it's
love.
this. What do you mean? Of course you show your love.
What color is love? What's it smell like?
How did God show his love to the world? By giving his only begotten son. No,
you're
it's
answering a question with a question now.
Because that's the answer to your question. How you show love is to show like self-sacrificing for the betterment of the other.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Could you be kind to someone you hate?
Yeah. Well, you shouldn't really be hating people. You should hate their actions, but you
I
shouldn't really
asked.
be hating
I
people.
didn't ask what it should. I said, can you be kind to someone you hate?
Can you be kind to somebody that you hate?
Yep.
I would say that's a tough question for sure. I'd have to think about that. Can you be kind to somebody you hate?
Can you not envy someone you hate?
I would say that you can be kind to somebody that you hate, but would you likely do it? No, because if you hate them, you don't want what's good for them. You want what's worse for them, right?
Hmm.
So the likelihood of you being kind is unlikely. So
I
unless
didn't
you have,
ask about likelihoods. I didn't ask about shoulds. You
that's why I
keep
said
dancing around.
can. It
I
is
said, can
technically
you?
possible.
Can
Yeah.
you these things?
Yeah, I answered first.
So if
Yes, you can.
if love is being kind, but you can also be kind to someone you hate, you're saying you can love someone and hate them at the same time. Is that what you're saying?
Well, you're taking one aspect of the whole package, but like it's very difficult that you would be so for instance, it says does not rejoice in wrongdoing. To hate somebody is like rejoicing in a wrongdoing kind of thing, you know what I mean? Like it's kind of an oxymoron that you're putting forward here.
No, it's you.
It's me.
Yeah. Yeah, you just said that you can be kind to someone you hate, and you define love as kind.
No, love is all these things. It's not just, you can't just rip out one part of it and say that's love. This
So
is
love is just a
describing
bunch of
agape
different
love.
actions. That's what you're saying. There's no feeling that's love.
Other than the agape love. Not agape love, sorry, falling in love. That is the feeling thing that you're talking
What's
about.
falling in love? Explain that.
That is like passion, lust, you know, happy feelings. Like, that's why love is a very stupid way that we use it nowadays. We talk about all these butterflies inside. That's why we have to say all these ridiculous things to say that you're in love. It's what the secular people describe as love, right? It's endorphins being released and pheromones and all this other nonsense. It's not love. That's not love at all.
No.
Not
It's
to
just,
me.
It's just a bunch of things firing off in your brain.
Yeah. It's just a bunch of chemical responses, all this crap. Like,
Oh.
Okay. People do use love.
So you're not. So you don't have like a soul then.
What? I'm
You
not
don't have,
saying
like,
that
a
I
soul?
can't enjoy these things. I'm just saying that is not what I would
Well,
say.
I'm wondering, like, do you not think, like, you just said that love is just a firing of shit in your brain?
No, I
right?
said that's
So, like,
falling in love.
what's your conscious? Is that not just shit firing off in your brain? How about your decisions that you make every day? Are you deciding
Well,
to talk to me right now?
It
Or is
depends
it
if you
just like
believe
things
there's something
firing
that
off in your brain
exists.
that decided to put you on the panel and make you talk to me? Did you choose to do this, or did your brain just fire off and make you do all this?
Now you're getting into the realm of philosophy of free will, right?
Yeah, but
Because
you're
if
saying that there's no feelings, so I'm trying to wonder which feelings you believe in.
no, I didn't say there's no feelings.
So
I said
okay,
that
let me ask you again. Is there a feeling of love?
if you're just, it's so weird because you have to define terms, man. Is there a feeling of love?
Yeah.
There is a
feeling love.
collection of feelings that we classify as love.
What
in
is love
modern day
then?
English. Depends on what love you're
You,
talking
you're
about.
just saying it's a bunch of different actions, right?
I'm saying that is agape love. There are many different loves that people are meaning when they say love. That's why I find the English language to be quite frustrating, is it's not very precise at times. Hence why you have to say, what are you talking about? Are you talking about the feeling of love? Are you talking about the commitment of love? Like the action versus the just, instinct that happens? Like when the motherly love towards a child, like all that is like oxytocin crap. Like what are you getting at? Like when it comes to feelings, I'm
So
not a
all your
fan of
feelings
mixing
are
love with
just
that.
firing off in your brain. Every one of them doesn't come from nowhere. Every one of them. I just want to know. I'm just asking you your opinion, bro. I won't even fight you on it. I just want to know.
Yeah, I'm just curious about how I would answer that as well.
Oh.
Like I said, it's a difficult question.
Yeah. like because you could say that like the feelings exist and they're just being, mirrored by your chemical reaction. So it's like, which is coming first, your soul's reaction to it and then your chemical, or is it all just based in the natural realm? It is interesting because if you separate the body and you just have, say, the soul, are there even feelings left over? I would say that there's just descriptions of feelings being left over, but that requires a body as well. When they talk about in the resurrection, right? You'll have a glorified body. So I think the body is required for feelings. I don't know. Well, no, not necessarily, because God the Father describes feelings without requiring a body. So I would say that there is, I don't know. I'd say that there is like examples for why it would be outside of a body in that regard. It's tough because when you're hearing these topics, often like nowadays, they're all going to the naturalism stuff, right? What are your guys' thoughts on feelings and love? Feels like I'm being grilled here. Like I want to hear your guys' thoughts, man.
But again, like I said, like in terms of my perspective, it's one of those things where it's like it's that crazy feeling where you can't really explain, like the unexplainable, where it's like for some reason I'm willing to provide for this bitch, I'm willing to, give her the ring, all that kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? But to tail it back to the arranged marriages thing, that's where it's like it's not just like you're saying, like just a series of chemicals in your brain, because you should be able to do that then on command or on will, because that's why in terms of arranged marriages, yeah, maybe you might get the beautiful darling, but what happens if you have like a Helga? She has like, moles all over her face, like all that kind of crazy stuff. She's like, like a balloon basically. Like that to me is kind of like, okay, kind of a raw deal in terms of that. But like you're saying, in terms of like the finance, all that, so it has the logical side to it, but it just doesn't have any of the passion, the kind of the like, like the heat, the kind of the drive, like, damn, look at this bitch's titties kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? Like that kind of aspect. And it seems like that's not really important, or the looks or any of that's not really important when it comes to it. Like you kind of like laid a logical case for love. You get me?
Yeah. Looks fade, right? Passions, the fire of passions die out. Like,
yeah, but like
you
she
can't
can
keep
do
it
like
going forever. Like I said, like these feelings should come as a result of these demonstrations of love to your
You're right,
partner.
but that's not what, like, so again, there's the actions and then there's the feeling, right? So the feeling of a constant affection and a constant affection for and dedication to that feeling, that's love.
Dedication's not a feeling.
The constant affection, listen, the feeling, the strong feeling of constant affection for and dedication to.
Yeah, see,
the feeling of your dedication, the feel the need to be dedicated to, right? That's what love is.
Yeah, see, I think love is loving that person, being committed to that person, in spite of the fact that you don't feel like loving them at that point. You don't feel happy with them at that point. You do it anyways. That's love. Loving somebody is when you actually are still committed to them, even at their worst. That's love. You like when you don't.
So you
when
would
you're
still
ticked
feel
off.
affection and dedication too.
What?
You
No,
didn't
you
say
don't
anything
have
I said.
no. If you don't feel affection towards the person, but you still are committed to them, that's love, right?
So, okay, just to be clear, if you feel nothing towards them, but as long as you stay committed to them, that's love.
In spite, like if in that moment you still are committed to them, yeah, that would be love. I think that's the whole reason a lot of these.
So love is not a feeling; it's a commitment to you. That's it.
I would say that, yeah, like the rest can be like, because feeling chasing is kind of ridiculous, right?
Now I see why you think arranged marriage would be a good idea. Thank you to whoever subscribed to the channel with my emoji blast.
It does. Like, I'm not saying that you have to have a cold relationship or a marriage. I'm just saying that shouldn't be the primary thing, right? The primary thing should be the commitment.
Right, but if you're with some chick that feels nothing for you, you're just gonna be in some like weird fucking shitty. You're gonna be one of those dudes like Glenn was talking about that has to do chores to get fucking laid, right?
No, I think that like
I want my wife to want to suck my dick. You know what I mean? I don't want to have to be like, "Yo, look, honey, I'm cleaning this TV."
No, I think those like
You know,
desires can grow over time, and if you're both of the same worldview and foundation and dedication, you're going to gain affection for this person because you see how they are committed to you. That is something that is to be desired, to see that they're committed to you, they're committed to the truth. All these things are very attractive qualities. It's caring more about the beauty on the inside than the surface level stuff, right? Feelings is a terrible thing to base relationships off of, man, because they always change.
What'd you just say?
Feelings is a terrible thing to have the foundation of a relationship as, because they always change. Feelings never are.
Okay, so you're saying so you're saying like arranged marriage, even with people that just don't like each other, this would still be better because they would just have to get over it. And
yeah, if they're of the same goals, worldview, understanding of roles, the commitment stuff, all this together. Now, should you be able to do that outside of arranged marriages? Yeah, I'm just saying it would make the process easier for sure. But you can also just meet people at like your local gathering. If you're like a believer, you can meet them at church.
And what, like you meet a family that's got like a son your daughter's age or a daughter your son's age? Like, is that how you do that?
Well, if you want to have X number of kids, then they probably shouldn't be the same age unless that woman is like 20 and you're 20 or something like that, and you want a large family. If you only want like 1 or 2 kids and you're in your 30s, maybe a girl in her 30s is going to be fine for you as well, right? But if you want any kids and the girl's in her 40s or later, probably not a good match for you, right? Arranged marriages isn't just like, here, let's take 2 random individuals.
Arranged marriages means arranged. It doesn't mean you get to pick it. It means it's arranged.
That's not true. They pick. It doesn't. They pick suitors for you, and then you can say yes or no based on what you want to. You're talking about like monarchy kind of arranged marriage, but that's not how arranged marriages work in like most cases. Most cases, like the mother will
have the
gather
choice
like
to say no. So they have the choice to say no, and they're just going to keep waiting over and over and just saying no and no and no.
Yeah, and then they'll get fed up with you after they brought like 40 suitors for you. And it's like, no, you're the problem here and stuff like, sorry, the accent was good. You are the problem here. It feels so weird saying it in an English kind of accent, but you're the problem here. You need to stop being so picky. We brought you many lovely women. There's no reason for you to be so picky. You are not the best one here either, okay? So how about you pick one of these lovely ladies that we brought in front of you? You're not getting any younger. I want grandchildren, right? Like, because like it helps break into the reality of it's like your standards are too ridiculously high. The women we brought in front of you are the kind of women that you are capable of being with. Pick one of them. They're not just bringing you like some snaggly tooth woman that doesn't shower and like is just like has a terrible attitude and all these other horrible things. Like,
right, but you just said if it came down to it and you kept saying no, they're still gonna force you in the end. So
it's social pressure. They never like say you must do it. There's no law about it. But like you want to honor your parents, so you don't want to dishonor them. In these cultures that have arranged marriages, it's very important not to like dishonor the family. Because you'll bring shame upon the family if you keep on being like this, right? Your boy, he's in his 50s. Why is he living at home and not married? Why don't you find him a nice lady?
It's so weird that you keep doing that accent.
I'm sorry. I know it's because I'm white as a ghost, so it sounds like it seems probably bad, right? But it's like it's the accent I grew up around. Like every Christmas, like I'd be around all that because we'd have like the Irish Christmas, and then we'd have the Indian Christmas with lots of curries, and we'd build like human pyramids and stuff, and everybody'd be talking like Indian accents, so it'd rub off and all that. And then that's why my Indian accent mixes into my Irish accent, goes back and forth. It just sounds bizarre, like a whole brand new accent.
But here's my question on it though: are men lovable?
Are men lovable? Again, it sounds like you're using the new term again, right? The modern term, right?
Like, I'll
Like, is
put
a
it this
puppy
way:
lovable?
a man can take a homeless bitch, turn her into a mother, but a woman can't take a homeless man and elevate him into a father. So it has to stem from the man. That's what I'm saying. So, like, in terms of the situation you're saying, it's not what I thought initially in terms of like, it's basically like, we got this bitch for you and you're marrying her, or it's you're done kind of thing. If you do have, let's say, like X amount of suitors that you can peruse or whatever, that does change the situation a little bit. But like, then what happens if like same bitch is getting like the two guys? You know what I mean?
I don't think they would often be like, trying to suit their daughter to. They would wait for a yes or no, I would imagine, before moving on to the next. I'm not fully familiar with the way that they do that part. But I understand you there. Like, what is it? First come, first serve kind of thing. Like, I think that traditionally it is that, you make a decision. If you don't make it, then they're gonna assume that you're not interested and move on, right?
But like I said, like I'm kind of like in half mind about both, because at least at the fundamental level, like you said, you're talking about in terms of a family, you're talking about in terms of finances, all that stuff that makes logical sense for the partnership to work. The flip side to it, like I said, obviously is like the whole kind of like passion side, or the like that element where it's like you want to make sure that you keep like that kind of aspect where it's like you still want to fuck your wife and you're not kind of too lovey-dovey and all that kind of shit. But that's what I'm saying. Like in terms of like a man, it's like realistically, like you ask most men, what would they miss if they left their wife or the wife left them, kind of thing, and all they can really name is like pussy, essentially, as like an objective thing. It's always like, oh, he's smart, he's funny. Yeah,
That's
that's
never been for any of my exes. It's never been. Oh,
okay.
When we get wet, it just get me going. It's like, come on, man. Really?
When your ex left you, what did you miss?
I've never had an ex left me. I've always left them.
Well, like realistically, when you left them, like what was
I
the
didn't
one
miss much, man, because they drove me mental. That's why I leave.
But
But
that's
the
what I'm saying.
same physical
You-
stuff
you
I
left
got out
them-
of one,
you
I
left
could
them
get
for
out
a
of the
reason.
next, man.
Yeah, but
so
you
I
left
don't
them
know
for a
what
reason.
you're talking about.
Because what I'm saying is the only thing that kept you around in the first place was the pussy. Because you ended up leaving these bitches. They were that crazy. You know what I mean? So why are you hanging around with crazy people? Because they got pussy.
No, as longer you're with somebody, you would these things would come out, right? You would see like, oh, this problem that I thought would maybe get fixed isn't getting fixed, right? You thought that maybe they were immature when you met them and they would grow. They didn't grow, right? So like you're banking on them growing with you, and when they don't, you're just like done. Or so there's sometimes also an issue, right? Where like you'll get with a girl and then all of a sudden all her friends have the hots for you, and it's a pain in the ass because now they're all just trying to cause drama because they all want to get with you, man. So there's plenty of different reasons to break off a relationship, man. And you tell them like, look, your friends keep on like making moves on me. One thing's got to change here. Either they got to get out of your life because they obviously don't give a damn about you, or we got to end this because I'm not dealing with this.
That's what I'm saying. These bitches are goofy. You know what I'm saying? And it comes down to pussy. And like I said, you say to any guy, if they like the things that you just say is like, oh yeah, like I'd miss the sex, but I also miss like, her love, and like she's so funny and smart. Ain't no bitches that are funny and smart. I can tell you that for a fact, right? So like I said, when you actually like list out to a guy and they sit there and they kind of go, yeah, actually the only thing I really missed was the pussy because that bitch was goofy. And it's like once you realize that, then like I said, most of the women out there will do for a man. Counterclaim to it is the woman's fucking expectation.
Look,
You know what I mean?
you can have degenerate pleasures with any girl, man. You just got to find what's the most fun thing to do with her. Are you kidding me? I've never done the same thing with a girl. Like, it's not like, oh, just stick it in and that's the same process you repeat. And this one I stuck it in, she was the best one. That was the best fit. You know, it was just lock and key, right fit. I am never gonna find another key, another lock that's gonna fit my key that perfect. Sorry, I gotta miss that lock for the rest of my life. That's bizarre, man. Like, there's other things you could do, right? Like,
I'm not saying
I think Kat had her hand up a minute ago. I think she wanted to
is there
say
a couple
something.
of things you want to say here?
Yeah, we can move along from what is love, but I wanted to say, when you are dating a girl and all her girlfriends or other girls around suddenly start hitting on you, that is a huge red flag.
Oh yeah, that's why I got the hell out of there. Like, that's why I said, like, you have to stop hanging around them, because they obviously don't give a damn about you, because they're constantly behaving inappropriately towards me. So I'm like, if you're not going to solve this situation, then we're done.
Like, that's more so like her friends hate her that much.
Yes, it's not about you. They hate her, and
Yeah,
she's
yeah.
too stupid.
Oh yeah, I'm saying, but you asked me, like, why would you leave
Frenemies.
and stuff? I'm like, there's a load of different reasons why you leave, right? They're not in essence, it's not trusting your leadership there, right? Because you're saying this is what's good for you. Do not have these type of people in your life. And then they don't do it, and you're like, all right, well, find somebody that does want to follow my leadership. It's fine if you don't want to trust it. There's gonna hopefully be somebody that does. Maybe I need to level up my leadership skills or something like that. Maybe I'm not bringing it up to you in the right way.
Here's my point, though, Franny.
Some
right?
people you can't lead, though, too, right? Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
but like that's my point. Like in terms of, like, she clearly wasn't smart. She didn't take the clear logical advice. She clearly wasn't funny, because no bitches are funny. And then, like I said, what was the element? Like, what drew you to this bitch?
Well, the thing is, it's weird. You're naming off things that women are attracted are in men. Like, women like funny men. Women like smart men. Are you looking
Exactly.
for a dude or something, Terry?
That's what I'm saying. Men lie, and they'll convince themselves, "Oh no, she's funny, she's smart." But that's what
You want
women
your
do to men.
boys. You want your boys. If you're ever sick,
all right, look,
and like having a shitty day, and you feel like shit, you want your boys to come like cuddle up with you and be like, "Do you need anything, buddy?" And like, you know, hold your head when you feel like fuck all. Or do you know, when you come home from work after a shitty day, you want one of your boys to crack a beer open for you and be like, "Here, buddy." Is that what you want? You want the nurturing feelings from a guy in your life or something? It's weird that the two things are like, bitches aren't funny, bitches aren't smart. Well,
this is
I'm
what I'm
not
saying.
looking for a smart or
Easy.
funny person. So like, that's usually
What I'm
a
saying
woman
is, what I'm
wants in
saying is
men,
the
right?
excuses that guys give me. But what I'm saying is, I know that's a lie because of what you just said. That's what bitches want. They want the funny guy. They want the smart guy. But the
But I
guy
didn't
doesn't care.
list
That's
those
my whole
things,
point.
bro.
Right, but I named the other things, right? Like, I want a woman for femininity. I don't want her to be a masculine woman.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
of course,
not
I agree.
arguing with you. Maybe you like a girl that cuddles.
Right.
Maybe you like a girl that cooks or something. Like, there's like a girl that will like maybe give you like massages. Like, that girl that had the crazy friends, she would give me like massages. Like, she had a mom that was a professional masseuse, and so she was very good at massages. That was a big plus. She liked cuddling. I like cuddling. Like, how much of my personal life do you really want to know to figure out like what made me like stay with her? Like, you know,
Let me explain the point.
I
Basically, what
don't
I'm trying to
mind
say is
sharing
that we
my
need to
personal
have
life,
a
but
higher
notice how none of
expectation.
those are like funny or any of the other weird things you said. I know they're feeling based, but guess what? I also wasn't a Christian back then either. But I would still look
That's
at the
not what I'm saying.
morals back then.
Well,
And-
what I'm saying is the stuff that gets repeated back to me, and then, like I said, in terms of speakeasy, what you just said, and what you said there as well, there's other shit. In terms of that, like I said, like being submissive, like if I tell her to make a sandwich, she goes and make me a sandwich. It's nice to have a sandwich after a hard day's work, all that kind of shit. You know what I mean? But that's what I'm saying. In terms of the base fundamentals, most of these guys are just getting into these relationships because of the pussy. They're not actually being honest to themselves, and then they lie to themselves, and then they say, "Oh well, she wants me to say that she's funny and smart, and that's what they just get used to saying, but that doesn't make any logical sense. You know what I'm saying? What I'm trying to say is that we need to have a higher standard for ourselves, because like at the end of the day, women have these high standards for us, but we seem to have, well, she has a pussy. That's basically it. You know what I'm
I've
saying?
always had
Well,
high
there's
standards
men
for the
that have
women I've
yeah,
been with when it comes to like
the
what I
simps
care
have
about.
these standards. This is what I've been saying about this shit all the time, is that there's these simps that have this type of fucking standard where they'll just do, look, we had dudes on here say they'll lick armpits just to fuck a woman. They don't even it's not even going to be his woman. She's going to go off and fuck other dudes after. It's just one time get to be in it. Like it's like does fucking money fall out of her pussy after or something? Because it's not worth licking armpits to me. Like,
Yeah, you're
I'm
speaking to the wrong guy, man. I've denied girls like, bedroom fun before and got a glass thrown at my face because I wouldn't screw them. Like, so
Yeah, but I'm not saying you. I'm just saying, again, like I said,
that's
just
why
clarify,
it's
like, I'm
throwing.
saying men
No,
in
no,
general.
I'm saying me because you asked me personally what I do, what you do, what you do, what do you
Yeah,
do.
as like the example, what I'm saying is like the general thing though is in terms of what like I find with men is that like they can't answer that question in terms of like what would you miss. It just usually comes back to like some pussy or like you're saying a massage. It's kind of like basic pleasure in terms of that. But there's no kind of like no like this bitch like she's good with kids or she's this
I
or
never
that.
had kids
She's
with
able
her.
to clean the house or she's no problem cleaning the house. Or anytime I tell her to do something, she does it. Like these are all like different things apart from the pussy. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, this like that question, and again, I don't want it to be like I'm grilling anyone here or anything like that. It's the general thing that I find when I ask guys that they just say the pussy. Then I know when they're going into relationships, all they do is they get into that, like you said, falling in love state where they just go blind to the pussy. Whereas they need to have this shit. It's like
booty
is this is this woman good around kids? Does she want to have kids? There's a lot of women now have been poisoned by the likes of feminism and all this shit, and like their top priority is to kill their kids. They want abortion as the number one fucking voting thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I said, that to me is one war that we need to actually fucking band together to and fight against. And it, like I said, it's not going to be an easy fight. But I think Andrew kind of said this on one of the calls. He was like, you can start with like taking out the birth control, shit like that, because that fucks with your mentality. You know what I mean? I'm sure Kat can tell you tons about the birth control and all, and how that fucks with birds' brains. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Did you say birds' brains?
Yeah, in Ireland we call women birds.
It's not that far off, like North Americans usually say chick and stuff. That's kind of bird, right? Little bird.
He was a bird. You know, it makes sense, boys.
Yeah, you call the dumb girls chicken heads.
The birds and the bees, right? The birds sit on the nest, the bees get to work. So yeah, it makes sense, Yeah, I don't know. You threw me off. Yeah, so that's actually, you weren't here earlier, but that's what I was trying to say to a guy that was on the panel earlier. Is he was asking stuff like, "How do you say no to a woman?" I'm like, "Well, you've already lost when you have that kind of mindset." I'm like, you have like this one-itis mindset where you believe like you're in this this desperate mindset instead of an abundance mindset, right? So if you realize that there are plenty of women out there that you can get with, then you're not going to be settling for these women that are going to give you nonsense like headaches and disagree with you all the time and, put loyalty with friends above you or family above you, etc. Right? Like, there's stuff that you need to set as your bare minimum that you require from your partner. And women should have this as well. If, I'm not saying that women shouldn't have their requirements, but like you said, most men, the requirement is, does she have it? All right, then I'm going for it. And that's all they go for, right? It's like, will she take me? Will you please take me? Please? Please, I'll be really nice to you. I'll say how smart you are and I'll do everything you ask me. And then they're like, well, why don't any women want to get with me? And it's like, well, gee, I don't know. Maybe because you're reek of desperation, bro. You have no standards for yourself. So why should she like look at you as anything worthwhile?
And it's the same frustration that men and women have, but it's just the different things. Men look at women and 18-year-old virgin, she bangs 50 dudes her first year or something like that. That's literally like a billionaire getting scammed by like a Nigerian prince or whatever, like scam caller, basically. Do you know what I mean? Like that's how frustrating it is for a man to look at that situation. But equally, as a woman, when she gets with a guy and all he does is play Xbox all day and all that shit, doesn't know how to budget, doesn't know how to do any of this shit. It's the same thing as like you go to a class and the teacher's asking you what the lesson should be. It's like, motherfucker, I paid to be here. Like, what we doing? You know what I mean? So like this whole kind of like bullshit where it's like the female boss and all this shit. Like women don't want to lead. That's like as clear as day, because they never have to develop any of the. They don't have to develop charisma. They don't have to develop game. They don't have to develop any of this shit. You know what I mean? But as a man, you have to, otherwise you're fucked. Because like, even as a man, there's plenty of men who are overweight, even obese, that have gotten pussy. You know what I mean? So like this whole thing of like it's an insurmountable task, all that kind of shit. It's in the cards for men, but there is that aspect where you need to take self accountability. You know what I mean? And that's the one thing that's through all the messages, you know?
That's what's confusing to me. Like, I look at like the physical stuff you're saying it's not challenging, right? And
I feel like I
creating those
feel like
feelings.
you pretty, you know, you kind of dodged telling us why arranged marriages are beneficial. I'm just saying, I have to point this out.
Because it's focused on what I think is the most important part of a marriage, which is that of a shared worldview, compatibility for whether or not your personalities are going to work and all that jazz, whether you're going to actually fulfill your
Let me ask you this. You think it's very Christian of you to affect the free will of this marriage going on?
You have free will. You could say yes or no if you want to do it. Both
No,
the man and the
because it
woman.
leads down to you having to make a choice.
No, I'm told you the leading down to having you make a choice is just peer pressure. It's your peers are saying like, why aren't you getting married? Your family's wondering why aren't you getting married? They want to have grandchildren. You still have a choice this whole way. There's no like you must do this.
Well, yeah, there is though. You even said they get shamed from the family if they don't.
Yeah, public
this is
shaming,
literally
but you still have free choice. Yeah, free will.
right. So I said, do you think it's right to have such a heavy impact on their free will?
I don't
on
really
their marriage, the impact on the free will of the marriage.
I wouldn't say that you're having an impact on their free will.
Fucking...
Sorry, go ahead. I didn't know you were.
No, go ahead. I was just saying I don't want to like get into like, well, this isn't this. They got free will for this, and that. I'm just talking about the arranged marriage part.
Yeah, so I would say that Christianity is a lot of social pressure. There's a lot of social pressure baked into the system. So I don't think that's wrong. I don't think social pressure impedes on somebody's free will. You know? Definitely doesn't take away from it. It could modify how
you raise this kid depending on you completely, and then just throw them out because they don't want to marry who you want to marry, who you want them to marry. I mean,
no, that doesn't usually happen.
Vetting who your daughter or son marries is different than like arranging it.
No, I agree. And I said, like, at the bare minimum, there should at least be some sort of like vetting process, especially for the father and the new husband, especially there. Because there's a lot of guys that'll totally like love bomb the crap out of a woman, get her all in her feelings, and then she'll just marry him because he like, you know, Romeo Julieted her.
I just said that's why I'm up for the vetting, of course.
Yeah.
Like how Kat's dad was running background checks and shit like that. Like that's smart. That's a good thing. But so she still ultimately made the choice of who she was with.
Which arranged marriage does as well. And that's actually another thing I didn't even touch on. Arranged marriage is good for pressuring women to marry while they're younger. They'll be like, come on, honey, you don't have many that years left. Like, you got to get out there, right? So if you have no arranged marriage and no vetting in place, then women and men as well.
I didn't
but
say no vetting, but
no, I'm saying that's basically what we have in society right now. It's very rare that
no,
like
I know it, and that's why I said I think you should vet.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not saying that you have to go to the one extreme. I would say vetting is like the middle ground between arranged marriage and what we have, which is like the Wild West here, right? But the
I
problem
just think it's weird to like to force them into the marriage and then make them build the love with each other rather than the love being built and then them getting married, because I feel like there's more of a solid foundation here.
I would say the way that you're describing is like I have a boy, Jimmy. He's 5 years old. You just had a boy, Sarah, girl, Sarah. She's 2 years old. Now let's.
Well, I
arrange them to
asked
get
you this
married.
and you avoided that question too. You were like, well, a 20-year-old could be good for a 20-year-old and a 30-year-old could be good for a 30-year-old. Like, you avoided the question completely. I asked you, how does it go then? Who gets to marry? Who are you arranging to marry your kid?
So if you want to know how it generally goes in, say, for instance, India's arranged marriages, generally they ask you a list of things that you're looking for in your partner, and then they look for women that are going to fit those criteria. So go ahead, Kat definitely wants to chime in on this.
In India, because I looked into this because I find it interesting, they look back 7 generations of the other person's family. Are there any divorce? Are there any abuse? Are there any, like, any sort of problems, genetic problems? They look into everything. They're very meticulous. And if there's a divorce in the family, it can put a bad mark on the entire family and the chances of the daughters being able to marry and the sons. So people work very hard to keep families together. There is a mutual benefit. Your cousins will have problems getting married if your marriage doesn't work. So that's where the social pressure comes in. Different than the church's social pressure, but I think it's a little bit better because it's your direct family. Everybody, your cousins are, affected by your bad decision. So they all want to make sure that you marry very well. They will even do surprise visits at the possible guy's parents' house to see how is his mother treated. Does she have help in the house, cooks, maids? Does she look stressed out, overworked, abused, anything like that, to kind of get a feel like, do you want to marry into this? And they will even say, I looked in, I stopped at, the mom's house, whatever. She doesn't seem to have a maid. She doesn't seem to whatever. She seems overweight, tired, like sleepless, whatever. The kids seem stressed out too. This is what you're getting into. This is their family dynamic. So this is the family you'd be marrying into. That is so crazy. We don't even we will marry people and not know if they can keep their room clean, if their parents fight all day, if there's massive debt in the family, if every single male in the family cheats and has other families on the side, if every single female in the family line has babies that are not the guys. We don't vet anything in this country. We just go off of a stupid feeling that will go away once any of these things pop up later. So 100% vetting is important, and we need to definitely do that more, make it more normal here. That's all I have to say.
Yeah. And another thing
that
that
just hit the fucking explosion right now here with the 20 gifted memberships. Let's fucking go. EHL, hold up. We need a big thank you for this, and for everybody who's donated tonight. Hey, we didn't get to see Goofy dance for a while, so
I was thinking that too, man. I'm like, where is it? Where is
Yo,
it?
that's wild. Let me turn off my camera for a couple minutes so we can see all the people who get them. You guys can keep talking though. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just had to.
No
that's a big one.
worries. Hey, the people contributing to the channel are important, man. Feel free to interrupt, of course. The one other thing that Kat alluded to there was the idea that in those cultures, like, family is extremely important, and there's not just like husband, wife, and their kids living in the same house. It's the grandparents living all in the same house, and the grandchildren all living in the same house. Like, so they have a vested interest in your marriage being a successful marriage. So they're not going to just shove you with some ugly person, whether it be an ugly man or ugly woman. They're going to try to find somebody that you find physically attractive. That's why you actually have a say in it, because they want this marriage to have the best possible outcome. Because guess what? Who is going to look after me in my old age when I am, needing you to be here for me? That's what they always say. They say, I don't want to be alone. I want you to look after me. Who's going to look after you when you get older? They'll say that to their kid too. It's like, you need to have babies because...
Bro, I'm not gonna lie. You need to get used to not doing that accent. It is so
I don't
weird,
care.
bro.
I don't care.
So
It's
weird, bro.
built into me, dude.
I gotta tell you,
can't
no,
stop
it's
it.
really not though, because you only use it right now. I didn't hear it the other
Anytime that
time.
I'm bringing up that culture, because it's so ingrained in me that these values like hit that part of me, it just comes out, man.
Just to
Trust
be
me,
clear, half your family's what
From
you said
India.
from India?
Dom
Well,
Bentley, right near Mumbai. Yeah.
are they Christians from India?
Technically Roman Catholic, but they didn't push that on my brother and I, but we were baptized. But we grew up secular.
Oh.
Yeah. So like God was kind of like a swear word in our house. It was weird. Like, you didn't really talk about God.
And they still do arranged marriages?
No, my family didn't do arranged marriage. I'm saying like the culture. Anytime I'm referencing the culture, that comes out of me, man.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't care. Like, if people want to think I sound offensive or whatever.
I'm not saying offensive, bro. I just
Or
said it sounds
stupid.
weird, bro. It's so it's off. Right? It's just, I don't know.
I get you, man. I've gotten in trouble for it, man. So it is what it is, man.
I mean, you can make whatever voices you want, bro. I'm just telling you, it
This bloody
sounds
weird.
weird, bro. So
Yeah, I get you, man. And especially since it's not even like true Indian accent or anything. It's this bizarre hybrid that blends into like a zillion different other like accents. Trust me, man. I know. I know. It's like a tick. It's an involuntary kind of response. And
well, yeah, it's just weird because it's like, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm fucking.
I think you're a little racist. Judging me on the colors.
Maybe it's you that's a little racist.
See?
That'd be like, I was like,
But no, like, cause so for instance, even when my dad would do stuff
I'd be like, yo, my Chinese friend told me the other day, Aro, why you don't come to China?
Yeah, a little different. So like, just to get an idea, like, it's not just me and my family that has it happen,
Holy
right?
shit. 24 hours and 30 minutes, guys. Come on, put some crowns in the chat for me going fucking 24 hours. Let's go. Okay. Bro.
So, I just think of that Christmas story or whatever with the singers. But yeah, even when my dad would be in Canada, he'd embarrass me everywhere I go, like growing up, because he'd always be trying to barter and be frugal as heck, even though you're not allowed to in a bunch of Canadian stores. And every single time I noticed when he would start doing it,
his accent became heavy Indian accent. It just happened. The more and more that the guy was refusing him, making the deal with him, he would get thicker Indian accent. And then eventually he would get a,
No,
deal at
bro.
every place.
I
It
was
wild.
literally, was just busting your balls, bro.
No,
I was
I'm
literally
letting
busting
you
your balls.
know that you're not
Dog,
the
when
person
I'm
busting.
hanging out with my people that are like my real life people, like they have a lot, like a strong Toronto. Like I don't know if you ever heard people from Toronto.
I
but
lived in Toronto for a while.
They have, yeah. It's okay. So you hear how they talk, right?
Yeah,
So that comes out harder when I'm with them. I think it's because I'm with them. So like, I don't know.
You're feeling it. You're feeling it. It's ingrained, man. It's ingrained. But no, I have like if I'm hanging around like when I lived in Cuba for like a while, right? Like I started to develop like the Spanish kind of accent, right? So it is a different accent for Cuba, but yeah. Of course that's gonna happen too. Or when I was hanging around with my Irish friends when I was in college. Oh yeah, I started to drop some of the proper pronunciations of words and stuff, and it just comes out.
Start eliminate the H sound from your th words. You know what I'm saying? Instead of that, it's that. You know what I'm saying?
Tat and terrace.
4 p.m. Eastern time is the 24-hour mark. 4 p.m. Eastern time. Okay. And we are at 20 minutes away.
There you go.
We are 20 minutes away, Voltage Mike. What's up?
We went so many rabbit holes there.
The cat's accent, it doesn't sound Persian or Latino at all.
I do not have either.
What, like in the family?
No, I don't have any accent.
Yeah, it's like very kind of like neutral American almost.
Yeah, I've cultivated a neutral American accent.
Like, let's say if you're hanging around
She's
Latino,
saying she made her voice white passing.
No, dude.
No, but you have to understand, I don't speak Spanish. I don't speak Farsi. So I can't have an accent for things I can't speak.
No, I totally understand. Yeah, I'm just fucking with you too.
In all fairness, even this my normal voice, I'd have my Canadian friends be like,
He's lying. He's
"What
got a
accent
voice
is
changer on. Usually he sounds like this.
Oh, yeah. Let's come to my theme parks."
See, that's his real voice.
Facts.
Sure.
Shit.
I if I focus really hard, I can remove the rumble from my voice, but it like strains like crazy, right? And then it sounds like a little different, right? So there you go.
Cat sounds Persian when she's choking. There's a lot of in the Iranian language, I'm pretty sure.
No, that's Arabic. Get it right.
What's Persian?
You didn't even get
Iranian?
the fucking language right. What's wrong with you?
Persian, I don't know. Persian sounds very, I want to say flamboyant male. When they speak it, they sound very, they have like a, it's a little
wavy,
fruity. It's a little fruity when their accent is a little fruity. It's a little singy-songy. It's a little
Musically,
Gotcha.
like tone, like going from tone to tone to tone kind of thing. Like
it's a little queer,
This cat said that, not me. I'm just saying.
I'm just saying, just from my,
is it better than a Canadian though? Like,
I don't think we're confusing the voices. Don't worry.
I'm just saying, like, if PBD starts going mad, it was all cat. It was all cat's idea.
no, I don't care. I mean, well, I don't know. When they speak together, they're very flamboyant. There's a lot of hand movements and swaying involved.
there's a lot of head movements.
No,
for
not
Canadians.
Yeah, that's different.
That's why we get the flapping little heads, right? Like on South Park. It's all making fun of how a lot of Canadians will talk like this, eh, bud? Yeah, you get it, eh? But it's a little different now, eh? It's deadly. It's brutal.
No,
even
yeah,
like in Indians as well, they have.
Well, you gotta move your head because it's cold, right? How are you supposed to stay warm in your igloo, man?
True that.
Yeah. See, he gets it, eh? Another thing you'll notice Canadians do is they'll add a question to anything they say. Like every sentence sounds like a question. They'll go higher up at the end of their sentence.
Australians do that a lot as well. G'day, mate.
Shrimp on the barbie.
Shrimps on the barbie.
Australia's not a real country.
That's facts, man. Like Australia is literally a fucking hellhole. I don't understand how it can be a country. Like I think like fucking 80% of it is like desert.
Oh,
Crazy.
very